A planned trade to announce. We have a planned trade to announce.
Bless up.
We have a planned trade to announce.
Give me a hell yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. They tell you what they know. Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. The podcast that you know. Deuce and Mo.
Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. They tell you what they know.
Do it for Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. Hey, do it for Deuce and Mo. When it comes to the Kings, it's my favorite show. Do it for Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo. Hey, do it for Deuce and Mo. When it comes to the Kings, big hopes and dreams as we cover our kings. Never cover the kingdom, but we loving our kings. And we covered your prayers as we doing our thing. Big Deuce with the par, Lil Mo on the screen. Solo or together, still do it for team. Never switch up for $1 or revenue stream. So we always got each other, balance out the beam.
Deuce and Mo, and that's the end of the theme song.
Do it for Deuce and Mo.
We are live! The day we've been waiting for. It's 11 o'clock and you're saying, why does your watch party start at 11 a.m. Pacific time when the draft probably doesn't start until 5? Because what else would we be doing today besides on Twitter, besides on Discord? We'd be going crazy.
Deuce.
What's up, man?
Hey, Morgan.
Hello!
I'm rooting for y'all.
We love you. Let's
go,
Kings. Now.
Let me just tell you this right now.
Why not? Oh,
Bad start.
what the?
My bad.
I
did not
was
mean to do that.
grooving.
I was too, and I hit the button. My bad.
Get over it. Next step. Go. What?
Let's just talk about
Okay.
something. And you're going, why so much coverage? Oh, this is like a Super Bowl pregame show. No, it's not. Because shit can go down before the draft. We're going to be live talking about it. Rumors are going to happen before the draft. We're going to be talking about it. And how long are we going to be on? People go, it's just a couple hours before the draft. Maybe you come back later. No, we are going through all the way through the draft. Probably a little bit after. Yeah! Morgan Reagan, buckle the hell up. It's NBA Draft Day. Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I literally asked Deuce before the show. I was like, hey, don't use too much energy early on in the day. I know we're excited. So don't use too much energy on into the day unless you can keep this energy all day long.
Let's just say it's not just going to be you and I today.
Well, that's true too.
We're going to have company along the way. How about coming up at 11:30? We have the youngest NBA draft expert in history. Praneel is going to stop by with us. He will be a future NBA general manager. He makes his Deuce and Mo debut right here today.
The amount that you empower Praneel is just made my entire month. And I'm just so excited to actually hear his voice because I know you've heard his voice.
Yeah.
You've got to talk to him within our Discord community. So I love to hear from our young future talent what they got to say.
We're not done there.
Oh, we're not done.
Bobby Gerould, HoopObsession.com is going to join us.
Hell yeah.
That's not all. Sean Cunningham covers the Kings. Of course, works for Fox 40. He'll be with us. Anthony Slater from The Athletic will be live right here on our NBA Draft Special. I'm not done.
Oh, he ain't done.
Done.
He ain't done.
How about a conversation we had yesterday with a former Sacramento Kings guard? He's now the head coach of the NBA G League Ignite. Jason Hart will be on the show today.
You're such an idiot.
Hey, yo. And then during the draft, we'll have our NBA draft analyst. You know him from the Kings Herald. Just put up his new big board today. Bryant West will be with us throughout the draft. He's done all of his homework. He knows so much about the draft, so we'll be reacting and getting his thoughts. And then Adrian Wojnarowski's, again, alleged estranged brother,
Yes.
Adam Wojnarowski, will be with us today.
Oh, wow. Just a whole bunch of cheering going on there. Yeah, it sounds like we'll get some player profiles from him and that he's really been studying up. I think he wants to be better than his brother, so we'll see.
Shout out to EM who says, "Dude, stop staring at the camera like that. You might make me want to do something I'm going to regret."
Oh.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Anyway, we're going to have a lot of fun. We already have a couple of trades that have transpired this morning. But you know what? It's 11. I know it's a long thing. It's 11 a.m. It's draft day. To me, this is like a holiday. We're having fun. Let's open an ice cold beer. Give me a hell yeah!
We're just sipping because one, it is 11 a.m.
Yes.
But two, we have an entire day ahead of us.
Oh,
and
yeah.
no, we are not drinking all
No.
day. We are just...
Yeah, we have to have a beer to open up the day. I've got
Yeah.
coffee. I've got LaCroix. Let's go. Cameron says, honestly shocked you guys are live this early. I love it. Don't be shocked.
Don't be shocked.
We're going to have fun today. It's going to be a roller coaster ride as we wait for things to happen. And let's get to something that's already happened.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
There you go. The late, great David Stern dropping in. Woj had it today. Talking about a move that the Kings made. I got to be honest. The first thing I saw when I saw Woj's tweet was I saw Cavs in 4, and I thought, what the hell just happened? So let's take a look at the deal that the Kings made today. It's a small one. Cleveland is acquiring the Kings pick at 49 in tonight's draft, the rights to Sasha Vezenkov.
did you say it right?
I hope.
I think it's
Try it.
no.
Why are you
Vezenkov.
Why are you changing your voice like that?
Vezenkov. Because I was trying
That
to do
was
it
how
like
the
the
announcer?
highlight.
Yeah.
I was trying to do it how the highlight I heard.
Anyway, he's 26 years old. According to Woj, first team all EuroLeague forward this season. He was a 57th pick in the 2017 draft by the Nets. He was eventually traded to the Cavs, who have held his rights. So now the Cavs have 4 picks in tonight's draft, 14, 39, 49, 56. Who cares about that? How does it impact the Kings? Well, according to another report, you had something where a Cavs reporter was suggesting that the Kings got some cash back in the deal. The Cavs are also sending $1.75 million in cash along with the draft rights of Vezenkov to Sacramento for the 49th pick. So, of course, people wondering, oh my God, does that mean he's coming over? Oh, what does this mean? Well, there's a few options here if you want to look at it like this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we have a scouting report on Sasha, okay?
No.
If anyone does, let's tap the brakes, all right? My gut tells me he's probably not coming over, but here are some potential options, Morgan. One, he could be coming over, and the cash that they got back from the Cavs is to buy him out of his EuroLeague contract. He just signed a contract extension through 2024, but he does have buyout clauses in that deal for the next couple of years.
Okay.
I don't know. One, Does he want to come over? That's number one. Would he want to come over? Do the Kings want him over? They could use that money to buy him out, or it could just be also they need the cash.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Tough times last couple of years. Maybe they need some cash.
Tough times. Just need a little 1.75 mil in the bank.
So they just sold a second round pick. They still have an additional second round pick. The other thing is maybe they want the open roster spot to make a trade. So they don't want to have a second round pick. I don't know. That's where we are at the very moment with that. We also had the Lakers just pull off a trade just moments before we went live, Morgan.
Yeah.
And this is one where they just traded up to the 35th pick with Orlando. So let's see what they gave up cash in the deal. I'm scrolling through my feed right now, Morgan, as you can see. Here's the deal. The Lakers acquired Orlando's pick at 35 for a future second-round pick in cash. The Magic still have the number 32 in tonight's draft and, of course, number 1. The Lakers had been working to move into the draft and now land with an early second-round pick tonight.
Good for them. They've got a lot of work to do.
So today we're going to have fun, and we're definitely going to be utilizing you guys in the chat. So make sure you guys drop any questions, comments. Let's have some fun. We're just hanging out. So let's have a good time.
Yeah, it's not, our usual podcast format is like a lot more structure, but seriously, chill, hanging out all day long. So make sure that you're adding into the conversation and let's effing go.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's get to a couple of the things that were put out. Mark Stein put it out yesterday, and then, of course, he added to it this morning was the John Collins Kings rumors. It seems like he's been tied to Sacramento since last trade deadline. The Hawks did not move on from him. Mark Stein reported yesterday that the Hawks are weighing a variety of scenarios as they pursue a John Collins trade in connection with Thursday's draft, with a deal headlined by Collins and Sacramento's Harrison Barnes among Atlanta's prime options. Then this morning, Stein says Atlanta is still weighing various trade options with the very available John Collins. Among them, a deal with Sacramento featuring Harrison Barnes. More and more, you hear that the Hawks are absolutely determined to find a Collins trade by night end. The Kings, for that matter, are separately still weighing a number of trade pitches for the number 4 overall pick, with the decision later today after they've received final offers.
So,
holy shit.
Yeah.
A lot going on there.
Yeah. I love everything that we're hearing about John Collins. And it's funny. I feel like, I forget when this was, but it felt like over a year ago, people would give an arm and a leg for John Collins. And then as soon as things get a little bit more real, people go, well, like, what else? His health and situational. Is he really going to all of a sudden figure things out in Sacramento? Like, Sacramento is a place to figure things out. Not necessarily if it was the past, but it's new coaching staff, new head coach. There's different things that we get to hear about this coaching staff just from a developmental standpoint, from a culture standpoint. So that's been very positive. But I think when you look at John Collins and you look at the fit with the Kings, that's what makes me the most excited about this, even if he is still young and has a lot that he needs to work on.
I think when you look at the best fit next to Sabonis, it is someone more athletic, right? Like,
right.
Sabonis is not, you'd be like, oh, dude, what an athletic dude. What a freak. So I think that's why you hear so much about Jeremy Grant before he got traded to Portland. Kyle Kuzma.
Yep.
In the past. And then, of course, this deal with John Collins. Who knows if it actually goes down? But what I do like about Collins is his ability to shoot it, lob threat, out in transition, runs to the floor, active, athletic. Those are a lot of things to like. How would he look cutting off ball with Sabonis? That could be intriguing. I think defensively, there are more questions, really.
Totally fair.
But it's also, and again, I'm not going to act like Mike Brown can turn anyone into a defensive player, because I think we start doing that where it's like, well, look what Bielitsa and Wiggins, and we start naming all these guys. And that's true for sure. Like, they improved. They put them in a good position. But the base of
what they had.
But Draymond Green, GP2, Clay at times. Yeah. Pretty good defensive players.
Yeah.
Smart defensive players. You don't have any of that really in Sacramento besides Davion Mitchell and his on ball. I do think he could probably get the most out of Collins. Good weak side shot blocker. He is long. He's got to do better on closeouts. Atlanta's defense just wasn't good. Now, if he's put in a better situation in Sacramento under Mike Brown, maybe he really thrives here. And the other thing is, He's still he's 24. He turns 25 in September.
Right. And so you look at the age, you look at his youth, you look at his athletic ability, and then some people are talking about his contract. Well, getting paid close to $25 million a year.
It's a lot of money.
In Sacramento, you're going to have to pay a lot of people close to $25 million a year if you even want them as a free agent, right? And most likely you're not even going to attract some solid free agents unless you have the money and unless you establish a winning culture. So none of that is in place, and this is the way for the Kings to keep building off of what they have right now with Sabonis and Fox.
Yeah, now if they could just do a Barnes Collins straight up deal, and I think some people are wondering like why would Atlanta just want Harrison Barnes? Well, I think the deal would be more complex than that. I don't know, maybe it's a multi-team deal. As far as why would they want Harrison Barnes? Well, a couple of reasons. He's a professional who knows how to play the game the right way. Great locker room presence. He can almost fit into any team in the league because he's just not only a great guy, works his ass off, just a good player. His deal's expiring too, and Atlanta's in an interesting spot. I think part of the Hawks' problem a little bit is they improved in that year with Trae Young where they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think that adjusted everyone's timetable for them, and maybe that was fool's gold a little bit.
A little bit.
They still needed to work to improve their team more. I think they have to be patient with this, and I think they're looking at their cap situation and trying to find ways to maximize what Trae Young's able to do, but also putting them in a situation to add significant players. And the Collins thing just hasn't worked there.
Yeah, and obviously all the reports with him being so available and the Kings having interest, which feels like to be so long now, this all excites me.
Yeah.
And it excites me if it's the right deal. Now, I know we'll get to this in just a little bit, everything that went down with Jeremy Grant yesterday, but there's so many, you always hear first like, man, so-and-so got robbed or that's all it took for that player or whatever it is, or man, that took so much to get that player. Every situation is going to be different. And as long as you don't have to give up, future picks right now, or just like some of your main assets.
You might have to give up a future pick.
Well, but listen, I feel like with the Kings, they never have had, not never, in the more recent years, it was always like, well, who are they going to trade for that? Who's good enough to trade for that? Where other teams are like, yeah, we can get better with this player, or we actually like their contract, or whatever it may be. And I think with someone like Harrison Barnes, who is still in that prime age and has so much more to offer, especially as a wing, especially if he can play more of that wing position on the Kings or any team in the NBA, he's just going to do a lot better.
Dude, the chat is insane right now. I'm going to try my best to keep up with it today. We appreciate everyone watching us live as our draft coverage, hour 1 underway. How many hours will we go tonight? Will it dip into hour 9, hour 10, 11 or 12? What? Morgan's looking at me like, what?
No, I'm ready. Are you kidding me?
I'm so ready. How long have we been talking about this draft?
I'm so prepared for this day. I picture you being like, actually, we're going to go to 1 a.m. and me like just dragging along like, okay, I got this.
So we'll see what the Collins deal, how it plays out, but it sounds like he's probably on the move today. And then you had that random ass rumor that the Spurs were talking to the Hawks about Collins for DeJounte Murray. I'm like, what else are they giving? Like they're just donating DeJounte Murray to the Hawks. They're just donating. Like that trade doesn't add up. It would have to be a huge package, in my opinion, to get DeJounte Murray.
They're really looking for some power forwards. Even the other rumor the other day with them wanting to trade up to possibly get Keegan Murray and what they see in Keegan Murray. So there's something about that position that they're really trying to fill. But at the same time, DeJounte Murray and his growth over the last couple of years and everything, it's like, no.
Yeah, that trade is not happening. To me, I think the Hawks, and Amick said some things today about the Hawks and how they want more in return in a John Collins deal. I think the Hawks are trying to leverage some things. They're trying to, and this is the part of the draft now, right? Draft day's here where rumors are flying everywhere.
shit.
What to believe? What
everywhere.
to believe? You don't really believe anything until like Woj, Shams, or Amick, or Stein, or Chris Haynes officially go, this deal's been reached.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just conversation. It's still fun to read, but who the hell knows?
Not you and not us.
Oh, man. Hey, by the way, if you're in the chat, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. That Jesus kid says, can I get a hell yeah? You know what? Yeah, you know what? You can get one.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Make sure if you're in the YouTube chat, hit the thumbs up button right now. Shout out to Kyron who just resubscribed on Twitch again. I think we also had someone else resubscribe on Twitch. Yeah, who is this? I don't know. Grenadier 14 or something. I don't know how to say your name. You resubscribe. Appreciate you. But hitting the thumbs up, we have like almost 500 plus people here at 11 a.m. So that thumbs up needs to be by to 1,000 by the end of our night tonight.
Okay.
It's easy. And all it does is help our channel grow. It's not like, oh, we got 150 likes. It helps
It pushes
us.
out. It's all about the algorithms, get other people on here. So thank you for everyone that's helping us grow because this has been effing awesome and so fun. Yeah. Okay. So going back to John Collins.
Yes, I had a couple of things I wanted to add to this. The Harrison Barnes thing, it makes some sense with Atlanta too because their general manager is Travis Schlenk. And Schlenk used to be the Warriors' assistant general manager for years. And he was there when Harrison Barnes was there. They know each other. They've got a rapport. I mean, they pretty much tanked to get Harrison Barnes back in the day. So there's a familiarity there between the two parties. And then from a Kings perspective, John Collins, right? Like, obviously you know him too, but Wes Wilcox, the Kings assistant general manager who has a lot of influence within the organization, working side by side with Monty McNair, he's very familiar with John Collins too.
Right.
Collins was there when he was in the Hawks front office.
Yeah, relationships matter. And we always talk about how that's, not even an underrated thing, but I think it's such a inside thing that so many people don't really factor in relationships when they're talking about some of these rumors and other things that might be chatted about around the league. But yeah, whether that actually means anything, you never really know. But I'm sure any type of relationship can help.
I do have a poll question I want to get to in a second, but shout out to Colton who became a YouTube member. Hell effing yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Colton. All right. The poll question I put up. I know you're always interested in the poll question.
I'm always interested.
Draft day is here. What happens at 4?
Ooh, what are people saying?
Ivy,
Okay.
Kings trade, Keegan, or Benedict Mathurin. 45% of people say Ivy, 40% say a Kings trade, 12% say Keegan, 2% for Benedict. Hey, you guys, go ahead and keep sleeping on Benedict Mathurin. That's fine. I'm going to say this right now. That's my guy in this draft, where the Kings are. If they moved back, that's the guy I like a lot.
So you guys sleep on that. But also, why don't you have on there draft Ivy trade? Or is trade just
It's true.
the
It's
draft?
a little messy of a poll. You don't need to criticize it. I did it right before the show. Thank you to David Jackson, who also became a member as well.
One more question?
Yes.
What are we going to do if this happens and the Kings with the number 4 pick select Jaden Ivey? How long do we wait until we're like, oh, okay, like, are we going to break it down like what he can do for the team, or are we going to assume that he's gonna?
I'm not going to assume anything because it could be traded.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. I have heard every scenario possible with the Kings, not only from the reports out there from James Ham. I know Sean Cunningham said some stuff. I've talked to people. They're like, no, they like this person. You're like, okay, so they're going Keegan? I also had someone tell me yesterday, oh, they're definitely trading the pick. And so but there's nothing concrete.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I don't think anybody really knows, and that kind of matches up to some of the reporting out there where it's so all over the place. The one person who's pretty steadfast in his information, you tend to trust him because he's Woj. Woj has been like, no, they're listening and they're fielding offers on that number 4 pick. Mark Stein said it too. So, I mean, they're obviously listening, and I think everyone's looking at it and saying, this is when the draft starts at 4. But then you have the Vegas odds this morning going all over the place.
Which is great.
Vegas odds, there's one, I don't know what the update is, but at one point this morning, Banchero was the odds on favorite to be number 1. Everyone's like, what?
And I don't get what they're sometimes with Vegas odds like that, what is their intel with something like
It's
that?
just betting. I don't know.
It just switch it. The fact that it switched the way that it did, is so surprising to me, and that's why I'm going into tonight's draft just thinking like anything can happen. And you know what? I kind of want it to be like that. I kind of want to feel like anything can happen. I'm not that scared. I woke up a little anxious, but I'm truly not like.
Oh, I'm beyond like anxious about this situation. It's funny in our Discord today, in the Deuce and Mo Discord, you can find it in our YouTube bio. The chat is insane. I've never seen a group of people spend that long breaking down the deal that the Kings made today where they trade a second round pick for a guy playing in the Euro League. And it's like, he's probably not coming over. So like, let's just not even think about it. Let's not spend that much time talking about it. Also in the chat, I love this because people are looking everywhere.
Where?
We have one, Almir, the moron. That's what he calls himself. That's what it says.
Okay.
He goes, look at Okongwu's tweet. This is where we're at too. We start looking at players' Twitter accounts. Okongwu tweeted out an emoji.
Ooh.
What does that mean, Morgan?
What does it mean?
I feel like that could mean Sacramento.
Let's break down what this emoji face means. Now, as you can see, it's a straight lip. So there's no smile. There's not much emotion, but the brows, that's where you can really read into the emotion of what they're feeling. Confused? Possibly. Deuce, back to you.
Thank you so much for that update. I don't know. I mean, people were doing it with DeJounte Murray yesterday too. Who the hell knows? NBA Rigged in the Twitch chat. He's asked us this, Deuce and Mo. If Monty simply selects Ivy at 4, what draft grade would you give him? I don't like draft grade. I don't know. I mean, if they take Jay and Ivy at 4, I'm fine with it. And I think the draft grades the next day would be like A+, or some would probably be like, oh, B, because what's the fit like? Like Jay and Ivy's talented.
Yeah.
There's no denying the flashes of athleticism and speed. He does things on the floor that you go, wait, you're not supposed to be able to do that. But there are still questions.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah. There are still questions about like what type of defender can he be? What kind of mid-range player can he be? Because that's not really part of his game. He has been working on the mid-range and the floater. Those are all big-time questions.
There's also questions around, too, his playmaking ability, right?
Yeah,
There's
ball
times,
control.
right, where he has these lapses, and it's just confusing as hell. It's not even like, oh, he's young, that's why that is happening. It's a head scratcher. And then you can go look at his highlights, and you're just wowed. You're just amazed by his explosive first step, his athletic ability. And I get it. I did the same thing the first time that I saw his highlights. Started watching more games, got a little bit more on him, started understanding his game a little bit more, his flaws, what else he can actually do too and contribute to a team. So there's just a lot to break down with Jaden Ivey. And if he was for some reason the Kings pick and they didn't trade it, they picked Jaden Ivey and that's it, I'd be like, okay, so let's go on with that and see where we're trying to go.
I mean, if Monty's like, hey, that's the best guy.
Yeah.
We think he could be a star. We'll worry about fit there. Then do it.
He did find the first 2 drafts he's had so far.
And Scotty's in the chat mentioning college speed is different though. Sure. The other thing I could counter that with is the spacing in the NBA is a lot better, right? Like he doesn't have just like big guy just sitting. Zach Edey, I believe, is his big guy's name at Purdue. Who's like 7 whatever, and he just kind of clogged the lane. All right.
Yeah.
He'd have a little more room to operate there. Someone also mentioning, what if Chet Holmgren drops?
Oh
to
my
4?
God. Well, for some reason, I don't know, his unique style of play, just him as a player he's just a unique player, right? And to me, that it's so scary, but it's so special. And his mentality is what makes me believe that he will be special no matter what happens, no matter what team he goes to. He will be a special player in this league because of his skill set, because of his length. And I know so many people want to be so afraid of his frame, and I can understand it a little bit, but at the same time, why are we just looking at what he can't do, and how about what he can do and what he's done on the defensive end?
I just don't think he is a guy that's going to drop. And I made this joke yesterday in our Discord. If Chet goes to OKC, He's a future defensive player of the year, multi-time All-Star. Chet gets drafted by Sacramento. He's got like a heart condition and retires in 2 years. Like that would be the Kings' luck, right?
I mean, yeah.
Not funny? Okay.
And well, it's not because it's so true. And that's why so many people, whenever they're like, you got to get it right in the draft, you won't know for a couple years from now. So like, sure, give your stupid ass draft grades. No one cares.
Oh,
I can't cuss because we have a 16-year-old coming on soon.
McRae says, Sabonis and Chet. Turner and Sabonis, light maybe? Granted, we know Turner and Chet are completely different, but it's a similar fit. Yeah, there's this misconception about the Sabonis-Turner fit. I think partly with Sabonis and Turner wanted more offensive responsibility.
Yeah.
Turner wanted to do more than just chill in the corner and launch threes. He feels like he can do more offensively, and maybe that's why it wasn't a great fit. It's completely different with Chet. I think Chet would be phenomenal next to Domantas Sabonis. Not only as a cutter, he has the ability to stretch the floor, what he can do for the Kings to protect the rim. I'm not going to act like he's a can't miss. I don't look at any prospect in this draft that I have seen. I haven't seen all like 100 billion eligible players. I don't see a can't miss prospect here. I think the closest guy to that, my guy Showtime agrees with me, is Paulo. I think Banchero, I think he's for sure going to be a good player in the league.
Yeah.
But there's not a Luka in this draft, I don't think. There's not a LeBron James. Those are guys that are like generational. I don't think there's can't miss. I think all these guys have some flaws.
There's a lot of people that are saying there's not a can't miss guy. And then there's, the other narrative like, oh, Jaden Ivey, or, you don't screw things up. You got to draft him, whatever kind of talent people want to put him in. But you look at these guys and how you see their games translating right now in the NBA. And I feel like if you saw their game translating at a very high level and doing so many things right, you'd be like, yeah, generational player. Wow, special. I can see why I can't miss. But I don't think with any of these guys, and that's not a knock on these guys at all because they're still fantastic. It's just saying like that's not what they're going to be in their first year. And hey, the people that are saying that, we're saying that, it could be very wrong too.
Many people in the chat are mentioning Benedict Mathurin right now, and he's someone that I think is rising up draft boards. Some speculation is he could go as high as 5. Hell, maybe the Kings take him at 4 and surprise everyone. I like Benedict Mathurin a lot. 6'6", really good shooter. Plays like a dog. Good dog. He's got the dog in him. Athletic. Anyway, enough about that. We have our first guest of this marathon, Morgan.
Yeah, well, let's do it.
He'll be joining us just in a second. He's loading in. I'm really excited about this because he's 16 years old.
Yeah.
We're going to go to him now. He's 16 years old, and hold on. This is not my bad. Let me switch it. And his name is Pernille. I don't think I know many adults who know as much about the NBA draft as this young man. Pernille, welcome to the Deuce and Mo draft extravaganza. How are you, man?
Good.
We are good. Let me fix this. I just realized your volume's down. All right, here we go. Now we're good.
There we go.
1, thank you for joining us. 2, how excited are you for the NBA draft today?
I'm stoked. I mean, we have the 4th pick. We can pretty much do anything, honestly. So I'm excited and nervous at the same time. I mean, I have faith in Monty, but at the same time, we're the Sacramento Kings, so literally anything can go wrong.
So wait, you've been a Kings fan since, I guess for 16 years now?
For like 10. I mean,
Okay.
I used to play with like cars and stuff as like a 6-year-old, but my dad slowly got me into it. And then Luka got drafted to the Mavericks, and then he stopped watching the game. So, I mean, I'm like alone in the household as a Kings fan. It's kind of sad, but.
So I know some people may be watching us right now and go, why do you have a 16-year-old kid talking about the NBA draft today? It's because Pernille over here has goals to work in an NBA front office.
Yeah.
And he's in our Discord dropping knowledge left and right. When did you start becoming obsessed with the NBA draft?
I'd actually say it was the moment that Bagley got drafted. It's like I was looking at that and I'm like, oh my God, we messed this up. There's no way that this is possible. I'm like, you know what? I wanna start looking into this. I want to see if I can make this a career just to make sure that this mistake doesn't happen again to like a team that I like.
So then what did you start looking at? Okay, 2 questions. Do you actually play the game, or do you just like love watching the game that you were able to learn how to break it down and how you wanted to go about things?
I mean, I'm not exactly the tallest guy. I'm 5'4", so I'm not super tall, but I do play basketball. I play in a rec league. I used to play competitively, but I haven't made the school team like the last 2 years, so it's not really like gonna happen, I'd say. But
Yeah.
I mean, I do play a lot. I play with friends. I play pickup with friends. I play at the gym, and I love the sport of basketball. It's my favorite sport. I watch football too, but basketball's always been above that because I've played it my entire life. It's been like my childhood growing up. But yeah, I watch a lot of basketball. I think I've watched pretty much every single Kings game for like the last 2 years. I don't miss a single one. I watch all the playoff games. I try to get every single basketball content I can. So yeah, I love the sport.
You know what's crazy too? Because I look at this next generation and I go, there's so many resources out there for you to just get smarter and smarter and keep learning more and more about the game. What is it that you do most to teach yourself about the game? And even when you were looking at that Marvin Bagley draft, when you were like, okay, I need to learn more as to why this was bad and why it needs to be changed.
I'd say that I was just like, I obviously play the game, so I like know a little bit about how it works, what to look for, what makes a player good. But I'd say one of the main things that I do is I watch a lot of scouting reports online. Like there's a bunch of guys that I follow, and that's basically how I start to learn more about the sport. Mike Schmitz is a guy that I watched a lot. Adrian Wojnarowski obviously knows a little bit. I mean, he's more of an insider, but I watch a lot of ESPN stuff, and that's like kind of an entry level stuff. And then I slowly start to realize that ESPN is kind of crap. They don't really like have a lot of good analysis and not a lot of good analysts. So, I mean, I started like going to other places. Like YouTube is a great place, and a lot of educated people on YouTube. Social media, obviously.
He's talking about
and
me.
Then, yeah. And I mean, yeah, I just started to watch a lot, and then I realized that I could do that myself. So I found like some film on YouTube for like full games to watch about like college prospects. I actually made like an 8-page draft like notebook that I have, like a Google Doc, on like a bunch of guys that I like and like scouting reports and everything. And I have a big board, and I try to do my homework to make sure that, you know what, I can be educated on this stuff. This is what I want to do in my life. So I try to make sure that I'm not like speaking out of my ass at times.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk. He's allowed to say he's 16, dude. He's 16.
All right.
He's not like we've had like a 10-year-old on here at times, and no cuss words out of the 10-year-old.
Can we just acknowledge one thing with Pernille? As the chat has mentioned too, the reason he wanted to become a member of an NBA front office is because he saw the Kings draft Bagley, and he doesn't want to see that type of mistake made ever again. Do you understand like that at his press conference in 2031?
Yes.
When he's the youngest general manager in the NBA at 25 years old. I don't know what year it is.
Whatever.
My whole point is you have to tell that story. You have to say, well, this is why. My favorite team made a big time mistake, and I was inspired to make sure it would never happen again. All right, Pernille, let's talk some NBA draft.
Yes.
All right, this is your day. You've been scouting. You've been all over this. I know he's got a big board. You've got the pages and pages of Google Docs. Who is your favorite player in this year's draft, and why?
It's like a 1A, 1B type of thing. My 1A is Chet Holmgren. I've talked about it a lot. I was actually planning on writing an article about him, but I couldn't find a good editing software because I also wanted to add videos, so I scrapped that idea. But yeah, it's Chet Holmgren is my 1A, and Dyson Daniels is my 1B. When I look for like scouting, a lot of the things that I like a lot, it's not like a big board. It's just the guys I like. Daniels is like 5 on my big board, but like those are the 2 guys I like a lot because I look for defensive guys. I like a lot of defensive guys. I like guys that can create their own shot. Obviously, Daniels doesn't have that, but I think he has the capability to do that. And also, I like passing. And I mean, when I see Chet Holmgren, I see a guy that can block so many shots. He had like 3.7 blocks in like the college season. He was amazing. He has incredible tools, great at reading defensive coverages. He's good in drop. He's good in as a weak side rim protector. I think 70% of his blocks were at him as a primary defender, and then 30% were him as like the weak side rim protector, which is really encouraging, especially with the fit next to Sabonis. I think he's like a plug and play guy that can play all across the court. He's pretty quick on his feet too. I don't really see him as like a switchable player, but he's pretty quick. And one of the things I like most about him is he's mentally tough. I see these narratives that he's skinny, he's not like, he can't like take a bump to the chest, but I've seen him go against guys and like just put his hands up. He's great at understanding verticality. He's great at understanding like what it takes to not foul and what it takes to like, I guess, play it safe and like get a good block, get a good contest. He's extremely smart. He makes good reads and he understands how to play defense, which is extremely good as an NBA prospect.
Can we just acknowledge one thing?
What?
All these clowns who pretend to know about the draft, all these keyboard warriors in our Discord on social media. This kid, I don't even want to call him a kid.
Yeah.
He is a prodigy. He is the future. He is Pranil. And look at him dropping the knowledge. That was a great breakdown, dude.
Not
oh my
only
God.
with that breakdown, because I have a few questions too for you, because I know I can now just kind of throw anything at you.
Yeah.
With Chet, you know, you talk a lot about like the way that he's able to get to certain places on defense, you know, and I feel like instinct is just so underrated for some guys. Like it's not on a stat sheet. So then if people don't actually watch like a full game, they're not going to understand the type of instincts he has. And you see people going like, Chet's not NBA ready, but those instincts alone show that he has the ability to grow off of that.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. And like, whenever he's playing help side, he's never caught ball watching. He always has his eye on his defender and also on the ball. And that's like a very underrated aspect. He's extremely smart. He's always making sure he's always protecting the rim, regardless of if he's at the perimeter or not. And like, he always knows where to be defensively. And that's something that it's kind of hard to teach. His processing as a prospect is extremely good. He's probably one of the smartest prospects in this draft because he's just so smart and like where he's on the court, what to do, how to play this guy. And he never makes, I think, a dumb mistake. I don't really see him make that many dumb mistakes. And like, obviously stuff like frame and stuff, you can fix that. And NBA, you're going into the NBA, you're going to be lifting weights. That's going to be your job. You're going to fix that. But I still don't think that the one place that I think his frame will hurt him is in space and like getting out of seals, moving around picks, moving around of like whenever he's blocked off. But like outside of that, I don't see him having that big of an issue against bigger guys. Cause I mean, he has the length to defend pretty much everyone. He's like what, 7'6" wingspan, 7'1".
Yeah.
He's very lengthy, and that's pretty much not going to be an issue, I think.
Wait, and one more thing, Deuce, because you've gotten to talk to Pranil. I also wanted to talk a little bit, too, about, because we were talking about him just as a defender and switching. And we know that he has some issues laterally, you know, moving at times. Doesn't make a lot of dumb mistakes, but they're more like physical mistakes, right? Especially like on the lateral movement.
Yeah.
But I feel like, too, some people, and I have been this person, have said, hey, look, well, what are you going to do when it's a mismatch and you switch some big-ass guy on him and then he has this skinny frame? But don't you see that happening a lot in the NBA anyway?
I feel like with that, that's like, he might have some issues with that. Obviously, like, I mean, I see people, there's a lot of guys on Twitter and even like my friend group that say, oh, Chet's going to go on Embiid and he's going to get his ass killed. But I'm like, he's going to develop that. That's not that big of a thing. I mean, everyone gets killed by Embiid. He's Joel Embiid. And like, if you look at guys that I think can give him problems in the NBA, I can only probably name Jokic, Embiid, and like Giannis. And everyone.
And by the way, those guys you just mentioned, they give everybody problems.
That's what I was exactly saying. Exactly. Like, and I think that his length, his IQ, and the fact that he just knows where to be on the defensive side of the court, he'll not have that much problems as he gets his frame, as he starts to develop his body, and he'll be completely fine. I don't really see him as like, I see this like big bust label that's put on Chet Holmgren. I don't really see that happening unless he gets injured. Like, he's way too smart. He's just way too tough. And he's simply so lengthy that I don't see that happening. I don't think he's that big of a bust type of guy. He's a pretty safe prospect in my eyes.
What a breakdown.
I love it.
Chet. Like,
I love it.
Where else are you going to get that type of breakdown?
Honestly, honestly, Pranil, like this isn't only just like pumping you up. It's true. Deuce has talked about you and your breakdowns for so long. And
I hyped you up pretty hard to Morgan. She's like, okay, some kid's going to come on. She's like, is he going to be nervous? I'm like, oh, he's not going to be. I've talked to him. He's not going to be nervous. I did say that.
I was like, oh, is he going to like, you know, be like, oh, I'm on a podcast. And it's like, no, you don't even give a damn. You're already ready for the damn league. Let's be real. So.
Real fast. Not real fast. Let's move on to talk about where the Kings are at 4, right? There's been so much talk. Let's just assume the top 3 are the top 3. We don't really care about the order. Let's just say Chet, Paulo, and Jabari go top 3. Kings are there at 4. Obviously, we've heard The big debate, is it Ivy? Is it Keegan? Maybe Mathurin. Maybe it's a trade down. I want to start with Jaden Ivey. What are your thoughts on Jaden Ivey as a prospect? Maybe the good, the bad. What do you like about him?
Okay, so I actually have Jaden Ivey at number 2 on my big board. I've talked to Deuce about this. He doesn't really agree with it. I have him over Jabari Smith. But once again, I'm going to go back to like what I talked about and what I look for a prospect, and that's advantage creation, passing, and defense. And the tools that Jaden Ivey possess is like the best in this draft when it comes to creating his own shot. His quickness, his vertical leaping ability, he's a 99th percentile athlete the minute he steps onto an NBA court. And that is simply unteachable. I think that the tools that he has is extremely good. Obviously, I've watched him a lot, and like the issues I have with him defensively is pretty high. I get frustrated watching him because he's not engaged. That's fixable though. And I think the handle is also fixable. Passing, he's shown some flashes that's also pretty fixable. And the shooting aspect of his game is very underrated. I saw this one tweet on Twitter today, and it was like, he was the most efficient player, the high scorer from 27 feet out in college. And that's like, wow, that's pretty much NBA range. He has the ability to shoot. And he can be a good 3-point shooter without like needing an in-between game because of that speed. All he needs is for people to respect the 3-point shot, and he can get a bucket because he'll just drive by the guy. And that ability is so underrated in that aspect. I see, obviously, I'm kind of hyping him up a bit. He still has issues to develop, but that type of aspect, along with his off-ball ability, his ability to come off screens, get the ball. He was great at off-ball in Purdue, played with the passing big like Trevion Williams. Sabonis is perfect with that. He knows how to play with those guys. He's pretty smart offensively. I think he'll be a great fit next to Fox because he doesn't need the ball to be effective. He's good off the ball, good in transition, and he can create his own shot.
One follow-up on that, Pernille. Do you think he's someone that could help them right away, or do you think it may take him some time? Like, let's say opening night is here. Is he a guy that could be in a starting lineup, or do you think it may take him a minute?
It'll take him a minute. I think it's because of the defensive side of the ball. He needs to be more engaged. That's something Mike Brown can work on. That's something that Davion Mitchell will help him with. He's talked about Davion Mitchell being like a mentor of him, or not really mentor, a guy that he looks up to on that side of the ball. And I think it'll take him time. He's shown that he wants to get better on that side of the ball, which is obviously something we look for. But he just needs to do it. He needs to be more engaged because he has all the tools. He's 6'4" with like ridiculous speed and jumping ability, and his recovery speed is sometimes mind-blowing on film. And all he has to do is just put his body up in a guy and just play defense. That's pretty much all he has to do because he's the tools to make it work, in my opinion.
Do you feel like, though, we get blown away by a lot of those things that you were talking about, right? Like even just the ability to do some of those things at an elite level that you can't teach. But all the things that we also talk about that you identified as fixable, right? And I look at I feel like sometimes we erase the fixable because we're so wowed by this amazing play from Jaden Ivey. But the fixable things scare me because I go, does he have the potential mentally to fix those things? That's where I go, that's not on paper. How the hell are we going to figure out if he has that or not? Is that a risk in your eyes for the Kings?
I mean, it's a bit of a risk, but at the same time, that's kind of the same thing I have with Jabari Smith because, like, I mean, Jabari Smith has been wowed with a lot of people with the shooting, the defense, his instincts defensively, but, like, let's face it, he cannot create his own shot. He doesn't have a handle. He doesn't have finishing ability. He's not a great passer. And, like, I feel like that's a bit overlooked because, like, in the NBA, guys that are not even good athletes or, like, mostly mid athletes have the ability to create their own shot. Cade Cunningham is not a great athlete, but he can create his own shot. Jaylen Brown does not have a great handle, but he can still create his own shot. Jabari Smith, I don't think can do that. I mean, his release point and his size is great, but he's not really a creator. And I don't think mentally he's very flustered when he's handling the ball at times. And that's kind of the same questions I have with Jabari Smith. With Ivy, he's shown the willingness. I see like some issues defensively. He just gets caught ball watching at times. And like, that's something like just processing speed is something that I'm not really pleased about. He's not very quick. He doesn't recognize things, but like his recovery speed bails him out a lot. He just has to be be smarter on that side of the ball and be more engaged. And like mentally, I'm not too sure on Ivy. I just think that if he's at 4, you take a swing at him with that ceiling, with that ability, with the fact that like his recovery speed and his tools, all you need is defensive engagement, and it can be a two-way star, in my opinion.
Is it weird that Pernille is the only one that has sold me on Jaden Ivey? Like, I'm literally like, oh, wait, I kind of like this now.
He brings up great points, and he's realistic about it.
You are.
I think his Jabari take is a little harsh because he says what he can't do. I
Sure.
always add yet, because Jabari, to me, at his size, with that shooting, his ability to defend, I think he can get there. I really look at
And
him.
learn how to create his own shot at an elite level.
I
Okay.
do think he can. Maybe not, but at a solid level.
Yeah.
I think with Jabari, he's like the high floor, low ceiling guy for the top four. I mean, you have Paolo, who's probably the best all-star bet. Jabari's the high floor, low ceiling guy. Chet's obviously the best prospect in my opinion because he can pretty much do anything. He's so versatile. And Jaden Ivey's kind of the wild card. He can be Ish Smith or he can be John Morant in my eyes. He's pretty much everywhere. And with Jabari Smith, it's all about realisticness versus like potential ceiling. The potential ceiling is that he develops all of those things and it becomes a transcendent superstar because his base is very good because those instincts are very hard to teach. He knows where to be defensively and his length and speed defensively is great. And he's great mobility too, which Chet doesn't have, which is extremely good at that size and that ability with his shooting. But realistically, the place he's at with his other skills, I don't see it. I mean, you have to develop a handle out of nowhere. You have to develop finishing ability out of nowhere, and you have to develop like ability to go to move, be able to break a defender down without like his jab step, which I see him using a lot. And that won't work in the NBA. And obviously, he just shot over people in college, but NBA length is different from college. Like everyone knows this. So like, I mean, he has the ability to be that guy, but I don't know, man. It's just that he's at like a lower level than Jaden Ivey because Jaden Ivey has shown that he can do the things that we want him to develop. Jabari Smith has not really shown the things that we want him to develop, which is why I have Jaden Ivey above Jabari Smith.
All right, let's talk about Keegan Murray. I know you like Keegan. You may not love him at 4. It's weird because I feel like the conversation with him, especially in Kingsland, has been like people are starting to kind of dump on the guy a little bit. And I think he's a very talented player who has he's just going to be a good player in the league. Like worst case scenario, I just think he knows how to play the right way, good size. What do you like about Keegan Murray, and maybe what are some things that you think he's got to get better at if he's going to reach his full potential?
I think one of my favorite things about Keegan Murray is the fact that he's just a smart player. He knows when to make the right play. He knows where to be on the basketball court. And like, I mean, him as a basketball as a basketball player, like the 3 things that I like about him are his defensive ability. His defense has been very underrated by consensus, by like ESPN and whatever. And his transition scoring. And I feel like his transition scoring is where he got a lot of his buckets. And he's also a great cutter. And the last thing I like is his jump shot, man. And I mean, he shot 38% from 3 in college. He's got a very nice looking stroke. He gets it off pretty quickly and he's very consistent. And that's like, he's good at catch and shoot. He's okay off the dribble. He's not a great advantage creator, which is one of the big knocks on him, but like, he's just a smart player that knows where to play and can pretty much do everything offensively. He's versatile, can score in the post, can shoot the 3 ball, can finish, has great touch at the rim. He's pretty strong. He can score in transition. He can do a lot offensively and can do a lot defensively. He's like a plug and play guy that I think every team can use. You look at a 6'8" versatile forward that can play defense, and that's a commodity in the NBA. Every single team could use a guy like that. And like, I see people knocking on Keegan Murray because of the age and the fact that he's like low ceiling. Every single time on consensus or ESPN knocks a guy that's an older prospect and has a low ceiling, he surpasses that ceiling. That's like kind of like lazy in my opinion. If you knock a guy because he has a low ceiling and his age is like a little bit older than most guys, that's dumb. Because I mean, he can play basketball. That's pretty simple. You can see it in the film. He can cut, score in transition, defend, and that's pretty much all you ask for from like a college prospect. He can do a lot at the NBA, and that's perfect.
You mentioned his defense because I think I've seen it right at the college level, but I think some people, some of these, so-called draft experts don't know that it translates to the next level, that they're unsure that he's going to be able to do that against NBA speed, NBA athletes. Why do you think he can be a good defensive player at the next level?
I mean, simply said, his defense last year was good, but he had a massive offensive workload. And I mean, I feel like the fact that like, if he goes in the NBA, he's not going to be the number 1 guy. Everyone knows this. He'll be like, maybe like the 5th scoring option if he's lucky. No one's going to look for him to score. He's going to be a rookie. And the fact that he had that big of an offensive workload and was still such a good defender. I mean, look at his blocks and steals. He generated a lot of events defensively. And that's really intriguing because he had such a big offensive workload, but he was still able to be super effective defensively. And in the NBA, he's not going to have that workload. He's going to be able to spend more energy defensively. And I feel like his lateral quickness is pretty good for his size. I mean, a lot of his knocks are athletically because he's not able to like stand with like smaller, shiftier guards and also not go with like bigger centers. But I mean, I think he's like a 2 through 4 defender. He's pretty lengthy, knows how to use his quickness, good hands, pretty smart on that side of the ball, knows how to move his feet. And I feel like those traits can translate into the NBA, especially because his offensive workload was so high and that he can spend more time defensively. And that is something that I feel like people kind of underestimate. Usage rate is a big thing college-wise, and those high workload offensive scorers normally don't do much defensively in college, but Keegan still was able to do stuff defensively. So I think it'll translate pretty easily.
Yeah, no, and that's interesting to hear too. And I think the other reason why too it can translate because he is such a smart player, right? Like not only I think people don't understand whenever we've said he's a smart player. No, watch some of his interviews and the way that he studies up on guys and memorizes not only what is at hand for him, but for his entire team. He understands why he has to help because his teammate is guarding so-and-so who shoots, 40% from three. He just remembers and knows everything. And I feel like at the next level, having that type of mentality, that type of IQ, especially on the defensive end, it could only go up from there, right? Because you look at how much more you need to play in a team defense, especially when you don't have like these fantastic individual defenders on a team. But if you have someone managing you the right way with a team defense, he's someone who could excel in that, I feel like.
Real fast, too.
What?
The chat's buzzing about Pernille, but I got a text from a friend. I would take an effing bullet for Pernille.
Yeah.
The people love you, man. The people love you. Next guy I want to ask about, well, the chat's asking about someone. They want your thoughts on Shaedon Sharpe. And I know there's not a ton of footage out there for the public. He's the so-called mystery guy, although I think a lot of NBA teams have seen enough of him. He's got potential. Bobby Gerould, our guest that's coming up next hour with HoopObsession.com, really likes him. Where do you stand with Shaedon Sharpe?
Okay, before I get into Shaedon Sharpe, I want to just say that as an armchair guy, as a guy that doesn't get to talk to prospects, obviously doesn't get on the in on that, I don't see how you can like Shaedon Sharpe, especially when there's no film on him. And he interviewed so badly. I mean, like, I feel like those interviews are kind of like, they're not, I don't take too much stock on him, but he was just not great. Yeah. But I have him at 15 on my board. I mean, he has this potential, the 3-level scoring ability, good-looking jump shot, all this. But, I mean, I didn't see anything from him defensively. I watched a couple games of him in college. I watched, like, a couple, like, compilations and stuff. I wasn't able to find any games, but I didn't see anything defensively. I mean, like, I don't think he has a high motor defensively. And, I mean, you can kind of tell by the way he talks. I don't think that he just wants to play defense. And, like, I saw a couple of clips on him getting stripped from the ball. He doesn't seem like he has the mentality to be, like, a 3-level top tier scorer, and the potential is why mostly everyone's raving on him. He's going to be a project in the NBA. And like, I just don't see that. I mean, to be a good player in the NBA, you have to want it. And I don't see that want in him. Yeah. He doesn't
really quick, because you talk about the want. It's like, he keeps saying in interviews, like, I just want to be playing. I just want to be playing. And then when he gets challenged on that, then why aren't you, playing? There's like so much more to it. And whether it's him or not, I don't know. It's just, I understand the want.
I would say this, my one pushback to interviews and some of the stuff we do see, LaMelo Ball did not have good interviews. He did not have good public interviews.
Very true.
When you saw some of his film when he was playing, you're like, does he care? He's just jacking up shots.
He's just chucking it left and right. Yeah.
These are young guys who still can mature. They're not all 16-year-old prodigies like yourself. So like, you have to help nurture them along. And
sure.
The main thing is, do they have the talent, and do they, like you guys say, do they have the want, and can they get to the next level? So that's one pushback I would have is LaMelo got a little hate too.
I think with Shaedon Sharpe is that I can't put him in the lottery knowing that I don't know anything about him. I mean, What do you know about the guy? You see some high school films where he was like hitting 3-point shots over some kids that are going to go in calculus next period. Like, I think that's not fair. Like, I mean, he's literally playing against guys my age. If he's playing against like a 5'8" kid that probably doesn't really care much, he's just playing for fun, I mean, of course he's going to look good. But like, I want to see him in like an actual NBA talent, and then you can possibly evaluate, and then you can possibly see what he's like. But like, consciously knowing that I don't see anything from him, and in film he looks kind of lackadaisical, he just knows he's a better talent, he doesn't really try that much, I can't put him in the lottery. It's just my view on it. I mean, he could be a great player. I could be wrong, but like, I know nothing about the guy. He didn't interview well, which doesn't really make me feel better about him. And like, I mean, he didn't really play against great talent, so I can't put him in the lottery.
Let's talk about my guy.
Oh.
You know who I like?
Yep.
My guy, Benedict Mathurin.
Your guy.
Why you have him where again on your big board? Was it like 8 or something?
I have him at 8. Yeah.
Okay.
You act like you're like his number one fan
I like
or something.
Benedict Mathurin. I think he has the ability to shoot it. He plays with an edge. He's a nice athlete. I think defensively, he's got really good potential. He gambles too much. He makes some mistakes out there. But you know what I can tell about him?
What?
The guy wants it. He chirps a little bit.
Sure.
He's not scared of the moment. Good off ball, too. I like him a lot. And if the Kings had a chance to trade down maybe a spot or two and get him, I'd be all for it. Where are you at with him?
Okay, so with Benedict Mathurin, there's like a couple things that I feel like he needs to improve on pretty quickly. And that's, first of all, the handle. His handle was not good. I mean, let's face it. He cannot, like, he has the ability to create his own shot. He still some flashes, but he can't really do that at the next level at this point. His handle needs to improve a lot in my eyes. And then another thing that I want to see him improve is his technique and processing speed defensively. I see him thinking a bit too slow. He doesn't really move quickly. I see him want to play defense. He has the effort, but the technique and processing ability is a bit slow for Mathurin. He needs to improve that. Those are both coachable things, but I feel like knowing that guys like Duren, I like Duren a lot. I mean, he's fantastic. Obviously, that's not a guy that the Kings will get, but Duren is simply better than Benedict Mathurin right now. His Dyson Daniels
different player. Much different player.
It's just
very raw offensively.
I do agree with that. It's just that Duren's impact defensively, I think I like defensive impact guys a lot. I've mentioned this before. Yeah. And like Benedict Mathurin's advantage creation ability is awesome. Like he has the ability, he's showing flashes. He's a good mid-range scorer. I think he shot like 37% on mid-range contested shots, which was kind of weird because he didn't shoot very well uncontested. But yeah, he's a good scorer. He was the main guy on that offense in Arizona. And like, I don't think he's suited to be the main guy in the NBA. So like, I feel like you'll see a better version of him in the NBA when it comes to his creation ability, because he won't have the offensive workload, but like the technique and the processing ability defensively is not there. And I feel like he has to improve that before I can put him before like a guy like Dyson Daniels, who is the best perimeter defender in the draft pool right now, and Jalen Duren, who's a fantastic shot blocker, and he's only 18 years old and has high upside as like and he's super switchable too. I like Duren a lot, but yeah, I mean, Mathurin needs to improve the handle. Mathurin needs to improve his process speed and his technique defensively, because he's just not there yet defensively in my eyes.
All right, Jeremy Sohan is a guy that the Kings did work out. It's probably he's obviously a trade down guy if the Kings were to move down, but everyone talks about his ability to defend at the next level. What do you like about him? What are things you don't like?
I love Jeremy Sohan because he is a prototypical, like, I mean, at this point he's a specialist, but like he can do so much defensively. I mean, I was watching some film and he rotates, he sees everything on the court. And I mean, he played like kind of like the back end area. He played like a small ball 5 for Baylor a lot, but I mean, he was great. His processing speed is fantastic. He's very aware of where he's at. His awareness is fantastic. His reaction speed is awesome. I mean, I see this guy like tipping balls. It's like amazing. He's great at like playing the ball. He's great at playing off ball. I see him play help very well. He's great at playing one pass away. And defensively, he is like a top 3 prospect. All he needs is to work on the offensive side of the ball. And like, he's a non-shooter. He's not a good shooter at all. He averaged like 9 points on 29% from 3, and that's bad. But his passing out of the short roll was very interesting. I mean, he's a good passer. He's played overseas. He has NBA, like he has an NBA resume in my eyes, because he's played in a lot of different leagues. He played for like the Swiss national team. He was selected for the Swiss national team when he was 16, I think. And he's played for Baylor. Baylor's a great program. He played well. He's good defensively, one of the best defensive prospects in the league. I mean, in the draft, but he's awesome. I love Sohan a lot. And I feel like if we trade down to like 8 or 9, that's my number 1 guy that I'm looking at. Because I think Mathurin's going to go at 6, but Sohan would be a fantastic fit next to Domantas Sabonis, because he has a little bit of ability to like, I mean, his vertical like speed, his vertical jumping speed is not great, but he's good at rim protecting. He knows verticality like Chet Holmgren. He's great at protecting the rim in flashes, but like he has all the tools to be a fantastic defender in the NBA.
Wow. And the Kings need defense, Deuce.
What's the best case scenario for you? Is it just Ivy because he's number 2 on your board for the Sacramento Kings? Is that the guy?
I feel like I first want to see. I mean, I'm gonna wait. I feel like right now, the way things are, if we don't make a Collins trade, I want Ivy. If we do make a Collins trade, I would probably still want Ivy, but I want to trade down for like more impact guys, get a better defender maybe, because I don't like John Collins has athleticism. John Collins is a good shot blocker from the weak side, but he's not that great of a defender. I'd rather have a better defender at like the 2 or 3 maybe to pair with John Collins, because like, I mean, a Collins Sabonis front court would not be the best defensively in my eyes, but if we don't trade for Collins, stick at 4, take Ivy. Ivy's that guy. I think he's going to be amazing in the NBA. But if we do trade for Collins, let's see our options. And I mean, obviously, I'm okay with trading back for Keegan Murray if you get assets, because I mean, I like Keegan Murray a lot. He would be great. I just wouldn't take him at 4 because I feel like you can get assets, trade back, kind of get more stuff, and then get Keegan Murray too.
Yes.
Pernille, you're absolutely amazing.
You are.
And if you do feel like you're up for it later tonight, feel free to hop back in after the pick's made at some point. You have the Zoom link. But seriously, the chat is just amazed by you. I don't know that you honestly know like how good you are at this. You
Very talented.
The biggest thing I would say is you have an enthusiasm for the game of basketball, and that goes such a long way.
Don't ever lose that either.
Yeah. I love your passion. Seriously, I know you've got class coming up too, so thanks for fitting us in. We appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. It was very fun.
That's
right,
one. And how do people follow you? Do you want
yeah.
people to follow you?
I want to plug myself. My Twitter is GGS__10. Please give me a follow. I'm gonna do some more basketball stuff on there. I just got Twitter recently, but yeah, please follow me on Twitter because I mean, I'm gonna do a lot more stuff there too. If you guys want to if you guys liked what I did here.
Dude, you crushed it. They're gonna love what you did. So we appreciate you so much, man. We'll talk to you hopefully tonight. All right.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There's Pernille, our first guest of the NBA draft. More, I told you, I did I not hype him up to you this morning?
Like, are you shitting me?
Let's give that guy a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
Deuce has been hyping him up, and I had no problem. I think that's probably one of the things that Deuce and I believe in most in this business is really making sure that you're, helping out or empowering the next generation of people just in this business. Even if he doesn't end up being a broadcaster or anything, it's just within this business. And with Pernille, you never know what you're going to get, but that was just fantastic. His breakdowns, like he just loves it. That's what I loved about it too, was just how passionate he was talking about each of these guys. Not reading off shit, just knows his shit. Wow.
Let's just give some credit to Deuce Mason for scouting.
No. That's
I
not.
just found ESPN's replacement for Mike Schmitz with Pernille. I was the one that put him on this stage. It is me who is responsible for the next future general manager of an NBA team, the youngest in NBA history.
Are you going to be the Paul Heyman too?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Got it. Sounds great.
He doesn't realize he signed a talent contract. You signed a contract with me. I get 25% of all of his future earnings.
Poor kid.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Hey, appreciate you guys so much. Everyone watching us live as we just wrapped up hour 1 of our draft coverage.
That was an
1
hour?
That's 1 hour in.
That was fun. So thank you everyone for being here for that. We got Bobby Gerould coming up.
Yeah, in a few minutes, Bobby Gerould from HoopObsession.com. We'll talk to him. He actually really likes Shane Sharp, so we'll pick his brain on that, get his thoughts on kind of Larry. How are you feeling? Draft day's here. We talked to him immediately following the draft lottery. We'll see what's kind of changed with him. And, of course, we'll be ready for anything that goes down today. Any big trades, whatever happens, we'll be ready. Shout out to Steph Jones, who became a YouTube member.
Give me a hell yeah.
Appreciate you guys for all the support. Just being here, the likes, everything, it all helps. So thank you.
Hacks says, when Deuce likes him, he had a Karen moment when I was commenting about his long takes. So Hacks was saying that Pernille was talking too long. So the one person in the entire chat that was going to shit on this 16-year-old kid who's dropping more knowledge than 90% of the people here.
Well, not only that, if it was a good breakdown of his breakdown, and it wasn't just like, oh, he's talking too long or something, then I would be like, oh, okay, yeah, constructive criticism. But that's some bullshit.
Yeah, so make sure to follow GGS_10. These followers are blowing up.
So cool. So
Yeah,
cool.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm
Appreciate
glad everyone else got to experience that too. And even for me, because I've only seen, obviously what he's put in the Discord or whatever, but just not heard his voice. So that was great.
Okay, so it made you feel differently about Jaden Ivey a little bit? Like just hearing his stuff?
Yeah, only to the sense of, I mean, one, his excitement can sell you a little bit, but two, I've heard it from Jay Billis. I've heard it from a lot of draft gurus. I've heard it from basketball people. What Jaden Ivey can do is so special. Hearing it from Pernille and the way that he just like broke it down on just a different level that I've even heard a little bit before, but just hearing it again, it made me go, yeah, I understand how those fixable things on Jaden Ivey's list really are fixable. And he gave me confidence in that. But at the same time, the major question mark is, does he want it? The desire to get there, to fix himself defensively, to fix his playmaking ability, to make it an elite level. Like and I know that's a question for a lot of guys, but I feel like with guys like Keegan Murray, you could or even when Davion Mitchell was drafted last year, it was like, you could trust that, he wants it so bad that he's going to keep working to be great. And you never had to doubt that for a second. And I'm not acting like Jaden Ivey doesn't have that. I just don't know if he does.
Shout out to Swagman, who just became a member. That's what that sound was.
Give me a hell yeah.
God, shout out to everyone watching us on YouTube, on Twitch. Hour 2 is here. Let me finish my beer.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to I tried not sipping it the whole time that he was on. Because I was like,
no, I felt it was a little weird to be sipping a beer with a 16-year-old.
I kept drinking my coffee. I was like, I am not touching my beer.
We have a lot to go over. We know the Kings made a trade today, a minor one. We could talk about that in a bit. But what did you see? What did you feel when you heard that Jeremy Grant got traded and he went to the Blazers and it was for like a 2025 first-round pick?
When I first heard it, I think it was just like everyone's instant reaction is like, what? That's it? Like, why couldn't the Kings get Jeremy Grant? But then you look more into it and you realize what the Kings didn't have to get Jeremy Grant. And the second thought was good for the Blazers and just where they're trying to go with Dame Lillard. Is it still going to be enough with Nurkic and Dame and Anthony Simons? I'm trying to think who else. There's one more I'm
Josh
missing.
Hart.
Josh Hart.
Yeah,
is that going to be a team that can take it to the next level with Dame? I don't know. You still lost CJ.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what else they do. They still have the 7th pick in the draft, too. And there's some talk that they're trying to get OG Anunoby. We'll talk about him in just a few minutes. But I look at that Jeremy Grant deal, and for both sides, I mean, for Detroit, they must feel very confident that they're going to land like DeAndre Ayton. Or maybe they're in the mix for Miles Bridges. I don't know. Because they were able to clear significant cap space. What they did is they found a team in Portland that could just take on Jeremy's contract and not give them anything back. Obviously, Sacramento couldn't offer that. They could not just take in Jeremy Grant. They didn't have a trade exemption to do that. They didn't have the cap space to do that. Portland had that. They were able to do that. And for Portland, like, it just goes to show you what you've mentioned in the past. Like, the West is fucking hard.
Yeah.
The West is really tough. And
thank you.
Portland had a down year last year.
Yeah.
Dame injury. CJ, was
Injured
in and out, then traded. They
Yep.
went into full tank mode. They're playing guys off the street. Like, they were just, at the end of the season, you had a tough time recognizing some of the guys who were playing for them. You get a healthy Dame back. You add Jeremy Grant, who you know how much I like Jeremy Grant, a guy who could defend multiple positions. I mean, we'll see what else they do. I like Josh Hart, too. That's a tough team. Like, that's a tough team. And you start thinking about where the Kings are, and it's like how they get past them.
Don't even think about that yet. Don't even think about that right now, because you know how I feel about that. That's always what I mention whenever I talk about the Kings in the West, and everyone is, they have to be a play-in team, or they have to be, if some people are like, they have to be a playoff team. I'm like, you guys, look what they have to still defeat in the West, and they don't even have an established identity or culture, or as Mike Brown wants to put it, soul. It's like they don't have any of that yet. Can they build that? Yes, by building the way that they are doing, doing the things that they're doing right now, and then on top of that, bringing in a new coaching staff that believes so much in development. Because if they did pick a guy in Jaden Ivey today and they needed to develop him as a defender, it's not going to happen in 1 year, but at least they have something in place, as in a coaching staff and the people that have the ability to do that for a young draft pick.
Yeah, and the latest rumor we heard yesterday from Chris Haynes was that the Blazers are trying to land OG Anunoby with the 7th pick. Who knows if that's going to happen? I look at OG as a guy that if I'm McNair, I'm definitely calling Toronto and trying to figure out if he is truly available and what the hell is it going to cost to get him. Now, there's concerns with him.
Thank you.
The injury history, of course, we know back to when he was first drafted, the torn ACL, and last year he had some things. He's had hip issues in the past. He had a fractured thumb at the end of the last year.
5 seasons, never a full season.
Yeah, but also in today's game, how many guys are playing a full season?
5 seasons in very low number, like half seasons for.
Yeah, the last 2 years have not been good.
Right.
48 games, 43 games for the Toronto Raptors. And it's a risk. I mean, I think you have to take calculated risks. I think for a guy his size, he can hit the corner 3. He's an exceptional cutter. I saw a stat today that he ranked in the 95th percentile as a scorer on cuts and in the upper third of the league as a spot-up score. So you think about the opportunities he could get with Sabonis, but like that's just a portion of it. I'm more excited about his defensive ability. If he was in Sacramento, because of his size, he is long.
He can move laterally.
He can defend every position.
Yeah. No, he's talk about a guy instinctually on defense, what he can do, his ability to get his hands in the passing lane and just knows where the ball is going and what lane to be in and having his hands up. But not only that, he digs at the ball. If he's on ball, his on ball defense, he's digging. His off ball defense, his head's on a swivel. He knows where everyone is. He understands team defense. There's a lot of great things. And if he could stay on the floor, he could keep growing his offensive game like he has been.
Well, to me, if he's healthy, he could be on the all defensive team.
Sure.
And his salary's not crazy.
Yeah.
Like, he makes 17.3, then it goes to 18.6, and then a player option for 19.8 million in the 24-25 season. Now, if he's not healthy, that's an issue. Morgan's got a tinkle. Tinkle time for Morgan before we get to Bobby Gerould.
Give me a hell yeah.
Folsom Andy says that Pernille just pulled in 50-plus Twitter followers from his appearance. Hell yeah, dude. He's almost to 100 by now. That is awesome. Let's get to more of the chat. Of course, we're going to be hanging out here all day long into the nights. Zach says, would you rather have Collins or OG? I feel like they're different, right? That's a tough one. Depends on what you have to give up. I like them both. A lot of people mentioned Kai Sato. I don't know much about him, but I know there's a lot of people who do like him. Bass Drop says, I've heard Lou Dort and picks, trade rumors for the 4th. I just don't see that deal. I mean, I could be wrong on that. I like Lou Dort. Would not move down to 12 and get Lou Dort in that deal. I don't think that's enough.
Okay.
The Stats 916 says ESPN just killed us. Okay. Brent says, did you wash your hands?
Yeah, I mean, just with water.
As opposed to what? I'm just curious.
You're supposed to use soap because that really washes your hands. Otherwise, water doesn't like. And yep, there's pee all over my hands.
Why? I mean, you can't just go little soapy soap.
I was trying to run back for Bobby Gerould. Like, I'm not shaking Bobby Gerould's hand. I washed my hands with water, you guys.
Bobby Gerould's not even here yet. You can go wash your hands if you want. Go, feel free. Go.
I'm good.
You sick son of a.
Oh dear God.
Let's see the latest on our poll results too.
Ooh.
Draft days here. What happens at 4? 44% of people are saying Jaden Ivey. 39% of people saying Kings trade.
Almost 1,000 votes too.
Yeah.
Keep them coming, guys.
Yeah. The other thing you need to keep coming is making sure you hit the thumbs up button, because all it does is help our channel to grow, so more people get to see all of our content. So that would be huge. Hit the thumbs up button. We want everyone in the NBA universe to be here checking out our draft day special that will be lasting for a long time. The draft's not till 5. We still have like 5 hours until the Kings pick.
Oh, we're good. We're golden. Do you know my mom is bringing us lunch?
Good.
Good. Good?
My mom will not be. My mom's like in a mental facility right now.
Oh my God. It's the truth. So you shouldn't joke about it.
I'm not joking about it. I'm just telling the truth.
Well, it's really sad. Oh, come on. On a day like this, you're bringing that up?
I'm just telling you. My mom was like, they thought delirium. She was losing her mind.
It's true.
Tough life.
It's a very tough life. And I'm so sorry to mention that my mom's bringing us lunch. Oh my God, can we get Bobby Gerould on? Dear God, now.
Okay, let's bring him in. Of course, his website, HoopObsession.com. He is obsessed with the draft. We're so excited to have him on. And he was on with us the day after, or the night of the draft lottery.
Yeah.
And here we are. Draft day is here. Bobby, how excited are you right now?
Let's bring him in.
I'm getting feedback.
HoopObsession.com.
He's putting the headphones on.
Oh, yeah,
boy, I don't know
yeah.
if he can hear us.
Bobby.
Can Bobby hear us?
Oh, he's waving.
We're on a delay. We're on a delay with him right now.
You think?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
We got you. Can you hear us?
All right. I got to figure something out. Can you?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. You just let us know when you're ready.
Something out here.
Yeah,
I can't
do
hear
your
you
thing.
guys.
It's all good.
So
Yeah.
take me down for a second. Let me adjust something on my other.
We got you.
You got it, Bobby.
We got Bobby in just a second. By the way, if you do hear him, they won't hear him, Morgan. So yeah, Bobby Gerould, hoopobsession.com is his website, and he does like a big board where he ranks all the players on where they should go. Actually, I can show a part of it too for the people before we have him on.
And what I love about it too, we've asked Bobby in the past too, like what players was he so right on, and then what players was he so wrong about. And it's fun because there's some he's been very right about. And that's why with Hoop Obsession, I love following it because every year you do gain a little bit more of a nugget that you're like, oh, I didn't know of that before.
And look at how deep he goes, his big board through 58. Here we go. He's got Chet 1, Jabari 2, Shaden Sharp 3, Ivy 4, Banchero 5. He's got my guy Banchero 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's the Sharp. I've seen him tweet about Shaden Sharp a lot in the last month. And it's been interesting. He's really high on him. But what I love about Bobby too, he's not the type that's just like Deuce where he watches someone gets high on them and then sticks with it. Yeah. But anyway, also I'm getting so much Pernille love everywhere on Twitter and everything, on text messages. People are just loving what he had to add.
Well, he's great. I got to ban someone on Twitch real fast.
Oh, dear God.
Spamming us. Shout out Sheba Bros for becoming a member too on YouTube. So we'll get to him in just a few minutes because I'm very curious to see what he loves about Shaden Sharp. Where are you at emotionally as we sit 5 hours before the draft? And there's so many rumors out there from the trading of the fourth pick to John Collins. They could stand pat. Jaden Ivey at 4, Keegan at 4. Where are you? How are you feeling?
Deuce, you're going to be shocked. I feel really confident. And
why?
I think, so you know how I'm big on track record.
Yeah.
And what Monty did in the last 2 drafts from where he had to pick in the draft and just trying to figure out what the hell the Sacramento Kings were trying to do and needed to do, it was solid. It's not like it was mind-blowing, franchise-changing. It was solid. So now you have an opportunity to make a probably not franchise-changing decision, but a big move still that can change things for a sustainable future.
All right, well, let's learn more about this because this guy covers it like nobody does. We've talked to him many times over the years. HoopObsession.com's Bobby Gerould with us. And Bobby, welcome in. Happy draft day. How are you feeling on draft day?
I'm good. How about you guys?
We are fantastic, man. It's I know you've been doing so much work, and this is like, I don't know, it's like Christmas for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, a little bit. I get overly excited for the draft. Always have, going way back. I have a really cool picture of the very first year when the Kings were here. That very first draft. I don't know if you guys remember. There was, I think it was a Radisson, and it was the Woodlake Inn before that. Some old Sacramento heads will remember this stuff. But anyway, they had the draft party there, and my dad did a remote on the radio from KFBK. Actually, was the flagship station of the Kings to start out with. And we were there, and LaSalle Thompson was there by my dad. This is before they had even, I guess, played a game in Sacramento, and so we're waiting to see who the draft pick was, and I believe it was Joe Klein.
Wow. All the excitement. It's Joe Klein. And by the way, for those who don't know, Bobby's dad is the only voice, 37 years as the voice of the Sacramento Kings, Gary Gerould. And so Bobby obviously has a deep love for basketball, being around it so much. And yeah, it's crazy. All the drafts over the years, the excitement leading up to it. There have been drafts where the Kings have had multiple first-round picks. Hasn't worked out. Well, today they're at number 4, and there's so much excitement. I was checking out your latest big board over at HoopObsession.com, and I think the one thing that jumps out to many people is Shaedon Sharpe, who you have ranked at number 3. And I know there's a lot of like controversy over like what they call him, the mystery guy. I guess my pushback on it is he may be a mystery over the last year per se. Oh, who's this? Who's this cat?
Hey, hello, that's Dorothy Parker, who just decided to make a little cameo here with us.
Hell yeah.
Dorothy
Parker.
What are you doing? You should know better.
That's great. No, Dorothy's welcome.
She's always welcome.
Nothing like being a professional, right? You
Yeah,
know,
oh,
I've got
dude.
audio problems to begin with. I can't hear you guys now. I got cats jumping on me.
Bobby, look at us. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
we're
me?
hanging out. It's
Like
not a
I'm
big
in
deal.
I'm in my pajamas. So come on now.
All right.
So with Sharp, I think people act as if like the NBA teams have not seen a minute of him. Like
Right.
there is some stuff on there, right? The EYBL stuff that is available for them to watch. They've talked to people. He didn't play last year, and I'm sure that's a concern for some people. You have him ranked as your number 3 player. Why do you have him at number 3? Like what do you really like about his upside?
I think when you look at the overall prospect, sometimes you just have to trust what you see. And I could be wrong. And I think all the people who are detractors of Sharp, they make valid points. But I would say this, I mean, yes, it's not like he went unscouted. People want to call him a mystery man, stuff like that, but he did practice with Kentucky. So people watched him practice and watched him play. Jay Billis said he watched Kentucky practice, and instead of, he was supposed to be there scouting, doing homework for the next Kentucky game he was going to televise, but instead he spent his entire time watching Shaedon Sharpe practice and go through his individual work. So I see a guy who can score on 3 levels. He can handle the ball. He has great footwork, and he's an explosive athlete. He can shoot the 3. He can drive it. He was the consensus number 1 player in his draft class for the high school draft class of this year, 2022. But he went and reclassified, graduated a semester early, and went to Kentucky and never played there. Now, that's where we run into some problems because people, want to know about, is he a competitor? Does he compete? How do we know if this guy even wants to play? And I would just say that, and again, this kind of came up last year with a prospect. I don't think these kids are making the decisions. I think it's the people around them. I think it's parents. I think it's advisors, and whether it's bad advice or not, I do think you have to factor that in. So I'm banking on what I see as just phenomenal upside. And it's not like, people want to just discount him because he didn't play college basketball. Well, Kevin Durant didn't play. Kevin Garnett didn't play college basketball. Kobe Bryant didn't play college basketball. There are plenty of people who didn't play college basketball who ended up being, really successful superstars in the NBA. So it's not unprecedented. He was the number 1 ranked player in his class. And now you're getting a chance to get a shot at him a year earlier than anyone could have imagined. So that's where I'm at.
With as much as you like him, would you take a chance on him at 4 if you were the Kings, or is that something you're like, hey, just based on like some of the mock drafts out there, if you were to take a shot at someone like that, you move down?
Well, at this point, again, for me, just for how I do it, I'm at the point where I have to ride or die with this because I have him listed there. So that's where it's at with me. Now, is it, as I've said, I've been on a few different podcasts and on the radio and stuff. And I'll say repeatedly, it's very easy for me to just sit here and say, yeah, I mean, it's just my rankings. It's not a mock draft. That's how I see it. I look at it and I'm like, I would take Chet number 1 if I had a chance, then probably Jabari number 2. And then I would go Shaedon Sharpe number 3. And it doesn't mean that I don't like Keegan Murray. It doesn't mean that I don't like Jaden Ivey. It doesn't mean that I don't like your guy, Ben Mathurin. You know, I just look at Shaedon Sharpe and think that I see something special and unique as a talent. And I think he would excite a lot of people. So that's where I'm at.
So one thing on Sharpe, someone in the chat was asking this, so I figured I'd ask. I don't know if you do NBA comps at all, or do you see shades of anyone with Shaedon Sharpe, or is there any NBA comps that you see at this point with him?
You guys know me. I'm not the comp guy.
Right.
I try to avoid that at all costs, because I think that's how you get into trouble with overvaluing. Again, I like Jaden Ivey, but I don't think he's John Morant. I like Jabari Smith, but he's not Kevin Durant. I'm sure of that. So Shaedon Sharpe, I'll say this: he's as athletic as anybody you can find in the NBA. His legs, he has that strong base. I don't know how much you guys have been able to watch him, but just looking at him physically, he doesn't look like a guy who's going to have any problem, mixing it up and having some longevity in the NBA, because he has those big, thick, strong, sturdy legs. He's a fascinating prospect, and yeah, his interviews have not been good, but I think Morgan, you and I discussed a couple years ago LaMelo Ball and how much we hated his interviews, and I made the mistake of dropping LaMelo Ball because of his interviews. And so that's one of the things I try not to do. I try not to get into the psychiatry any more than I need to. I mean, every once in a while there's someone who I just am like, nope, that's not my guy. There's no way I'm going to take that guy. But I didn't get that vibe from Shaedon Sharpe.
It's so funny that you remember. That's what I was going to even ask you about, because it was something that you and I definitely spoke on with LaMelo Ball. And I think with Sharpe, there's so much around it. Oh, he's not good with his interviews. He's not good with his interviews. It just doesn't mean enough to me anymore. And I'm thinking, obviously, with you, it doesn't mean that much for you anymore either. And if that's the case, you just think that this young guy, he would be not necessarily NBA ready, but there's the comp of some people saying that he would be more like a Terrence Ross or an Anthony Edwards. You have him closer to the Anthony Edwards there and not in the in-between.
And I wasn't a fan really of Anthony Edwards coming out, because I overanalyzed his lack of love for the game. I thought that I was like, I don't believe this guy loves basketball. Oh my goodness, here's Prince.
Yes. This is Prince. I love that the cats just pop up, dude. That was amazing.
Like, my turn.
He should know better too. They're both just over 1 year old. They came from the same litter, Prince and Dorothy Parker did, and they are just a handful. Prince especially.
I mean, it's draft day. This
know,
is like our catnip.
I should have put him in the garage.
No,
those darn cats. So another thing about Shaedon Sharpe too is, so not only is he the #1 consensus player of his high school class, I mean, he's also 6'6" with like a 6'11" and a half wingspan. So it's not just, again, I didn't just turn on a couple of highlights and say, okay, that's my guy. There are subtle things that you see though in a high school. People can discount, oh, it was a high school game, whatever. Well, his high school team went 22-3. They were very good. And watching him in the Nike EYBL stuff, you see things that, if you guys saw it, you would be like, oh my gosh, sometimes it's a save, a ball that's going out of bounds that maybe one of only 10 people in the world could have gotten to, and he got to it and saved it and made a play that ended up being an assist. Another one, it's a drive at full speed behind his back and then a finish with the left hand. You watch a guy be able to have that kind of skill level at his age with his athletic ability, I think it's a gamble worth taking.
Man,
I know.
I'm not convincing too many people out there. I know.
No, it's fun. You know what I love though? It's like, you're not doing it to be different. You're just going based on what you see. And, some people want to just follow along with all the mock drafts and be like, there's no way because this mock says this. You're just going by what you see. And there's nothing wrong with that.
We know that it's never going to be the way. Like, when has a draft ever gone 1, 2, 3, 4, and those are the 1, 2, 3, 4 best players in the draft? The way it ends up, it never works out that way. So why should it work out that way this time? People thought I was crazy I had Tyrese Halliburton third that year of the Edwards and Ball draft, I had him second. And right now, I think he's probably the third best player behind Edwards and Ball. In that draft, he ended up falling to 12th. So people are going to get stuff right. People are going to get stuff wrong. And that's why we love the draft.
So tell me this, am I wrong that I'm not completely sold on Jaden Ivey like so many others? Like we were just talking to a 16-year-old prodigy who knows the game at such a high level somehow.
Dude, trust me, I didn't even know if I wanted to come on after that.
Stop it.
He stole the show.
I'm serious. I was like, come on, man. This kid. Yeah. No, that was impressive.
Yeah. And when he was talking about Jaden Ivey and talking about the fixable skill sets that he may have, that, hey, if you put him in the right situation with the right coaches, he can develop those sides of things. But there's still something about it that I'm not sold on. And I can't tell if it's just because I don't know enough about his mentality and his desire and his want, or if it's just like I'm too scared. What is it about Jaden Ivey that if you could convince me right now that he is what everyone else is saying he is?
I'd rather just tell you that I kind of agree with you.
Okay.
And, in the sense that I see what everyone else sees as far as the explosiveness and the ability. And I think Pernille's right that, with NBA coaching, you would think that he would become better. I think maybe have a better feel for the overall half court offense, share it a little bit more. I thought, he got himself into trouble with over penetration. He played with two big guys that weren't really fleet of foot at all. So that makes me wonder, in the NBA with the NBA spacing and playing with more NBA athletes, and Trevion Williams and Zach Edey. Zach Edey's slow. He's really talented, from the torso up, but he's just slow. And Trevion Williams is a guy I really like, but he had some of the slowest times in the draft combine as far as moving his feet and three-quarter court sprint and stuff like that. So he wasn't paired with the kind of bigs that he'll be paired with in the NBA. So from that standpoint, I see all the upside, but I would come back to, well, he did play with two bigs and still barely had a positive assist to turnover ratio, two good bigs too. It was like, you should have been feeding those guys and just doing more. I mean, he was 10th in the Big Ten in box score plus minus. You would think if the guy's in the lottery, he's about to be a top 3 or 4 pick in the NBA, you'd be better than 10th in the Big Ten. So those are some of the things that give me a little bit of pause. And then I would also say this, I would go back and look at what he did in college versus say some of the other great guards in the NBA and where they were at least on my little hoop obsession calculation. And the hoop obsession calculation is a lot more in favor of Steph Curry, Trae Young, John Morant on a completely different tier, really, than Jaden Ivey is. Ivey's more in that tier of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, De'Aaron Fox, which is a very good NBA player, borderline all-star, right? But neither one of those guys have been, and the other three are superstars. So that's kind of where I'm at with Jaden Ivey. I think the idea of Jaden Ivey is probably a little bit better than the actual player is right now, and he'll have to catch up to that, and he probably can, but he might not.
The other guy that the Kings have been tied to, and let's be honest about this, I don't know that anyone has a totally great feel with what Monte McNair wants to do. It seems like we've heard of every possibility, but the other name that they've been tied to is Keegan Murray, who obviously took a significant step in his second season as Iowa, getting on the map to be in this position where he could be drafted as high as 4. What do you see in his game?
I like Keegan a lot. Again, though, I think like the numbers are probably overinflated because of where he played. You watch Iowa games and you would have seen him in the low post to mid post beating up on Big Ten athletes. And, I say that respectfully, but the Big Ten just doesn't have the greatest athletes compared to some of the other conferences. So I made the analogy the other day that if you swapped out Paulo Banchero and Keegan Ivey, swap their teams, put Keegan on the Duke team and put Paulo on the Iowa team, I think Paulo's numbers would be greatly inflated from where they're at. And I think Keegan's would go the opposite way just because Mark Williams is going to take some of those rebounds. You got Trevor Kills out there doing things. You got Wendell Moore Jr. doing things. So Paulo really had to play more of a sharer's role and be part of a team of 5 really talented guys. Whereas Keegan Murray was the man on that team. He was the big man on that team. I mean, they may have had another big, I think Rabracha was their big guy. And it was like, you know what I mean? It was like really when they needed it, they needed Keegan Murray to be the guy. So I think that's how he kind of got some of those inflated numbers. So I like Keegan Murray. I just think there are a couple prospects better than him. So if you could trade down and get Keegan Murray, I'd be all for it.
All right. You know, I like Benedict Mathurin, but I'm sure you've seen a lot more of him than I have. What jumps out to you? Where do you have him at this point?
I think I have him like 9th.
Okay.
On my deal. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I think that's where it's at. I like Ben Mathurin as far as, I see again, the kind of the high ceiling guy, he definitely has room to grow. I mean, he's an athlete. I think he's tough. I think he showed that. I think he's a competitor. He doesn't back down from a challenge at all.
I get sucked into that a lot, I think, when I watch guys.
Yes,
I
you
get
do.
really sucked in.
Yes, you do.
But that's big though, right?
It is.
It's you can't put a price tag on the want to. And he has the want to. So I think he's one of those guys. Again, defensively is where I get a little bit concerned about him. But maybe you can teach that. He certainly would have the tools to do it. He's a good enough athlete. He flies around the court. But I thought Arizona was better. I'm certain without looking at it that they had a better defensive rating as a team when he was off the floor. And that's one of the things that I put a lot of faith in over the years is kind of looking at being able to separate it. It's not always a great truth teller, but there's some truth in it.
Oh, do you think does that just go more to his instincts on defense, or just like the way? What is it about him defensively? Is it more him as a team defender, or what?
I would think so. In that sense, because when you look at him, you see, obviously he has the athletic ability. He's rangy. But a lot of times where defensive ratings suffer is when someone gambles too much. Someone who gambles for a lot of steals instead of just staying sound. Someone who gambles for block shots instead of just staying sound. Someone who sometimes it's at the end of an offensive play. You find yourself on the floor like John Morant does all the time. And I think that greatly affects his defensive rating. He's on the ground way too much. He goes to the basket hard, and then he's on the floor for 2 or 3 seconds, and the other team's breaking down the other way. So, and sometimes that can affect it. So there's a whole bunch of different things that can go into why a person's defensive rating is what it is. And sometimes it's a lack of being a team defender, or a lack of length, or in the cases of, like I said, John Morant, just, being on the floor and not being able to physically play defense if you're laying on the ground.
Yeah, I think when I look at Mathurin, I see some of the stuff defensively too, the gambling. I do feel like he's a guy that wants it though. And he's got the mentality that he wants to get better. There are stretches where he's pretty engaged and into a guy. And so that's where I think maybe I'm higher on him defensively. I'm like, okay, I think he's got the tools. He seems like he's strong enough. I think he's a good athlete. And then it's like going back to watching another guy like Jaden Ivey. I watch him defensively. I get so frustrated with him because
No, I agree.
sometimes his hands are just straight. Arms are straight down.
Right.
He does a great job. Like sometimes he takes a really bad route on a screen, but somehow blocks the shot. And you're like, oh God, just stay locked in. And so I think I see more flashes of good from Mathurin on defense. And I'm like, okay, he's young. Get him with some good defensive coaches. Develop him. Maybe there's something
That's
there.
what I want to ask too, Bobby. Am I getting too high on the Kings and Mike Brown and what his defensive philosophy could possibly bring to this team? I'm not acting like they're going to look like the Warriors next year. I'm not one of those people. I'm more into the patience of it and to what it can develop into under Mike Brown's defensive philosophy and leadership.
Yeah, I think it's great that obviously Mike Brown, he really knows. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to tell him something that's new about defense in the NBA. And he's been in the trenches with someone as intense as Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala. Now, for my money, that's why the Warriors defense is so good. It's I like Mike Brown, but take away Draymond Green from Mike
Right.
Brown, and we might be talking about a whole different thing. To me, that's why the Warriors are great defensively, is because of Draymond Green. And Draymond Green holds players accountable as a player, as a teammate.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect too. So maybe Davion can be that guy for the Kings. He can be that extension of the coach. It certainly can't hurt though, right? I mean, you would think that if there's anyone out there who has a chance to teach this team defense and to be able to play defense the correct way, it would be Mike Brown. There's been only a handful of guys in the NBA over the years that you looked at that were like, Jeff Bizdelek comes to mind, was a great defensive mind. So yeah, I mean, I didn't see Jeff Bizdelek as one of the candidates to be the head coach. So
Yeah.
If Mike Brown's going to be your guy, then yeah, I'm good with that for sure.
So what are you hopeful for Sacramento today?
Oh.
Like if you had the Bobby Gerould wish list, or what are you hoping to see tonight?
Yeah, I think I'd get excited if there was a trade. I kind of feel like the idea of who might be there at the 4th pick is probably better than the actual player, unless it's my guy Shaedon Sharpe, which I doubt it will be. From everything I'm seeing, it looks like Shaedon's going to fall a little bit later in the lottery, and that's fine. So if there's a trade, I'm a big Tari Eason fan. I really like Tari Eason, and I really like Mark Williams from Duke. And I think, I keep seeing these guys mocked somewhere from 13 to 17. And I'm like, if there's a way you could come out of this draft with Mark Williams and Tari Eason, I'd do a backflip if I could. So that's where I'm at.
But can you do a backflip?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we'll find out if that
Never,
happens.
never could. And never could. So, but yeah, I'd be excited about that. I think that, I don't think the Kings have that terrible of a roster, honestly, when you look at it,
Yes.
Sabonis and Fox, and, we'll see what they do with Trey Lyles. I would think it depends, I guess, on what's going to happen here in the draft, but
Yeah.
I'm in favor of bringing back Trey Lyles as well. So we'll see what happens with that. I think you've got Fox and you've got Davion Mitchell, which I think you're pretty solid there. The return of Terrence Davis ought to be a good thing. We'll see what happens with DiVincenzo. If DiVincenzo gets an offer that's outrageous, then, maybe you let him walk, or you try to do some sort of a sign and trade or something like that. But it depends on who you draft too, right? I mean, if we're adding Jaden Ivey to this roster, then all of a sudden it's really crowded there in that backcourt.
Man, it's
What do
gonna
you
be
guys
interesting.
think?
Well,
What do you want?
Well, I keep allowing people to tell me what I want, but what I've come to today, as it is the draft day, I have a lot of confidence in Monty McNair tonight, but I feel like that is going to be a trade down situation. Now, if it was a trade up situation, then I'm excited. I'm doing a freaking backflip,
There we go.
Yep. But if it's a trade down situation and you get to get a draft pick in this draft, and you get, I don't know, just an established NBA player already with some team, I don't know what that looks like, you guys. That's where I would be happy.
Deuce?
Yeah, I think I'd be fine with Jay and Ivy at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Totally fine with it. I'm not as excited as everybody else, and the draft grades are polar and A+ for Sacramento. I'm like, yeah, we'll wait and see. It may I don't care about draft grades. I just, I'm not as high as everybody else is. I see the good. I really would love to see them find a way to pull off a deal. Not just with, I'm not talking about the 4, outside of the 4.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a future pick. I mean, if you're in this position now where you're like, we're trying to win now, you may have to use some future assets. And is that a complete gamble? Yeah, because if you're bad this year and then Sabonis wants out, or you got to move Fox and you have a draft pick, you're in a really shitty situation.
Right.
But, OG Anunoby's intriguing to me. And I
like
know
him, yeah.
I know the injury stuff the last couple of years isn't great, but God, I just look at him at his size, defending multiple positions, great cutter. I'm like, if he is truly available, what's that going to take? I am intrigued with John Collins. I think he would be a good fit next to Sabonis. I'm a little concerned about that defensively. But I want to see a splash like that.
Yes.
You can go ahead and keep 4, pick your Jay and Ivy at 4, but I want to see a deal outside of that to add some significant talent to this group.
Well, if you look at the Kings, like for last year, I jotted down a couple of numbers here. 25th in the league in 3-point makes out of 30 teams, 24th in 3-point percentage, 26th in rebounding last year. So, those are 3 areas right there where, again, I think, Fox and Sabonis, if that's going to be your deal, then you need to surround them with, it's easy to say we need to surround them with some shooters. Well, you need shooters that can play basketball though too, right?
Yes.
I mean, I have a big issue with some of these. There are some new Jack players. There's some players in this draft. Caleb Houston comes to mind. Max Christie's another one. They may get drafted in round 2, who were freshmen this year, who are basically just shooters, but they look the part. Like you look at Caleb Houston, he's like 6'8" and built like a Greek god. And you're like, dude, why don't you have more game than you have? You just stand out there and shoot on the perimeter. It drives me batty. I like guys who compete, who make plays, who get to the free throw line. I mean, Gary Payton II can't really shoot, but I want that guy on my team. He defends his butt off. He makes timely cuts. He'll dunk in traffic. He's not afraid of contact. To me, we need more guys that are basketball players that just make plays. So if you can find those shooters that can make plays, then I'm all for that. A lot of people have mentioned Jeremy Sohan. I've heard that name mentioned quite a bit. He can't shoot.
Yeah.
He can't shoot. Like
He can
play.
defend though, that right?
No,
like
he defends his butt off. There's no question about it. But for the Kings, like you already have Fox, who's a 29% 3-point shooter. You got Sabonis, who to me is a 5, period, not a 4. He's a 5. He doesn't really stretch the floor. I mean, you look at the percentages for him, it's 32-ish, I think, somewhere right in there. So in this day and age, I think you really should only have one non-shooter on your team, like one guy who's below 33% on the floor at any time. The Kings are starting off with their 2 best players with one hand tied behind their back that way.
It's
So
true.
you've got to get some dudes who can make threes.
And you're banking on acquiring people like that and hopefully some internal improvement. But based on Fox's career, he had the 1 year, that 2018-19 season, where he shot at a good rate.
Right.
But he's been throughout his career like right around that 29-30% range. And he's got to prove that he can be. I mean, I've told Morgan this for years. If Fox could just be a 35% 3-point
Dude,
shooter,
it would.
That's it.
Oh.
I'm not asking for much.
Right.
Just 35%.
But you guys, this too, and I don't know if you feel the same way, Bobby, but I try not to get too sold on what guys are telling me, what I'm hearing, like, oh, great, guys are working hard. It seems like Fox has a different mentality going into this season. Ever since that press conference after the end of last season, talking about, hey, what he wants to see in a coach, structure, discipline, all those things. And then hearing all the little things with Mike Brown and how he is going to be working out on his honeymoon. Like he's locked in.
Yeah.
He wants to be different. I feel like he can take it to the next step this next season. Are you feeling that at all?
I like De'Aaron Fox. I really do. I mean, he's and I agree with Deuce so much. It's only a couple percentage points we're asking for here. And if he can get to that point, great. But the fact is he hasn't so far. So that's what I come back to. There's a lot of, if we could do this, if we could do that. And, and that's why you end up out of the playoffs for 16 years in a row. At some point, you got to pay the piper, and we need to be making threes and doing things. I thought the Kings, I hated the way they played the second half of the season after the trade. Justin Holiday is a great dude, a great teammate, but he has no business playing 30 minutes a game on an NBA roster in 2022. He just doesn't. And maybe that's why the Kings lost a few more games, and they're now lucky enough to be in the position that they're in to get the 4th pick. I'm not sure where that was coming from, but Dante DiVincenzo should have been starting over Justin Holiday and playing way more minutes. That's my opinion. And I'll go to the bank with it for a long time.
No, I'm with you on that. So. I think too, like I was trying to figure out why that was the case. And the only thing I can think of was Holiday was shooting the ball well from 3, with the Pacers.
Right.
And that Gentry goes back with Holiday, and it was like, hey, I'm trusting this guy. I'm gonna do right by this guy. What are the odds?
I have nothing to lose.
I'm not excusing it, but because I'm with you. I was like, Dante clearly should be the guy out there.
And the only other thing I can come up with was it was dictated from the front office that this is who you're going to play.
Yeah.
Because to me, it really was that head scratching. Again, Justin Holiday is a great teammate. He's a great NBA player. He's a great story. I was a champion of his when he was outside of the NBA, and I saw him in summer league kind of make a jump and start making those 3-point shots because he couldn't make them in college. And he started making them in summer league. And all of a sudden you look at the way he defends. And I remember whenever it was that he finally made that jump to the NBA, writing, Justin Holiday is ready to be on an NBA roster now. So I don't want to disparage the guy, but I just think that at this point there are certain baselines that you have to meet. And as far as efficiency is concerned, for me to be on the floor, and whether he can shoot or not, he didn't, he's not the defender he was 6 years ago, and he just didn't make enough plays. He just didn't.
What?
No, go ahead.
No, you.
No, you want me to go? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. John Collins, what do you think? I mean, obviously there's a lot of noise about John Collins at this point. Potentially in a Harrison Barnes deal. Mark Steins reported that as of this morning and yesterday. Sounds like Collins could be on the move. I feel like for Sacramento, having an athletic 4 with some size next to Sabonis is ideal. What do you think of a fit with John Collins in Sacramento?
I think it would be okay. Again, depends on, what they draft and what all they come up with there. But I think Collins would be an upgrade over Trey Lyles. He'd be an upgrade over Chimezie Metu. He'd be an upgrade over Marvin Bagley. He's one of those guys. I think he's 36% from 3-point range. But still to this day, when I see him shoot threes, I don't believe it. And maybe that's just me. I don't know if that's, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't look like the greatest purest shot. And he's not really someone who's ever going to create one of those threes. It's more of those, if he's standing out there and he's open and they kick him the ball, an offensive rebound or a swing, then he can make a 3. So that's kind of where I'm at with him. I think he is one of those ball players around the basket, though. He's a guy who can make plays. I think he'd be an upgrade in that regard. I think he's an upgrade from an efficiency standpoint. Defensively, I would be concerned about a combination of Sabonis and John Collins. Just kind of Collins is weird because he almost plays like the way a center plays to me around the basket more than a stretch 4, even though the stretch 4 is his position. So it'd be interesting. I think it'd be an upgrade, but I'm not going to do backflips.
And backflips. And rumblings too around John Collins and then Kevin Huerter as well. And not as many though when you hear that name. But if you were to hear that deal, but the number 4 pick was involved, but there was more even to it, which I don't know what that would be. Would that woo you at all? You got your shooting, you got your athletic power forward. Like, does it do anything for you to see established players and maybe thinking about putting them in a new situation in Sacramento and what that could do?
I don't know. Sometimes I think that's the poo-poo platter approach, right? I think Bill Simmons has gone over that before. It's kind of like, if I add this egg roll to this package, does that make it a little more appetizing?
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure. I think you only get a chance to pick in the top 4 every so often. So it depends on what we're getting back. If we're getting back, where are the Hawks pick? 17th?
16.
16?
Yeah.
So if it comes to that time and Tari Eason's still on the board, because I love Tari Eason so much, then for me, yeah, I'd be a lot more apt to swing a deal. That's where I think Charlotte's a little bit curious. So they have 13 and 15, right?
Yeah.
Man, like if you could make a deal to get Charlotte's 13 and 15, and you could get Mark Williams and you could get Tari Eason, then again, that maybe it's just me, but I'd be all for that.
Man, it's going to be wild tonight. I can't wait to see what transpires. Bobby, seriously, we can't thank you enough for the time. And have fun tonight. You know, you've done all this homework, and now you kind of can see how it starts to play out. Then you get Summer League, and it's on.
I am looking forward to Summer League, definitely.
Yeah. What days are you going out there?
I'll go the day before it starts on the 6th, and then come home I'll be there for at least 9 days, I think, something like that. So
Well, we'll see you there.
We'll be there for a few days too, so we'll hit you up. So
yeah, definitely. Looking
well,
forward to it. Can't go
dude,
wrong in Vegas.
Yeah,
No.
I can't wait to watch some basketball, man. Well, thank you so much again for the time,
Thanks,
and we'll
Bobby.
chat with you soon.
You guys are the best.
Appreciate
you are.
that. No, thank you
No.
so much, man.
Thank you. Have fun.
All right, that's
Bye.
the one and only Bobby Gerould. I know he's excited for draft night tonight, and yeah, it's fun. We got a long ways to go, Morgan. We got a long ways.
We got a long ways to go.
Can I just say one thing real fast?
Yeah, what?
I have to pee. Really
You
bad.
go pee. Mom! Meatloaf!
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, wait, Mom, come here. Oh, wait, do you have something in your teeth? Oh, there, you're good. Come on in. My mom brought us lunch, and I'm really excited. Hey, girl. You don't know what to say, huh?
No.
Oh, that's okay. Why don't you put on your glasses so you can see things? This is my mom. This is TR Reagan, everyone that we always talk about. Oh, no, we don't say that on this live podcast. There's hundreds of people watching, so there you go. She's like, oh, God, this is not exciting. Can I, just quick question. What did you bring us for lunch?
Mendocino Farms,
Oh, what did we get?
quinoa salad,
Ooh,
avocado,
thank
vegan
you.
Reuben.
Thank you so much. Are you super excited for the NBA draft?
Yes.
What are the Kings going to do?
Win.
All right, get out of here, Mom. That's TR Reagan, everybody. Oh, love you, Mom. There you go. That's the one that
What a
writes all the
breakdown we just
creepy
got,
ass
huh?
books.
What a breakdown. And brought us
the
food
best.
for our
Yeah,
last.
dude.
We're not taking breaks today. Do you understand that we start at 11 a.m.?
I love it. Who does she want in the draft? She wants them to win, okay? God damn it, that's what she wants.
We start at 11. We're going to 12. It's actually 1 now. We're going to keep this going all day long. And we're going to go all the way, hopefully, to midnight tonight.
Give me a hell yeah.
He's saying that, but he's like, I'm joking, but he's not really
Oh,
joking.
I would be here all night long.
I
Whether
know.
Morgan wants to be here or not, Deuce Mason will be here. It's the NBA draft. We have been waiting for this day for how long? We've been talking. We've been looking at mock drafts. The Kings are at number 4. They have the chance to make some noise. The experts, the so-called experts, are talking about that is when
So-called.
the number 4. This is when the draft starts at number 4.
Uh-huh.
The Kings have a chance here to do something big. They could also shit the bed.
They could shit the bed.
It's this weird nerve-wracking feeling.
It is.
Oh, I love it.
I'm confident because guess what? You're not going to know today whether it's really good or really
Yep.
bad. You're just not going to.
BW says, it feels like we've been waiting for this day forever. Everyone in the chat on Twitch and YouTube, we can't thank you enough. We're going to need you guys and your energy to carry us through the night. Draft's not till 5. We're going to keep this thing rolling. We got Sean Cunningham over from Fox 40. Excuse me. The beer. It's the beer that got to me. We got Sean Cunningham from Fox 40 coming up in the 1 o'clock. We'll talk to him not only about the draft, Mike Brown. We'll just vibe with him. We've known Sean for a long time. I've known Sean since I was 16 years old.
Wow. I've known Sean since I was like 23, 22.
How about Matthew says, TR, love your books.
Aww.
Chris is the famous author.
What a legend.
I want to know from the chat, from everyone watching us live right now. First of all, hit the damn thumbs up button. That should be at 500 right now. How are you guys feeling at this moment about the draft? Whether you're a Kings fan, I know we got NBA fans. The whole NBA universe is here watching us.
Oh.
How are you feeling about your
The
squad?
entire universe, obviously. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What's the vibe? Did you wake up this morning and you feel the same exact way? Or are you feeling different now that it's the afternoon?
And shout out to Akira, who just subscribed on
Appreciate.
YouTube. Appreciate that.
Appreciate the love.
Yeah, I definitely feel anxious because it's just, here's what I worry about. I'm going to tell you what I worry about right now for Sacramento at 4. I don't want them to make a move off fits and think short term and think, hey, let's just get a guy that we think is going to fit well with us next year at 4, Okay.
Okay.
And just and see how it plays out. Maybe get in the play-in. if Jay and Ivy's there and you truly, based on all the games you've watched, seen him in person, talked to maybe people who have coached him throughout the years, if you think he's got star potential, I don't think you can pass that up. And there's enough flashes.
I agree.
There's enough flashes out there that it's not ridiculous to take that swing. Now, I think there's some people who criticize him. How's that fit with Fox and Mitchell, all these guards? I think if you're picking at 4, you can't really think about that. The Kings need star power. Sabonis has been an all-star, but De'Aaron Fox hasn't. And if you have a guy in Jay and Ivy who has that potential, whether it may take him a year, 2, 3, 4 to get there, you do it.
Well, and that's Deuce. How many times, year after year, have I used the P word? Patience.
Yeah.
And everyone wants this win now scenario, but then you're seeing what win now has happened each and every year. Probably not in the last 2 years. It hasn't been this win now situation, but you've seen what has gone down with the win now scenario. It's just an awful rotating, habit that happens every couple of years, whatever you want to call it. And this sport needs to be respected more. And with this sport comes a lot of patience. When you add in a brand new coaching staff, I know so many people just want this coaching staff to come in and make this team the best defensive team in the league. That's not how it works. You have to teach some of these players, even some of these players that have been in the league for 5, 6 years, maybe even longer. You're sometimes teaching them how to play basketball the right way and as a team, right?
Yeah.
And you're trying to do that in this short amount of time. Well, that's just not how sports work. It's going to take time to work together, to grow and learn and trust each other, to build on top of that year after year. And especially if you have a young guy, and if it is Jaden Ivey that is drafted with the Kings because you felt like he has the most potential in the draft, especially at 4, then you can't expect this LeBron James or this Luka Doncic.
Well, and
next
that's
year.
one thing I want to make clear right now. I've seen in the chat, I've seen the narrative out there. This is not a Luka situation. And I get why Kings fans are triggered by thinking about that year.
Yeah.
Right? Because you passed on, in my opinion, a generational talent who is doing amazing things in his NBA career. And the guy you drafted is not even on your team anymore.
Right.
That was a huge swing and a miss. In your lap, number 2 pick. In my mind, I'm like, they're going to get Ayton or Luka, and they don't. And then it didn't work out at all. It could not have gone worse for the Sacramento Kings with the selection of Marvin Bagley.
They didn't overthink it. They didn't even think it. Go on.
Luka was ready for day one. Luka played at a high level in the EuroLeague. Like, I watched him, like, this guy's ready. The competition in the EuroLeague is better than the competition in college basketball. No doubt about it. He's ready to go. I didn't know if he'd be as good as he is now, but I knew he was going to be good. Jaden Ivey's, it may take him a minute, and that's fine. Like, and that goes to what Morgan was talking about with the patience. Like, it may take him some time to get there.
Yeah. Now, if it did end up being someone like Keegan Murray, who we've talked about so much, because I feel like that is more under the category of fit for a lot of people.
Yeah. I have a tough time with him at 4, although there's been a lot of noise that the Pacers and Spurs have been intrigued about moving to 4 to get Keegan Murray.
Right, and that's where then, okay, he's a valuable asset, or, that number 4 pick has been this valuable asset for the Kings to just look at all situations, look at all decisions. And on top of all of that, nobody knows what they're going to do, and there hasn't been little things leaking out left and right? Like, no one's being like, oh, the Kings really want this, or the Kings want... You're hearing like 1 or 2 things. I love that. Great. I want to know so bad. I love the drama, but at the same time, it's so nice that none of that shit is coming out with the Kings this season or this off season.
Let's see. NBA Rick says Deuce and Mo, if Monty wants Ivy, but Mike Brown wants Tari Eason. Defense all around. Would you trust Monty or Mike to make the decision? One, it's Monty's decision. Now, would he get input from Mike Brown? Sure, but Mike Brown's been coaching in the NBA. He's been he just went through a finals run. You think Mike Brown's sitting down and going over a shit ton of tape on all
Right.
these draft prospects, it's impossible to ask. Now, could Monty be like, hey, Mike, I want you to take a look at Eason. What do you think? Cool. Take a look at Ivy. What do you like about him? What don't you like? You're going to get feedback, but no, this is Monty McNair's decision 100%.
And when we say take a look at them, you guys, it's not like he's like, here, let me send you over a link to these highlights of this YouTube video, right? You're sending something that is easy for Mike Brown to look at efficiently to see what the flaws, the strengths of this player may be.
Sean Cunningham's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. If there are rumors that transpire that we miss, I hope you guys drop them in our chat so we know what the hell's going on. Our notifications are on, so we'll be ready to go when stuff hits the fan. Shout out to some of the new followers on Twitch who continue to join us. As far as rumors go, I haven't seen much in the last half hour or so involving rumors. The one thing we do know is that the Kings did make a trade this morning. It involved the 49th pick in tonight's NBA draft for the rights of Sasha Vezenkov. He is 26 years old. He was first team All EuroLeague last year. Good size, can shoot it. Seems like he's got decent skill. Obviously has done some nice things in the EuroLeague. He was the 57th pick of the 2017 NBA draft by the Nets. His rights in trade to the Cavs. The Cavs are also sending money to the Kings. Almost $1.75 million to Sacramento, along with the draft rights to him. So what you're thinking is, what's that mean? Is he coming over? What's that? We don't know at this point. I mean, a couple of things. He could be on the move later today.
Mm-hmm.
He could be staying.
Yeah.
And the Kings are just like, hey, we'll take some cash. We need some cash. It's been tough times last year with COVID and stuff. Maybe we use the cash. That's a possibility. The other possibility is they got the cash from Cleveland to pay for Sasha's buyout in the EuroLeague. He signed a deal through the 2024 season, and there is an NBA buyout in it, like a lot of these EuroLeague guys sign buyouts in it, so they could buy him out to bring him over. But a couple of things. He has to want to come over.
Yep.
The Kings are going to want to. Do they want him over? So who the hell knows? I'm not going to spend a ton of time breaking it down because we just don't know at this point.
But a trade is a trade, and it happened this morning. So, hey, they're active back there. And who knows? Could he be the next Bo Cruz? We will see. Ooh, what we got here.
Don't know how major this is for you guys, but it's something to follow here on draft day. Shams is reporting at this hour. Sources, Kevin Durant is monitoring the Brooklyn Nets situation and considering options with his future. This now opens a path for Kyrie to proceed on finding a new home via opt-in and trade. So shit is hitting the fan in Brooklyn.
Dude.
So, I mean, could you imagine the Nets, you go all in on this, and, you know, at the time, everyone's like, hey, this is amazing. The Brooklyn Nets just put this team together. You know, when KD comes back, they got Kyrie. What else they can get? Oh, my God, they got Harden. They're going to win a championship. Oh, Harden's not happy. Kyrie's not vaccinated. And then they get Ben Simmons. Oh, he doesn't play. And now they may be in a situation where Durant is monitoring the situation. This couple of things. Stop with the bullshit threats.
I love this.
Put it this way. KD, just come out and tweet, and he'll probably respond to it. Like, he's watching what's happening with Kyrie, and he's probably going to be pissed if Kyrie leaves, and he's going to start questioning things. I get that.
Uh-huh.
But you know what? Like, sorry.
Not sorry. I love it on so many different levels. One, I love it because it just shows you, you know, a super team, what it actually can be too when you put all these guys together. But two, it's like the Brooklyn Nets, like even getting rid of guys like Jarrett Allen and not understanding what type of young potential he really had and putting DeAndre Jordan at times in front of him. It's such a weird situation. I'm just so glad that, it's all unraveling awfully.
But does it go down tonight? What would you do if we saw some crazy ass trade tonight? Like
I would
Brooklyn
do a
trade.
backflip. I don't know.
Okay, you've said that 4 times now. NBA draft is a fun time. We continue to have fun on our mega podcast. stream, whatever you want to call it. Let's bring him in just a moment. Oh, he gave us the 1 minute.
Yeah, we got
he
the
gave
one.
us the 1 second.
Oh, we'll give
We're
you.
going to give him this 1 second. Sean Cunningham will be talking with us momentarily. But yeah, this Durant stuff is fascinating. Like, where's Kyrie going to get traded?
Well, could you really picture him going to the Lakers and taking what? Did it happen?
We do have an update from Woj. So, of course, Kyrie stuff is leaking left and right at this hour. Where is it at?
Deuce Mason.
Sorry, I went to my phone and it wasn't
All right,
there.
ESPN sources. If Kyrie Irving can't reach an agreement to stay with Brooklyn, he has a list of teams he'd like them to consider on a sign and trades, including Lakers, which I was just talking about, Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Mavs, and 76ers.
Mavs.
None of those teams have cap space to sign him without the Nets' help.
What a shit
Ooh,
show.
a
What
shit
a
show
shit
indeed.
show on NBA draft night, day, whatever you want to call it. Sean Cunningham from Fox 40 joins us live. What's up, Shauna?
Hi, buddy. Did you call me Shauna?
Yeah. I was going
Okay.
to call you Shaunathan, but then I stopped myself.
Do you remember, I think, no, when we were in radio together,
Yeah.
I was originally, I stopped it before you got there.
Okay.
But I was going to go by Sean A. Cunningham because my middle initial is A.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to do that for the first few years. And it would always be, it still is. I think it actually is on my email signature. But I was going to do that on the air. If I ever, as my reporting stuff was going to continue. And
like Mark J. Spears, but Sean A. Cunningham.
Correct. But then Stephen A. Smith kind of ruined it for me. So they're just going to be like, oh, you're biting Stephen A. Smith. And they'd be like, nah, I don't think that's the motivation. But do I look blurry, bro? Do I look blurry? This is kind of, I look like I'm up in your face. This is very strange to me.
No, you look fantastic.
It looks fine.
I would tell you.
I mean,
if
it's
you
not
look-
the best camera. I mean, it's fine.
How dare you? Actually, it's.
I think you look great.
There's a
Wait,
smudge on there.
no, but you can do whatever you want to it. But really quick, what's your middle name?
Adam.
Oh, Adam.
How dare you do? I know Deuce was going to do something stupid, which
No.
means, by the way, my initials are rather unfortunate SAC, which SAC, but I am from Sacramento, so I
Sac.
feel like that's a good thing. So
I'm
that's
gonna call you Sack.
No, you won't. Not if you want to continue being friends.
Be my friend.
Before we get to all the King stuff with the NBA draft here, as it's speculation time, man, what do you make of this Kyrie situation? He has a list of teams that he'd be cool with getting traded to. Then Kevin Durant is monitoring the situation. What do you make of all that?
Well, so glad you asked.
Yes.
What do I make of it? It just goes to show you that no matter how much of a pain in the ass somebody can be and how much they negatively affect a franchise, people are always going to bet on talent and the right situation. So
That's interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, what a pain, but what an immensely talented player. Somebody who I am very, very fond of. Even I think he's taken his lumps as a person. I actually am a fan of the person. I know people might be like, oh, it's because you're a Duke fan. It's like, dude, the guy barely played at Duke.
Yeah.
Relax. He's always been a very interesting person. I like unique personalities. I like refreshing personalities. I don't have to agree with them, but he's been just such an ass. I don't think, to me, it all started, I don't care what it is with the flat earth theory or anything else. To me, it was when you're putting prioritizing your birthday during a pandemic over playing basketball and doing your job. What world do you live in? I think he's well-intentioned most of the time. I just think the execution is so bad. You hear a lot of stories about a lot of the teammates love him, but that narrative started to shift over the past few years. So, you're going to bet on talent. I mean, the guy's has been a winning basketball player. He's also been a losing basketball player, and that's been well documented too. So, I think it's interesting. I don't think it's going to be much of a Ben Simmons situation where the Kyrie Irving saga and where he ends up is going to cause a stalemate throughout the league, and everyone's just going to wait until that fixes itself or figures itself out before the rest of the league can kind of go on being what they are and doing their business. And I think I also figured out my why my video looks so crazy.
Why?
My light isn't on, so bear with me one second.
Turn on your light, Sean.
Yeah, you know,
I have a question.
I wonder if could we, you know, Woj just saying like there could be a lot of trades tonight. Could he opt in and like could they trade him tonight? Go ahead, Morgan.
That not only that, but I go, Sean, if you were a fan of one of these teams on his list, would you be intrigued with this because of his talent, or are you going like, shit, track record shows, you know, Celtic, go, the list goes on, and it just doesn't end well with him? Like, would you be excited?
Yeah, why not? I mean, like,
Wow.
I mean, yeah, you got to see what shakes out. Like, you could have something entirely interesting happen, and all of a sudden, like it or not, you become a lot more interesting with Kyrie Irving on your basketball team. Hopefully it's for the positive, and hopefully you have the right people around you. Like, if you're a Laker fan, and I know you're trying to figure out what happens with Russell Westbrook, but for whatever reason that just didn't work, and that's a mess. Russ is about as big of a reason as anybody, but I think if Kyrie Irving came to the Lakers, LeBron James has played with him before. He has a familiarity. LeBron is kind of the alpha male. He's probably not their, some people disagree just based on the age, but he's probably not your most talented player anymore. I mean, you could argue, I think it's still Anthony Davis, but if you have someone like Kyrie Irving who comes in there, I think the situation is a little bit different. So yeah, I think it makes him automatically more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, his skill is undeniable. It's just like, what's the motivation? Is he going to want to play all the time? It's some of the stuff you mentioned. I'm curious to see how it plays out. And then, like, if he does decide he wants out, and then the Nets are like, fine, we'll do. You opt in, we'll trade you, we'll figure it out. Like, what? I mean, what the hell happens? Because if Durant's monitoring, I don't know what the hell that means. He's going to see how it plays out. Like, is Durant going to want out? And then all of a sudden, the Nets are left with Ben Simmons, who just had back surgery. What a shit show.
Yeah, it's bad, man. I don't know, but I mean, you have to keep, you're invested into KD. You have to keep KD happy. You have to make, this is the path you chose. And think of it, man, you went through, here you are going through what you're going through with Kyrie Irving. You had James Harden. I mean, you're talking about, just think of like the chronological order of talent that you've had there the past few years. You know, you do have KD. Now you have Ben Simmons. You had James Harden. Now you have Kyrie Irving. Like, most teams would be thrilled with any of those, just one of those guys. And you've had all these guys. And again, it just shows you, it's funny because it reminds me of I said this the other day somewhere, like I remember being in Summer League in Vegas. Summer League's just basically first day, maybe two underway. There's an earthquake out in LA that you felt in Vegas. And I'm at an NBA media welcoming gathering party. I had just, not to name drop, but I had literally just.
Oh, here we go.
No, this is great. Jason Jones and we literally had just spent about 3.5 minutes talking with Alonzo Mourning. And
that's a decent name drop.
Yeah,
it was a great drop.
Honestly, to be honest, I felt like it was going to be a bigger name.
I did too.
Like Zoe's great,
I
but
was picturing like an Adam Silver type. You know?
Yeah.
There's the other. I remember another name at that party. How about this one was to a lesser extent in the terms of our involvement with this person, but Flavor Flav was also there performing.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a fun time. Okay. Again, we just had an earthquake, and we go outside. It was very strange because it was set up in this like hotel area anyway, that's getting beside the point. There's a pool area to it, and you think, oh, Vegas, nice trendy pool like Encore or Wynn or whatever like that. No. like Motel 6 type pool. We're out there, and they have like more gathering stuff that's very much a theme kind of welcoming party. And I this is why I remember it. We're out there by the pool. We had just got a drink. We just finished rapping with Alonzo Mourning, and the Paul George Kawhi Leonard stuff happens. It's announced, and everybody at this gathering are like, and for the better part of that year, Clippers are going to win the championship. Clippers are going to do this, right? It's a long-winded way to name drop some people, talk about Vegas, talk about the earthquake that was just so jarring, and then also say, hey, look at Brooklyn. Look at all this talent they had that everyone considered them to be front forward in the chase for the championship. So it just doesn't, you can't always bet on talent, but teams will. They will. Look at Miami.
Yeah.
Look at how Miami is built, and they're
Right.
they're a little bit of an anomaly maybe, but I feel like Phoenix is kind of going the same way where they, they obviously went with Chris Paul and they've drafted well with Devin Booker, but they find players that are a little longer in the tooth. They don't have, DeAndre Ayton, I know, was a one and done. He may not be there. He's probably going to be on his way out. I just feel like there's teams that are not really banking on draft picks as much,
I just don't, because I know you're saying like teams just they trust the talent, they go with the talent, but like Deuce knows I'm such a track record person, and if things that you've done in your past in your career happen over and over again, they're not mistakes with certain like it's a habit, it's a personality trait, it's a characteristic, it's who you are. And with Kyrie, like that is who he is with this incredible talent. So you want that? And if you're a team that already is unstable, for example, even like the Lakers with Russ and everything that's going on there, a brand new coach coming into town, like why would that still be even, I don't know, attractive
talent?
To you?
It goes for what Sean said. It's talent. That's
you
it.
You guys
bet
are
on
crazy.
talent. I'm not saying I would do
sexy
that.
enough for me.
I'm not saying that it would work by any means. But if you're an NBA general manager and you're like, especially the Lakers, let's just play the Lakers. That deal seems like it'd be super complicated. By the way, we got some King shit to talk about too.
Yeah,
we do.
But
hey, to cut you off, I have to, because if you're Sean Marks and you're looking around and you're in this big market competing with the Knicks, and you go, hey, I brought in the likes of Kevin Durant, James Harden, I brought Ben Simmons, like now I had Kyrie Irving, I'm going to move him. Like you can show you're doing your freaking job.
Yep.
What's going on with the coaching staff? What's going on with these players? Maybe it doesn't fit, but you can at least say, I brought in these stars. Like you could maybe argue that Sean Marks should be an executive of the year to be able to make these types of moves.
Dude, he's done some crazy maneuvering for sure.
Yeah.
And then from a Lakers perspective, look, LeBron's getting older. We know this, AD, but Darvin Ham, I think, has the potential to be a really, really good head coach in the league. I watched his press conference, and I know it's a press conference. Let's settle down. I got excited about Mike Brown, but I tell you what, I got excited watching Darvin Ham too. I'm like, this guy has a presence about him. He wants to hold guys accountable, and I think he'll be able to get through, command the respect from LeBron. They'll be on the same page. But you could see why. Yeah, let's add Kyrie. LeBron, Kyrie know each other.
Yeah. This
could be a great situation. I see the thought process there. If you're the Lakers, again, talent reigns supreme in the NBA.
Well, and there's ego. Don't forget ego. Like I remember going back to DeMarcus Cousins. Like there were people who were like, "Oh, we're done with DeMarcus." Arguably, in the conversation for best big man of the year, probably was at one time. And then Nikola Jokic burst on the scene.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis wasn't durable. There's people who are like, "I won't touch him," but then there's others that are like, "Yeah, but Sacramento's kind of a shit show. So maybe we can, what can we do with we can fix it. We can make it work." Right. And it did. Like you look at it bucked the trend. But if you remember how dominating AD and Cuz were together before he got hurt, like that was really impressive.
Yeah.
And he, a little Draymond-ish, so he's still going to get some texts. The zebra's not changing the stripes, but it worked. And you had a coach that was probably the best coach that he had since Michael Malone, in the sense of being able to relate to him and be able to understand him and deal with him and hold him accountable, in Alvin Gentry. And then he gets hurt. And then now you're off to the Warriors. I think the Warriors was a pretty positive experience overall. I think he had a decent impact with the Clippers. Now he's with the Bucks thing. I mean, he's bounced around, but certainly I think there are teams that are going to want to take a chance on talent.
Yep.
They'll bet on talent all the time. And even if you have question marks, I think the ego of coaches is, but he hasn't come to me yet. Like
100%.
Right. So,
wow. Let's talk some Kings now.
Let's
Here
do
they
it.
are, the number 4 pick. A lot of noise. I don't think anyone can really figure out like what path. We've seen every type of report. I remember at one point, your buddy James Ham, or our buddy, I shouldn't say your buddy. Like
you just put him on an
James
island.
Ham. I'm kidding, but I say that because you do the Kings Beat podcast with him. I was watching the other night, but at one point, I mean, we've seen all types of reports. It's like, hey, they could trade up, they could trade down, they could keep the pick. Who the hell knows at this point? But they've got the 4th pick. What are you feeling at this point for Sacramento? Like, if they stay put at 4, are you just taking Jaden Ivey?
Okay. Are you asking me, or are you asking what I think they would do?
Well, let's go both. I want to know your opinion.
There
and
you
then,
go.
Yeah, what you think they will do.
So my opinion is actually very similar to what I think they would do. Like I've said for I think the last time we talked, you know where I was at. It hasn't really changed. If everything assumingly goes 1 through 3, and as I like to call XYZ in Smith, Holmgren, and Banchero, if they don't fall out, then yeah, I think it's Ivy, and that's who I would draft. If one of those 3 fall out, the calculus maybe changes a little bit. I know pretty confidently that it go in their ranking of their board, it would go Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, and then there's some fuzziness. I actually believe they have Jaden Ivey higher than Paolo Banchero. Some of them.
The Kings?
Some of them in the room. Okay, I don't know if it's a consensus. Okay,
Are you offended?
So no. So some people
in the room would think that. Okay?
So you're saying their board?
I think they're. I believe they're very high on Jaden Ivey.
Wow.
And I'll get to more than that in a second. I'll get to more than that in a second.
Okay.
That's not to say they're not high on Keegan Murray, but I wanted to point this out the other day. I think I did it early this morning, which is like, I think a lot of people, yes, there are fans of Keegan Murray for sure, but you also had Keegan Murray at your disposal, which is a lot of people who didn't come through Sacramento who were projected to be lottery picks. A lot of them didn't. They kind of they bypassed you, right? And that's okay. It sucks because it speaks to where your franchise is, but you're not the pretty girl at the dance. You have the prettiest dress maybe because you're you're the 4th pick, and there's some value there. But certainly there are people that don't want to come to Sacramento. That's not to say, as there was a report the other day or even today, I forget what it is, they're all meshing together, that you have players who would refuse to play in Sacramento. That's nonsense. I think that's posturing. There's a lot of agencies that are doing what they do, and certainly Jaden Ivey won't have a problem coming to Sacramento. I don't think he's going to start his NBA career, or anybody else for that matter, by completely pissing all over a team and tarnishing their NBA their NBA future by being unprofessional. So,
I completely agree, and I'm sure CAA is trying to make some noise. I'm sure they don't necessarily want him there. I get all that, but
hey, if you didn't want him there, don't let him in the building when he comes to look at your pro day, right?
Hey, that's true. You're right. Vivek was there. Monty McNair was sitting there watching the pro day. The other thing too, I remember last year we watched Davion Mitchell's first interviews, and I went, does he want to be in Sacramento? He looked stunned that he was there. The Kings didn't work him out. The Kings didn't work out Halliburton. And maybe this is part of Monty's gimmick. He's like, I don't really care. The workouts or whatever. If we think the guy's legit, we're going to take the guy.
Right.
We'll figure all of the other stuff later on. We'll make him feel a part of it. But I'm more intrigued with what you're saying. Just like some people talking about their board is that some may have Ivy even ahead of Banchero, which was very interesting.
Yeah, I think there are that. Well, I shouldn't say I think. I know there are some people who have that. Again, I don't think that's a consensus per se, but I know that that's some people who value it, and I think they look at it as a 4-player draft. I know that because of conversations I had even before they had the 4th pick. So, and really before the season started. So maybe they've opened their eyes to 5 players, 6 players. That's fine, but what I'm getting at, and again, what I think that they'll do and what I would do is I would take the 4. And if none of those 3 come into 4, so Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray are there to pick at 4, the one thing I'll know is what the value of my pick is, because I've had 4 since the draft lottery, and I have called every team. I've talked to every team. I've explored every possibility, and I've had conversations, and their willingness to move that pick for something substantial, and whatever you define as substantial, because that's an unknown right now.
Right.
But something that they deem as worthy of moving that pick, it doesn't mean that they want to trade it. It means that they're going to do everything in their power to get better, and if it means getting better and adding a role player or whatever, that's not it. They want to add a star. They want to add somebody to pair with Domantas Sabonis, possibly De'Aaron Fox, because again, I say everyone's on the table. Your team sucks, so everyone's on the table. And I think people, when they hear me say that, they go, "Oh, they're trying to trade De'Aaron Fox. Oh, they're going to try and trade it." No, they're exploring everything. They want to know the value of their pick. They want to know what the market value is, what they can get with 4. That said, if 1 through 3, Banchero or Smith, Holmgren, and Banchero, if one of them slips in there, the calculus changes a little bit. You've had conversations if that happens as well. So I think they're going to be prepared for anything. And certainly there are those last minute things that pop in where all of a sudden you've had conversations. People are like, nah, I'm not going to do that. But something changes, and all of a sudden the conversation is different. You've all seen Draft Day with Kevin Costner. They might find their David goddamn Putney too and get all their pick, whatever it is. So
can I be honest? Never
that
seen
movie
it.
sucked. No, the movie's
Never
not
seen
that
it. Never seen it. I saw it on once. No, Costner's overrated.
You're a football. Oh, that's mean. You're a football guy, and I think you would enjoy it.
Okay.
Deuce has never even seen Waterworld.
Deuce hasn't seen a lot of things.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's be real.
Whoa. I just real fast.
What?
Are we just overthinking? Like, have we been overthinking this whole thing? If there are people within the Kings that are as high in Ivy as we think.
Okay.
And yeah, there's some stuff being leaked about Keegan. There's stuff that, hey, all these people are calling about the 4. Maybe it's as simple as this. They're picking Jay and Ivy unless they are just absolutely blown away by an offer.
Well, that's what it sounds like, Sean, because it's like, how do you get, just like you're saying, what is that established star player that you're getting for that number 4 pick / Jaden Ivey? You know, like I just, have we just not been hearing about it, but there's something more there, you think?
You think? No. No, I mean, it's there's not a lot of smoke because I think they've been, what do we know about Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox? They want to be attached to everything. You know, they don't care if their name's out there. They want optionality. They want the ability to strike when the iron's hot, right? So I think a lot of reports, you know, people just have to not take them as fact.
Yes,
there's so much rumor and innuendo that happens, and I was asked, I did a thing on Spaces. I've done 2 Spaces, and they've both been with these Knicks fan sites. And shout out, I forget the name, but they're really cool.
Shout out to I forget the name. Love the guys.
They know
great
who
guys.
They are. No, they're Mo. I know Mo is the guy that heads it up. He's totally like showed me how to do Spaces. So I'm like, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I'm a little bit more of a novice than I was what is it, a noob? Is that like a?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got my terminology down.
Yeah,
so
you're cool.
I did, and you know, their Knicks are just all in on Ivy, fans included. Like I've heard, you know, I had heard a lot of rumors about the Knicks and Ivy, and obviously it makes sense because they haven't had a guard in a long time. You know, Emmanuel Quickly is not that guy, so they're hot to trot for the guy, right? And so he's trying to talk me into trades, and it's like, well, what are we doing? Like, I'm not the Kings, but if you're asking me, but if he's throwing all these future firsts, he's giving me Cam Reddish, he's giving me Obi Toppin, and like, I mean, it's an attractive enough deal because
I would have left the Spaces with that offer. I would have been like, you asked me, I'm out.
Oh my God.
What it was is you're getting their pick, you're getting like 2 future firsts. You know, again, it was a hearty enough offer to at least entertain. Okay, even they were even like, hey, do you want Julius Randle with that crazy contract? Like, I get it. Okay, look, they're just fans. They're throwing anything out there. But I had to tell him that I said, dude, I'm about as first team all Jaden Ivey as you are. Like, to me, if it goes 1 through 3 and he's the guy I'd be more than capable of. I would draft him. Like, I would just absolutely draft him. Now, you asked me what I think the Kings would do. I think they're doing the same thing. I think the Kings will draft Jaden Ivey if they have to pick with the 4th pick. You know, and I don't think that that shouldn't surprise a lot of people. Again, you're going after Monty McNair has gone with 2 guards already. He traded Halliburton. He'll go with another guard because I think he'll look at Jaden Ivey as being the most star potential. You figure out some of the things that you know you worry about fit later, and this notion that like Keegan Murray, who's like this ready to win player now or ready to contribute player now and a better fit for the organization now, as if Jaden Ivey isn't, I think is preposterous. Like, wow. To me, you're still going to want to see if you have De'Aaron Fox and you don't move him and everything kind of trickles out and you go into the season and you have a backcourt of De'Aaron Fox, Jaden Ivey and Davion Mitchell. I think that's pretty fun. It's not a lot of size, obviously, and that might concern some people, but oh my God, the speed. I remember seeing, shout out Mike Schmitz. I mean, I would go encourage anyone to go watch his draft breakdown or draft pick breakdown with Jaden Ivey, and he's looking at film. And one of the player he likes to watch a lot, how about this, was Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting because
he doesn't play like him at all.
He plays nothing like him defensively.
Right.
I think that's probably my biggest concern, like long term for Sacramento. If you do draft Ivy and you do have him in a position where he's playing right away, he's ready. It's just defensively, and this team has to take a step defensively. part of that is going to have to be on Fox to just be better. He's got to be better.
Sure.
Davion's got to do his thing. And Mike Brown puts him in positions to be good. But also, like, Mike Brown does need some defensive players on the team, right?
Yeah. But that's not the other thing, too, even with you talking about Jaden Ivey and just, like, how many people feel, like, so confident in Jaden Ivey. And I feel so weird that I don't feel that same feeling. And I'm like, what am I missing? Because every time I see all of the great things he can do at such an elite level, it's phenomenal. It's fantastic. I love it. But then I think about there's so much more to his game that he still needs to add. And so many people go, yeah, but he's young and it's teachable and you can coach that into. I get that too, but I feel like no one's ever talked about his motor and like his desire and his want to fix all those things too. And we keep hearing like, yeah, that's all coachable. That's all coachable. But with someone like Keegan Murray, and I'm not acting like I want Keegan Murray over Jaden Ivey right this second or anything, but with Keegan Murray, you have that mentality, that mindset, that basketball IQ where you trust that more, and we've heard about it. So with Jaden Ivey, if we don't ever hear about that, does it mean that he doesn't have it? Or no one's talking about it because it's just not that great? What is it?
I would say two things. Keegan Murray, for example, late to the game of basketball, right?
Okay.
Didn't start as young like Jaden Ivey, who has a coach who is his mother. And then you look at the strides that Jaden Ivey made, not only from high school, but after rookie year to sophomore year. I mean, there's some pretty good strides there, particularly with his outside shooting. One of the things I love is if you watch games, I hate when people just watch like YouTube highlights. This is my mixtape, and it's got music under it and blah, blah, blah. And, there's some people who spend a lot of time putting stuff together, strengths, weaknesses, and showing examples. And I like that. But just watch games. Like the worst game he had probably ever played that I had ever seen was the St. Peter's game in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, that was
well, and St. Peter's had size. They had they played like this zone that totally screwed them up, and they like Jaden struggled shooting obviously, but he didn't really have a mid-range game. But if you go and look at other games, like particularly in conference and when he has his, that stage may have been a little too big for him, especially going up a team that in their mind had no business being there. Maybe you got in there a little overconfident. I mean, Purdue was a very great team last year from a wins-loss standpoint, and they won a lot of games. A lot of it was because of Jaden Ivey, because of the way he plays, the fast, up-tempo, all that stuff.
Sure.
The thing I like about him is every time I watched him take a three, he took it from the NBA range. He didn't take it from the 3-point range. I mean, he's taking it from like beyond the arc.
He's got to step back to create it too.
And it was efficient.
And he was. And it was much more improved from the previous year. So I do see pedigree. I think he is a smart player. I don't know that I think to me, when I look at him, it doesn't scream point guard. I love the transition game, the get up and go, it's nasty. But I think, especially if you were playing along De'Aaron Fox, De'Aaron will be your primary ball handler. Then you're fixing it through Sabonis to be your playmaker. But if you can get those buckets in transition where Ivy is just screaming past everybody, hopefully it would encourage De'Aaron Fox to keep his foot on the pedal, because let's face it, he doesn't. And if he can, well, then boy, you've got the absolute quickest backcourt in the league. And the other part of that, Morgan, is when you look at Jaden Ivey, and I've had a lot of people already tell me this, but it was something I already kind of thought. I'm not trying to like pat myself on the back, but you watch Jaden Ivey and you go, man, I've seen players like him succeed in this league. Mm-hmm. Like Stephon Marbury could just fly, right? Allen Iverson could fly. You have that explosiveness. Even guys in the league right now, Ja Morant and Donovan Mitchell come to mind. There are guys like that just absolutely succeed, and they're not the biggest of stature either. You got Donovan Mitchell, who's 6'1", and you got Ja Morant, who's 6'3", I think. So, and then you have Fox. Like Fox is also kind of built similarly. Yeah. But it's all like, will he keep his foot on the pedal? And look, the defensive concerns, how good, Ja Morant is a terrible defender.
Yep.
And so you have such great defense around him, and hopefully he'll get better in that department. Certainly he's going to have his weaknesses, but you look at I always say, and I said this with Tyrese Halliburton, I mentioned it with Davion Mitchell. If you can find a player who is elite at any one thing, that's your starting point. That's how you know you're going to have somebody special. And then you kind of figure it out. So if you look at Jaden Ivey and you already know he has an elite first step, and elite speed,
athleticism.
Yeah.
And then the absolute explosion to the basket. Like, we're not talking about Tony Parker below the rim, points in the paint, because Tony Parker led the league in points in the paint. Like, he was amazing at that. He could get in the lane, he could figure it out. Like, no, this guy's attacking the hoop, man. Like, lateral quickness is incredible. He should be a better defender. He gets lost in pick and roll a little bit, and that's going to, bear its ugly head in the NBA. So that's going to be something they would have to certainly address. But no mid-range game to me is the bigger concern,
in which he has been working on, which he said,
Yeah.
but
In his floater.
in his floater. But you talked about too, like the going downhill and pushing it, like in being in transition. He's not going to be in transition with this defensive team, right? Like, he's not a defender, and then this team in their defensive ability, maybe it will be a little bit better with Mike Brown, but you still don't have these enough elite defenders on this squad. And I say that only because I feel like Davion Mitchell is going in that direction, but
it
still.
goes to what you said before, Morgan. No matter what they do at 4, whatever they decide, like, you're not filling all of your needs with this one pick.
Absolutely.
We could spend the time talking about what Jaden can't do, but he's also a young player.
This is
and
what I say.
You're not betting on him
know.
necessarily going, hey, he's going to have a monster impact in year 1. He may not.
I know. And it just, Sean's confidence in Jaden Ivey. I've heard a lot of confidence in Jaden Ivey. And so it just freaks me out that, like, what am I not seeing to even feel close to
But
that
you see the same
confident?
stuff.
I do see the
I
same
think
stuff.
people
Yeah.
also, his mom is a Division I college basketball coach at Notre Dame. She coached at an NBA level.
Yeah.
I think there's belief that, like, he's just a basketball junkie.
Like, he's
and
around it. He knows-
he's coachable. He wants to get better.
And he's young.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating. This whole conversation is fascinating.
Well, and then also, I know everyone likes to look at fit. Fit be damned. Like,
yep, I'm with you.
Agreed.
It's not, look, you're terrible. It's not like you're one player away from a title. You're terrible.
Yes.
So, you worry about some of those things down the road. Like, they're not, I think fans need to hear this sometimes. Like, they're not concerned about this season. Clearly, if improvement, playoffs, let's not forget, I warn people all the time. You have a brand new head coach. When you have a brand new head coach, typically that leads to a decline from the previous year. Hopefully it doesn't with this one, especially because of the pieces that they have. I think they're probably primed to improve upon the, 30 games that they won last year?
Oh, God.
Right?
I don't remember.
Remember the Jaeger thing, and you had Luke Walton come in. People are like, oh, they're going to be much better. I was like, why? Like, you have a new head coach. You have different philosophies. You have different things you're working on. It doesn't always. In fact, it's more likely than not that they don't improve upon the previous season. So I think they will, based on the fact that they acquired a talent like Domantas Sabonis so late in the season, and then he missed a handful of games. Then Fox was out for a little while. So I think based off of that alone, we're going to now see what this looks like. And those two are going to carry them to be whatever. And then hopefully, be it with through the draft, free agency, or this offseason, where you're able to add pieces to it. Like, hopefully you're adding another just stellar piece. Hopefully it's 2, because you need stretch, you need shooting, you need stretch 4, but more than anything, you need a wing, a 3-and-D. So, and if you look at just how the NBA is, I mean, it's point guard and 3-and-D, point guard and small forwards. Like, wing players are the backbone of success in the NBA. It's what everybody wants, but yet, even though they say they're getting away from the big men, you always see big men who are coveted so highly in size. So, yeah, man, you just have to look at it as the first step in a long process, but it's not a finished process. It's not, it's not finished by any means.
Yeah.
Day one of the NBA season, like, you're going to go into the season and you're still going to be figuring it out, and they have to play the long game. That's just what they do. And I know fans don't like to hear that, but the goal can still be playing tournament or postseason and snapping this dreaded 16-year playoff drought. But man, if you have to concern yourself with sustained success and playoff appearances.
The thing that's I'm interested in with tonight is I feel like we all kind of assume what the 3 are going to be, the top 3. There's been some, Vegas odds shifting at times throughout the day. I don't know how much to read into that. But there's been talk that OKC likes Jaden Ivey. Like
talk.
If the Kings have him, some people within the Kings have him ranked 3rd. What's to say that like OKC doesn't just take him at 2 if they liked him that much? Like, what if they had the similar thinking? They're like, yeah, we're taking this guy at 2. Is that too dramatic?
I think it's too dramatic because I don't think, I mean, based off of things that people I've talked to, it just seems like they're gushing over Chet Holmgren, and they're not the only ones. By the way, if the Kings were picking 2, they would take Chet Holmgren.
Okay.
They love the guy. I don't know that, you know, I don't, it's not to the point where they want to move up to get him, because I don't think that they're trying to, let's face it, OKC just has assets and they're not going to trade Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I had somebody ask me the other day, they're like, was Josh Giddey enough? Like, would that entice you to move the 4? Because OKC has a lower pick later on. I was like, no. Like, all due respect, like, I like Giddey, but no. Yeah. I would rather take 4 or take a different deal that could be out there. But they need to know, they're going to know the market value of their team, and I'm interested to see if the tides shift a bit. And the other part is, you can identify a lot of these people. You know, you hear a lot about John Collins and Kyle Kuzma and Malcolm Brogdon and things like that. Jeremy Grant was in that before he was just moved the other day. What I look at is you already know what these pieces are. You want better. You got to get other teams involved, you know, and maybe just complicate the hell out of this thing. That's why I'm expecting chaos. I expected chaos last year. It didn't happen. And I keep using this analogy, but it is kind of similar, because imagine a river at the surface, nothing's going on, but underneath you have this like crazy current, you know, it's very quick. There's swift act. So even if nothing happens, it doesn't mean that there hasn't been just talks and just all this activity behind the scenes. You don't get that whale breaching out of the ocean, and then there's the trade that happens, but there's things that are underlying the surface where they're trying to make things work, and it is complicated. And you know, if the best you can get is a Kyle Kuzma, Malcolm Brogdon, who was the other guy I mentioned?
Well, John Collins has been mentioned. Yeah,
like that's not worthy enough for the 4 in my opinion.
So
they, you know, I would share that belief if they don't move 4 for one of those people. But if you can attach those people somehow or set up a move outside of the 4, I'm very interested in some of those guys. I should be interested in Malcolm Brogdon, but I have very much concerns about durability and his availability to play, because the guy just doesn't. So because he's a guy that absolutely they could definitely use. But you know, this is going to be a fun time. But I think this year, as opposed to last year, I think this year you're going to see a lot of activity. We're already kind of seeing some stuff that's happened in the past couple days and even today. And and the Kings moved one of their 2nd-round picks, which was pretty predictable because lack of roster space. So
that's what I was wondering with that. I mean, obviously there's people are like, oh, is this guy coming over? They got cash back. Could they be buying out his EuroLeague deal, and could he be coming over? I tend to side with more of they want the open spot and they got some cash out of it.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, we'll find out after the draft tonight when we talk to Monty McNair, but I don't think. I mean, just reading my tea leaves, and you know, I'll be honest, I haven't talked to really anybody about Sasha Vezenkov. I think I'm saying that name correctly, but
Vezi.
You know,
Vezi?
Vezi is cool. I like that.
Deuce just made that up.
Sashi?
Sashi Vezi.
No, Sashi Vezi. You know, look, this guy seems pretty content over there. I'm sure the buyout, I mean, I think his extension he signed an extension in 2021 and it took him to 2024. So the NBA buyout might be pretty sizable. You are getting some cash in the deal from Cleveland, probably not that much. You know, clearly not enough to buy him out. But I also think, you know, this guy's a European sensation at 26 years old who may not have wanted to play in Cleveland, live the life overseas, you know, in Olympiacos. But now you have Domantas Sabonis over here. That might be enticing, you know. 6'9" small forward. They like him more as a 2-guard from what I've heard. But I just don't think that he'll be coming over.
He's like a bootleg belly.
Oh,
that's one person described it.
Is that
bootleg belly? Who said that? That is amazing. I want to tell Belly that. I want to say there's somebody out there that calls you bootleg belly, and he'd probably think that was the coolest thing he's ever heard.
Okay, one thing that came out Yeah, and I want to get to the John Collins thing too with you, Sean. And if you have to leave soon, just
No,
let me
you're
know.
fine.
Yeah, we're just hanging out here. There's this. I don't even know if I want to call it a rumor. Zach Harper, who used to work in town, of course,
My
works
guy.
for the Athletic. Great guy. He wrote a piece about DeAndre Ayton's future, and in there it said Sacramento and Phoenix had talks, and I thought that was so weird. Now I don't know how much that is. Phoenix was calling the Kings because Phoenix was tied to Sabonis. The Suns and Pacers had some talks last season regarding a Sabonis Ayton swap or something like that. That doesn't make much sense, right? Like the Kings aren't interested in DeAndre Ayton, are they?
I wouldn't see it in place of Domantas Sabonis.
Okay.
But think about that though. Like they could be high on DeAndre Ayton. I think DeAndre Ayton, people like his talent.
I like him.
Yeah, if you were to move it, let's say you do. Domantas Sabonis only has 2 years remaining on his deal. So if you can get Ayton who still fits your timeline, right?
That'd be insane.
And you've extended him now. So now you have him under team control for 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. I could see that, but I think also putting a rim protector by Domantas Sabonis is something that they'd want to see. But I'd have conversations about it. I'd kick the tires on it.
Yeah.
I don't know about the fit. I don't know if there's enough spacing out there.
No.
Fit,
See, and I
so.
think sometimes I think we, just like we were saying before, even about the draft, like we worry about the fit. It's like, excuse my language, but fuck the fit here. Even you have 2 guys that. Thank you, Sean, for shaking your head.
No, I like it. I'm gonna wear that T-shirt.
Yeah.
I almost wore my Rihanna.
I disagree with this.
With her
Really?
flipping people off, and I
Oh,
thought
you
that'd be
should
too
have.
much.
I wish. No, it's never too much. But the reason why I say that is because I just feel like Sabonis is this type of guy. Yes, sure, that you go need some space, but he's also a guy that could lob it up to his big guy that can play above the rim. He can do so much more. And then you have a rim protector on the defensive end next to Sabonis. It doesn't have to be too much. We've seen this with other teams accomplish this. The
How's that
Celtics at a
spacing
high
gonna look?
the Celtics at a high level with Al Horford.
Horford could shoot a 3.
Okay. I mean, what can you stretch Sabonis out a little bit more?
I don't know. He's been working with lethal
Right.
shooter.
So there you go. I like
don't
it.
know
What
about
about you, Sean?
Like I said, I'd kick the tires. I'd have discussions.
Fair.
I am of the belief that I will attach myself to anybody. I want my
Side
owner
note-
to see that I'm considering all options. I don't know that I would do that.
The Suns wouldn't do that.
That's what I was.
The Suns would
yeah.
want Sabonis. They want Sabonis. That's why they're talking to the Pacers in the past. They want
Well,
Sabonis.
if you know you can't keep DeAndre Ayton anyway, okay, and let's pretend you told him no. Let's pretend you said, hey, you can't have Domantas Sabonis, but we're still interested in Ayton. You know what I mean? Like, figure it out. Maybe part of that is to be part of it. You know, he can be dealt. So maybe part of that is trying to attach yourself to the deal somehow and try to end up with someone like Cam Johnson.
Okay,
Just
that's
throwing
a
out.
little more intriguing. But
again, and it's interesting because like having conversations and being talked to, like doesn't a lot of it's smokescreen. Like I would think about like Jeremy Grant. Like I remember when someone was telling me like Jeremy Grant would be worth at one point, I think with the Portland discussion earlier in the year, maybe it was last offseason, where it was like, oh, Jeremy Grant's worth 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, on what planet?
Yeah, the Pistons, it seemed like were wanting a lot for him at one point.
Yeah, and he's certainly not worth the 4. And like to even so, yeah, the trade yesterday and it's a future. Okay, that makes sense. I can see that happening. But you also have like so many of these things that happen. The biggest teams to worry about are like Clutch, CAA, not the Suns, the Mavericks, the Portland Trailblazers, the Sacramento Kings. The biggest teams out there during this time are all agencies, BDA. You know, these are the agencies that make the league run, and they have so much influence, so much power, and they have influence over a lot of the stuff that gets leaked to the press. So to say that look, Jeremy Grant's people love the fact that initially they were saying he's going to be worth 2 first-round picks, and then he finishes the season as Detroit's top scoring option. They weren't good, but they were top scoring option, and yeah,
that's a great
pickup.
for
You
them.
have Lillard who wanted him, and Lillard is representing you at the draft lottery. that didn't obviously work out famously. And look, there's a lot of people that think that Lillard doesn't want to be there, but they're doing everything in their power to keep Lillard happy. I mean, the GM's gone, you got Joe Cronin in there now, so there's a lot of moving pieces, and you want to keep Lillard happy. And you could argue that they probably shouldn't. They should probably move him because they're not going to be any damn good. I see that. They might be able. They have to restart all this thing. But what if they land Bradley Beal?
I know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is the challenge for Sacramento, right? Is we keep talking about, okay, what can they do? These other teams are getting better. Like Portland should be better next year based on what they do. I like the addition of Grant. You get a healthy Dame. Maybe they look better next year. I don't know. It's either way, it's going to be pretty challenging. Who do you think is the most likely Kings player to get traded today? Would it be Harrison?
Today? Yeah, I think he'd be the most likely, simply any of the expiring contracts, because I think there's going to be a lot of people trying to clear money. That's the biggest thing. Harrison, obviously at 18 million every year. I feel like Harrison Barnes is going to be moved, and he was probably the most tradable last year, and it didn't happen. And so now he's the expiring contract. Sometimes people like to have a year to see what he can really contribute, and he's coming off of two of his best seasons in these last two seasons, two of his best of his career. So, So I mean, I could see it. I can also see Mike Brown wanting to have his presence. There's. Right. I was talking about this the other day in relation to John Collins. Like if it takes Harrison Barnes to get you John Collins, yeah, I can see that, but I just don't know that even if you land John Collins, like from a wins perspective, is it going to get you more wins than having Harrison Barnes on your team? Maybe. Who knows what the rest of the offseason looks like? Obviously, you've got they want a bigger sample size of Fox and Sabonis together, so it could. I don't know that I would bet on it, but he's younger for sure.
Younger, and the other thing is, like, if you don't plan on re-signing Harrison Barnes,
yeah,
you trade him for a guy who is younger, who definitely feels something you need, right? An athletic four next to Sabonis, can stretch the floor a little bit, lob threat, and he's under contract for multiple years.
What I was going to say.
20-something million, 25 million, that's a lot of money. But if John Collins was on the open market and signed with you, that's what you're paying him if you're Sacramento.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think expiring pieces right now are going to be pretty attractive to a lot of teams as they get ready to step into free agency and this trade period. So I think that's certainly something that the teams will be contacting Sacramento about. I don't know that you can get infinitely better, but I do feel like, let's say you draft Jaden Ivey. Now, how does that change your calculus with maybe Dante DiVincenzo? Did that change your calculus? Are you all in to begin with? I mean, I think you could make an argument maybe they're not. But again, restricted free agency is so tricky. And even if you're not in on Dante DiVincenzo, you still hold all the cards. And if a team wants to go out there, facilitate a sign and trade, make that work. So there's a lot of possibilities right now. And I think they're intriguing. And I think the Kings, it's very hard to imagine a Kings fan looking at the draft, walking away from the draft, holding an L, to where they're just really not feeling good about things tonight.
That's it. And that's it too. It's like, you're not going to know if they won or lost tonight.
No.
You will know going into this season, but even, talking about it with you saying like, oh, well, is John Collins going to help them win right now? There's not a lot of players there's not a lot of things you can do to help this Kings team win right now in the West, with the way that other teams are also adding to their squads. Who knows if Kyrie's going to end up in the West and bring his talent to one of these teams and start the season off great, and then, whatever, it goes to shambles after a year. But I think if you look at things with the Kings, we keep talking about sustainable success, and what that looks like are those young John Collins athletic pieces, and then with this brand new head coach and Mike Brown and his system and his philosophy and what that can do to bring this team together. I always tell Deuce, I love watching those teams that don't have the stars, that just that don't have a whole bunch of all-stars, that just know how to move the ball around and play basketball the right way. If you teach basketball the right way and have pieces that are moldable in a organization like the Sacramento Kings, you can start seeing success come in the near future.
Yeah, no, that's the Miami Heat way, right? That's the San Antonio Spurs way. That's kind of the way they don't usually build through the draft. And granted, the Heat have had guys like Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, but the majority of their team is built up of never has-beens and never would-be's, and they end up. What you gave me a funny look, Deuce? You made me concerned. What happened?
No,
What'd
I saw something outside and I was just making sure it's okay. No, it was not at you. I saw a dog with something.
And by the way, like back to John Collins for a minute, like I'm not saying don't do that move. I'm kind of illustrating is if it takes Harrison Barnes to get John Collins, like I'd kind of want both of them. You know what I mean? Like I think you're infinitely better if you have both teams.
For sure. But like why would the Hawks like be like,
right?
Hey, yeah,
and
we'll
that's
take that. Yeah.
And that's why I don't think the trade will ultimately happen unless Sacramento has a Harrison Barnes on the table with something else or has something that's quite a bit more attractive. So, I don't think that Atlanta is desperate to give away John Collins, but certainly he's the one identified as the one that's the most movable piece for them to get better as well, to help their long-term success. So just based off the money that he's owed, so they're gonna try and figure that out.
Would you be surprised if the Kings did not make a trade tonight? And I'm not talking about the fourth pick, but do you anticipate? You think that they will? It's more likely that they make a trade than they don't.
It's because they already did.
Okay. I'm not counting that bullshit. All right, I'm not counting Sasha. I'm not. Or Vezi. What are we calling him? Vezi.
Sashi
Vezi.
Yeah.
I think you have to do it with like Valley Girls. Sashi Vezi.
I like it.
So do you think they'll make a trade tonight, or is that
I kind of think they will. I think we're going to see a flurry of activity. It could be another second round move. It could be something that's a little want. But no, I'm anticipating it. And again, I think they're trying to make a big splash tonight. We'll see if that happens. I don't know that they can make the big splash, but
what's a big splash? Is that like a cannonball, or is that like a little pebble throwing into a river and it's like
That's not a splash, dude. That's a
little splash. It's like
He said a big splash.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
ripple
see.
or a splash.
I don't know. Hayden in the chat wants to know this, Sean.
Oh, we have a chat.
Yeah, we do. Oh, we're live. Come
see
on.
this.
Oh my God.
Well, the chat's going crazy. I can't keep up with it. How much does it matter that Ivy doesn't want to go to the Kings?
Well, not at all, because I don't think I just don't think they're the preferred destination. But
what did he say on his call? It wouldn't be the worst thing.
It wouldn't be the worst option. Put that on a T-shirt. Sacramento. Not the worst option.
Wouldn't be the worst option.
So what would be the worst option?
That was him being nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Look, he's gonna let his people take care of that. But again, it's part of it is everyone in the league knows you've been trying to move this pick and dangle it and see what it's like. If you're an agency who already doesn't look at Sacramento as this like diamond,
and that's CAA, right? Tyrese Halliburton is under that agency.
Yeah. So like, and it's nothing against like I don't think CAA looks at. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's like because of the way like Tyrese Halliburton ended up in a good situation. Right.
And
like,
they wanted him here, right? That's what like the noise was.
Well, and Tyrese wanted to be here. That was the other thing. Like you had this, they almost look at it as, well, what did Tyrese do? He didn't do anything. He played sensationally and he was able to land a freaking 2-time All-Star. You know, like it's nothing he did wrong. But the jarringness of being traded as a guy who there's not a lot of people who want to be in Sacramento. And that's one of the reasons, as you guys know, that fans love the guys that do. De'Aaron Fox famously, saying he wanted to be here. Tyrese was like, no, I want to be in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And
fans love Harry Giles to this day because of that.
Right.
I'll never forget when Harry Giles, and I love Harry, great guy.
Same.
But after the Kings Blazers preseason games, the first year he left, and he had like a couple of nice preseason games, and man, our chats were just like, I can't believe they let him walk.
Yeah.
But they love guys who want to be here. The thing is, this more than anybody with Chris Webber. Was Chris Webber enthused about coming to Sacramento? He didn't want to be here.
Nope. Steph Curry didn't work out the Warriors. Thought he was going to the Knicks. Thought he was probably going to the Kings because they worked him out twice. Like who cares? It doesn't matter. Like workouts, you have to change. I almost said the word I didn't want to say is culture. You have to change the perception of your team. And look, there was a time where Sacramento was a much more of a destination than it was. It's never really been a destination, and I think we know why.
Yeah.
But it's some, if you get the right structure and the right system and the right pieces, and you really change the perception of the way you're viewed around the league, then that changes. And all it does, it happens quickly. You bring, like, look at what Scott Perry did in the small time he was here. And I know, people might roll their eyes at that because he's at the Knicks, and the Knicks have their struggles, but Scott Perry was able to open doors for Sacramento to a lot of places that were previously shut. And then it was kind of disrupted a bit when you lost Scott Perry. But again, like you want to, I'm trying to be nice the way I say this. You want to be able to position yourself in a way to change the perception of your city. And the best thing going for Sacramento is, if guys don't want to come here, every time that happens, when they leave, they're usually crying on the way to the airport. So those aren't tears of joy, man. Like that's they legit don't want to leave. So that, to me, I would always point to that. And you're talking not just role players, you're talking stars,
Yeah. No, it is so interesting to see. And I think one of the things that Mike Brown said a lot of, not only in his press conference, but we've heard him say it before, is, talking about the facility, the arena, and all these different things, the Doco, a lot of things around. And all this stuff is growing and getting better and better. And the one thing that hasn't is like the most important thing. And that is, that win column, that winning culture, that I know you don't want to say that word, but
that's true though.
It is true. And it's like, this is a job. These guys, this is their job. They're NBA players. This is their job. It's not fun going into your job every day if the culture there isn't right, isn't winning, has this bad, ugly reputation. So you're right. It's like, if those things can be fixed, this, I truly believe, could be, and I don't think it's just because I live in Sacramento. I really do believe that, like, it could be a place in California that guys would actually want to come to.
I mean, I think I was watching the Kings beat the other night, and I can't remember who said it. Who was it? You or Ham?
It wasn't me if it was stupid.
I don't know how stupid it is, but like it's maybe it was Ham, so maybe you do think it's stupid. Just the law of averages. Like at some point, right? Like
Ham said it.
It's gonna turn at some point.
Has to. The top half of the league make the playoffs. And
we
now
do
you've
say that
opened
every
it up.
year, though.
I know, and you can't be in the top half of the league, and now they've even opened it up for the postseason play-in tournament, like give you even more chances, and you still can't get in. Jesus, man, what's wrong with you? I will say that, like, think of it this though, like it's not just the losing. Like you can be a losing organization that has stability and professionalism, and you're not looked at as a complete circus.
Yes,
that's the part that speaks louder than anything else. Like. Guys who get, I'm not going to put names out there. You can draw dots.
Oh, let's guess, Morgan.
But it's like, but even players who get disrespected on the way out, players that get cut and aren't told, and just the craziest stuff that reeks of amateur hour. I think they've gone a long way to fix some of those things. This last year, when they traded Tyrese Halliburton, Tyrese found out before it was in the media. He didn't have much notice, but he did. And
that's, I think that should be noted too. It's hard to do nowadays because so many people talk. Agents find out. Agents are hearing stuff.
They can create their own narrative, push out, manipulate a situation. Yes.
But
just be honest. Just be honest. Like I drew this like very Moneyball type of scenario, but it's exactly what I would do. And maybe I'd get crushed for it if I was a general manager. By the way, I don't think I could run an NBA team. I want to put that out there. I don't consider myself a GM, a talent evaluator, a scout. I'm just an idiot who gets paid to talk about it. So like everyone has opinions. That's fine. But I think my approach with my team based off people I've talked to, and I think is probably the most legit, that is, if I'm a team that's absolute trash, and I just came in as a GM, I'm sitting everybody down individually, probably as a group, I don't know. And I'm saying, hey, guess what, guys? I'm going to do whatever is in the best possible interest of this team. And if that means moving you, I will. I'll be upfront with you. I'll tell you right away. I'm having conversations about every single one of you. Don't worry. Don't let it affect you. I'll make sure you find out from me. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you find out from me. And if I, whatever, like I'm going to have this approach where I'm involved and invested in my players and just being absolutely honest with them and shooting them straight and having that relationship. There's agents that don't want GMs approaching their players to talk about big picture things, that they want their agent to be present for those conversations.
Wow.
That the league is a wild place, and it's not just exclusive to the NBA. This happens in other sports as well. But I think the more transparent you are with your team, especially when you're not good, is better. You can have cloaks of anonymity and try to have curtains where things go on as much as possible when you're better, but when you're ass, you have to just put everything out there. You need them to know you're doing your due diligence. You need to let them know you're doing everything you can to improve the product.
So with that said, like with CAA, and this is speculation here, right? But based on reports, Sacramento is clearly not their preferred destination for Jay and Ivy. Is that more to do because they've got De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell, or is that more to do with? Okay, that's what it is in your opinion.
It's fit. It's overall fit. It's overall structure of the organization. Like I don't think CAA looks at Sacramento and goes, because of Tyrese Halliburton,
okay,
this isn't good. I mean, they've got other people on the roster as well. So, I think it's more of, well, we look at other opportunities as being more beneficial for our client. Also, why waste my client's time? We think he's a top 3 talent. We think he should go 1, 2, or 3. That's also part of the calculus, right? So it's like any of those things can factor in. And oh, by the way, you're dangling the pick. Why are we going to come visit you? My client doesn't necessarily want to be there compared to other places that might stand out a little bit more. But you also position yourself. Like I'm not going to visit with any teams that are below 3 because I think I'm a top 3 destination. I'm going to go to one of these top 3 plays.
Although he did visit Detroit and Indiana.
but scenarios though, look at Detroit. You can go in there and it's like, wow, I'm a day 1 starter. I'm a day 1 whatever. So, I like to use the term product of your environment a lot because it doesn't matter who the Kings passed on. Kawhi Leonard, Klay Thompson. Oh boy, I saw a graphic today, by the way, ESPN. It had the Bagley, Luka Doncic. It was literally what the next pick, right? It was like the next pick that you missed on.
Why you bringing up old shit?
Because I have to. Because again, I always like to say the Klay Thompson in Golden State doesn't mean he equates to the Klay Thompson in Sacramento.
No, for sure. I mean, that also totally matters, right? Like situation for these players,
how they develop.
100%, yeah. And
if
go over the list, and it's not good.
If they drafted Kawhi Leonard, what if they traded him the next year?
The one guy that I'm convinced would have been good in Sacramento had they drafted him is Dame Lillard. I think if they had drafted him instead of Thomas Robinson, the way he carries himself, like. He would have been great.
He would have been the one that changed the culture.
Well, what could that have done for Boogie?
Look at you.
I know. Now I'm pulling out that word left and right.
I mean, what would that done with? I mean, let's take a step back though. If Isaiah Thomas pissed off DeMarcus Cousins, I mean, everyone pisses off DeMarcus.
Yeah, everyone.
And I say that with complete affinity. Like it's just the way he is. I get it. It's fine. But Dame's an alpha male. Always has been, even at Weber State. Like I'll admit there was a time where I had small school syndrome where I'm like, well, why the hell did he go there then if he's so good?
You loved Rodney Stuckey, or you did not love Rodney Stuckey.
No,
you did not like small schools. I see. Yeah.
No, I was against small schools. I'm like,
so anti-Steph.
I was. I was for that draft because I think everyone was seduced by what Tyreek. I mean, look, if you know anything about me, if you have size as a point guard or even a combo guard, and I mean, Tyreek was amazing. You could shoot. I mean, Steph was so small and unassuming, and like, how's he going to fit in a grown man's game? And then the league completely shifts. I love Brandon Jennings. I saw him play high school. I was like, this guy's going to be a star. And then how'd that work out? People miss all the time, but I loved Klay Thompson. I absolutely loved Klay Thompson. Kawhi Leonard, not so much. I'm like, why is he at San Diego State if he's so good? Like, what's going on? Why are you there?
I mean, we've been there. We've all judged. That's why for me, even with how I feel about Jaden Ivey, which by the way, I need to make it clear, I really do like Jaden Ivey a lot. I tend to look at his flaws when everyone feels so confident about him and how his game's going to translate into the NBA. But at the same time, too, I do look at it. I laugh to myself just thinking like, well, like if he does end up being all those things, like what are you going to look at differently going into the next draft? And there's a Jaden Ivey like player where there's just flaws, fixable things that you just didn't see. And I think sometimes too, it's you never know how a player is going to turn out, what their motor really is and what they want.
Well, I think part of the narrative sometimes with Ivy, and again, you have to remember this is a bubble that we're in. We're in a bubble. You're looking at King's Reddit or social media, and I think some people act like Jaden Ivey's can't miss, and that's where I'm like, well.
Yeah, they can't miss, Sean.
Yeah, that's I think probably what sticks with me more than anything. Where I don't know that there's a can't miss prospect in this draft.
No, I get it. Yeah, I think there's, especially in this draft, because this draft is not it's not next year's draft. Next year's draft is going to be pretty incredible. In terms
Scoot
of
Henderson.
Yeah, man. Or the big, is he French?
Victor.
What's it? Victor. Yeah. Oh my God.
When Bob White.
The big V.
The big V.
I'm
sure that's gonna stick. The big V.
By the way, I pictured Morgan when she said when she laughs to herself. I was like, I was picturing her in a room, sitting in a room, just howling at the ceiling,
Yep, that's me.
cracking herself up, laughing at her own jokes.
Always.
What was the last thing I was going to ask you? Oh,
I don't know.
What about my guy Benedict Mathurin? You don't like him?
No, I do.
Okay,
But I don't like him at 4.
No. Yeah, that's a trade down target.
Would you be surprised if they traded down and got someone like him?
No.
Okay.
No, but is there, again, if you're getting that, you got to get some, like even if you're moving down a peg or two, you still got to get, like, to me, I think the drop off is pretty big in my opinion. I think they do as well. I think if they're moving off of 4, they're doing so with getting something that's not even just like we're going to add another first round pick, protected, whatever. Even if they're trying, I just don't see them wanting to add. If they add picks, great, but I don't see them necessarily trying to add picks to, they're trying to win with Sabonis. So unless they maybe move him to, that DeAndre, going back to that DeAndre Ayton thing, which I don't think happens, and I don't think there's much to it, but like if they did that, then maybe they'd be more concerned with picks because they've got someone like Ayton who's now locked up. When you've got Sabonis and you have 2 years of having him, and he has to basically go into unrestricted free agency to get the best contract possible, you got to strike while the iron's hot. And that's why you made that move of Tyrese Halliburton. That signified the shift. But I think you can do both. And that's why I think someone like Ivy does, not only is the juice worth the squeeze, in my opinion, to quote that movie Girl Next Door.
Never seen it.
Oh, God, I hate him. I hate him.
Well, you need to change. You change his culture, Morgan.
I'll try.
Every day.
Yeah, watch a movie, kid. All right.
Sit him down. Educate the guy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about his strengths and weaknesses.
Oh my God, there's a lot more flaws.
Can't miss.
But again, like, I think they're going to hold that, and they want to get something substantial that can help them. But again, if you're moving it, I think they're totally prepared and comfortable in selecting someone like Jaden Ivey, and that doesn't necessarily change what their strategy is going forward with Sabonis in this win now, compete now, playoffs now scenario.
Can't wait to see how it plays out
can't
tonight.
wait.
Sean, I didn't know that we'd keep you this long. I feel bad if we kept you this long. Thank you so much. Enjoy being busy tonight. It's going to be crazy. Let's have
Are you guys going to be out there?
No, Sean, just so you know, our stream started at 11 a.m. This stream's going past. I mean, if you have the Zoom link, if you just randomly check in at some point, you can join us. We're just hanging out. We will be here up and through Monty McNair's press conference.
Are you taking any breaks?
So we will be taking the break that we have coming up probably in the next 20 minutes.
It's a 20-minute break.
Will be a recorded interview with Jason Hart from the G League Ignite.
My guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
former Kings guard. We
So-
talked to him about the G League Ignite guys, including Dyson Daniels, who I really like too.
We'll eat and pee, and that will be the break.
At the same time, or
You never
Yes,
know
yes.
if there's only
I'm
one
just
toilet.
gonna be pissing everywhere.
I'd get stage fright. I don't think I could do that.
Well, yeah, Sean. Yeah, enjoy tonight, man. We'll talk to you soon.
I'm so glad we won't have to have these conversations anymore.
Same,
Yes.
same. I'm
we
excited.
actually,
Just
after this, we get to have conversations about like, hey, look what they did. What are they?
Summer League, baby.
ooh,
Oh yeah.
I can't wait. We're gonna have
Can
so
we-
much fun in Vegas together.
Oh, up until 6 o'clock when you turn in.
Hey.
When y'all turn into pumpkins, and I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, stay out, and you're like, no, I gotta.
No, because
I gotta
Sean,
thing."
you want to go see concerts and stuff. We don't. Ball
I
is
don't know.
life.
I have looked at concerts, but there doesn't really appear to be
Good.
a whole lot of.
You're gonna
a lot
go
of
see
them.
Chris Angel or something.
No, I'm not doing that. But
That
beer,
creep.
But beer pong at O'Shea's.
Oh,
You
I'll
know
do
what?
that.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
We'll do one beer pong night with Sean because the Kings play like afternoon games, so that's
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm an absolute goon. I can't wait.
You're gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, you're dead.
All right, Sean. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Later, guys. Thanks.
Bye.
That's the one and only Sean Cunningham talking with us. And I think the biggest takeaway I have was that he says he's talked to some people who within the Kings, their board would be some have Jaden Ivey third overall ahead of Paolo. So like based on just that information, I'm like, well, maybe we're just overthinking this shit. Like maybe they're just drafting Jaden Ivey.
And he said that wasn't the overall census of the room.
No, it's not the consensus, but
Yeah. But at the same time, like there's someone in that room that has that thought process. And that to me is very interesting and just keeps me going back to like, wait, what am I missing about Jaden Ivey being in the top 3? But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we are all overthinking this, and it is just going to be Jaden Ivey, and it is the best available, and that's the direction that the Kings are going into next season. But hey, they already made a trade early on today, so maybe they're still going to be active.
let's talk about one thing right now.
What's the one thing?
We got like combined 700 people watching us live.
Let's go.
The draft, the Kings pick is like 3 hours away. We're going to be here the entire draft. I'm not losing steam. I'm grabbing coffee. I'm going to be ready to go for tonight. And the biggest thing you guys can do to help our channel grow, we are closing in on 7,000 subs. If you're not subscribed, sub away. We're like 70 away. Get us to 7,000. Hit the thumbs up. Get that to well over 600. All that does is help our show get in front of more eyeballs tonight. And what we want this room to be packed tonight for the NBA
Hell
draft.
yeah.
As we break down every single pick, we'll have the Kings Herald NBA draft analyst Bryant West with us for the entire draft. Adrian Wojnarowski's estranged brother, Adam, will be dropping atom bombs right here tonight.
Ooh, you know what time it is.
We'll carry Monty McNair's post-draft press conference. We'll be here with all the trades, instant analysis. We are ready. Are you ready? If you are, give me a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
I saw some people, they're like, who's even working today?
No
I
one.
love that. Don't work. Tell your boss you need the day off. Why? 1, work weeks are way too long for people. 2, because it is NBA draft day and you effing deserve it.
God, this is going to be fun. I love it. We've been going since 11 a.m. We're going to keep this thing rolling too. We're going to be chatting with our guy, Jason Hart, in a bit. We actually pre-taped that interview yesterday. He's in New York, the former Sacramento Kings guard. He's now the head coach of the G League Ignite. We talked to him about the G League Ignite guys. Let's give some more love to the chatters. Morgan Miner just donated $10 saying, my boy, Gabriel Procida in the second round.
Hey,
You know what? I'm for it. Let's go.
Go Gabriel!
Never heard of him. How about Kai Soto? We've had a lot of Kai people in the chat.
Yeah,
today,
I've
so.
seen that a lot today.
Let's get to some more comments. before we get to our interview. Someone's saying split screen with D'Lo and Casey. I don't know that we can actually technologically do that. Otherwise, I think we would. We will be on with them tomorrow, Friday. Our show Friday, crazy. 10 o'clock we're going to be on. Guess who joins us? ESPN's front office insider, Bobby Marks, will break down the draft live with us on Friday morning. Then Friday afternoon, Deuce, Mo, D'Lo, and Casey, the mega powers collide.
The mega powers collide. And can I just say it's really cool that almost every year Bobby Marks has been on with us after the NBA draft.
Yeah.
It's just such a great guy.
Draft day should be a federal holiday. Someone else saying go Pistons. Yeah, the Pistons are an interesting team right after Sacramento. They obviously made the big trade where they get rid of Jeremy Grant, clear that space. Are they going to land DeAndre Ayton? What are they going to do?
If they, I mean, no matter what, I'm sure their plan, their goal is, okay, look, we got Cade. This is what we're building around. This is what we're doing. So if you did get someone like DeAndre Ayton, great. Good for them. Like, that's a great
if you have
start.
Ayton, Cade, you keep Sadiq Bey, and in addition to that, you have the 5th pick. So, what are the possibilities at 5? I think Detroit, and I know so many people have looked at Detroit as an option for Sacramento to trade down, but if you're the Pistons, I think you're satisfied with whoever is there at 5. Like, if Ivy is there, I don't think they hesitate. I think they take Jay and Ivy. But I also think they're completely fine if the guy is Keegan Murray for them. They just got rid of Jeremy Grant. Keegan is obvious. I think Keegan's going to be a good player in the league. If they walk away from this draft in this offseason, they've got Cade.
Yeah.
They've got Sadiq Bey, Keegan Murray. And in addition to that, they signed DeAndre Ayton. You've got the makings of a young team that could be pretty fun next year.
And especially if it's something like the whole Marvin Bagley being their situation, maybe they still see something in him that
they got the number 1, number 2 pick with Aiden Bagley.
we kept on trying to see if like that could happen in Sacramento and kept giving him that space to keep developing. It was never going to happen here. And so can it happen in Detroit? Maybe they still have that faith in him that his athletic ability, that second jump that he does have could take another step. But at the same time, if they get someone like DeAndre Ayton, they're not even worried about that anymore. But exciting times, I think, if you're the Pistons too, just with so much activity going around with that and being in those conversations.
Shout out to the $5 donation.
Ooh, appreciate it.
Super chat from, what's that name?
Shnoa.
No, it's
Shnoa.
Shnoa says preference, Ivy at 4 or Pacers trade for Duarte and pick swap 4 and 6. So the Kings move down 2 spots to get Duarte. Then you take Murray, Mathurin, or even Ivy. I don't think Ivy would be there.
I would take that. I like that.
If you walked away with Duarte and Mathurin, I love Mathurin. That's my guy. I think he has a chance to be pretty special.
Yeah. I'm not even there, but I do really like Mathurin a lot. So if that was the case, you get if you want to establish whatever, just an NBA, a solid NBA piece plus a draft piece or a draft prospect in this draft specifically in the top 10. Yes, I like it.
But if you love Ivy as much as this sounds like some teams do, and maybe even the Kings,
right?
Maybe you don't do that. Maybe you go, nah, we're good. Let's go.
I mean, does it do anything for anyone that the San Antonio Spurs have been talking about Keegan Murray and moving up for Keegan Murray? That to me, it's like, hello, that's a smart team, a team that has won lots, has a great culture, a reputation, all those things. Like, that's got to do something for you, right?
This is why the draft's fun. You just don't know what's going to happen. Here's what I want to hear, though. I want to hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
Or a little.
We have a planned trade to announce.
When you hear those, that means we got fire going. When you hear this sound tonight, the pick could be in, or a Woj is reporting a pick, or there's an update with a trade. We'll be ready to go. Shout out to our guy, Roman, who just became a member on our YouTube channel.
Roman.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Big time. Dylan says Ivy's agent falling on the sword for him. That's what they're paid to do. And also do what the player wants. Yeah, I mean, it may not matter. They're trying everything they can, but we'll see how that plays out for them. What's up, Nick? Ivy said it was his agent, not him, with his medical records. He would love whoever drafts him. Yeah, I think he'd be fine coming to Sacramento. And actually, another interesting subplot to this draft night, there's been some speculation that Chet Holmgren has been withholding medicals from teams.
Yeah, and so obviously that's a concern when people start to hear this about this very tall, slender, young man, and it's like, what concerns are people going to have with those medical records? So it's interesting too, because you think about a big guy in their knees, right? It's not like he has a whole bunch of weight on him where it's going to be this wear and tear on his knees necessarily. So I'm intrigued to see what that really is.
Shout out to our guy, Fred.
Give me a hell yeah.
He donated $20. He says, you guys are the best going to hang out by the arena. Well, if you go by the arena at Golden One Center and you approach L Street, I bet you have your phone out watching us on YouTube or Twitch, because that's the only way to do it. You're doing it in 101 degrees. Have some fun. The other thing, we are 50 subs away from 7,000. Let's get there tonight. Let's get the thumbs up over 600. Let's also take this chance right now. Let's hear from a guy who used to play for the Sacramento Kings. He got drafted in the second round of the 2000 draft out of Syracuse, turned it into a really long career in the NBA, just a solid vet. Then he gets into coaching. He's the head coach of the NBA G League Ignite. His name's Jason Hart. He obviously has a lot of guys who could be in this draft.
Yes.
Starting with one, Dyson Daniels. Mm-hmm. I know we really like Dyson.
Oh, love Dyson. Love him as a perimeter defender.
Oh, God. Mike Foster, Big Mike Foster.
Yep.
You got Beauchamp.
Yep.
Jane Hardy, who I actually think is one of those guys that a team is going to be eager to get maybe in the second round, because he was a high prospect coming out of high school. It just didn't go well for him in the G League. And then Fan Bozang, who was more of a project.
Yeah, still very, very raw, but still super exciting for Hart to have all these guys.
So Jason is in New York for the draft. We had a chance to talk to him yesterday. Here's our chat with Jason Hart, and then we'll be back live right after that. But he has some good stuff on the G League Ignite and his time in Sacramento.
Years ago.
And now he's the head coach of the NBA G League Ignite. He's the one and only Jason Hart. Jason, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
We're great.
Yeah.
We're great. You know, the draft is always an exciting time. It's exciting for the players, excited for fans and teams. We don't know how it's going to play out, but there's so much excitement. What do you remember about your draft day back in 2000?
You know what? I was a second round draft pick, so I didn't go to the green room, but I just remember feeling anxious, had a lot of anxiety. You know, you have a lot of family and friends around. And so I think that's what brings the anxiety. I know these young men are a little bit nervous right now, but I guess it's an experiment that you have to go through when you dream big and you're trying to make it to the NBA. It's just part of it.
Yeah.
And just to bring it back to Sacramento one more time too, because we talked about that being the last playoff team in Sacramento in 2006. And what was your experience like your couple seasons in Sacramento?
Well, the 2 years I was in Sacramento, I had a great experience. I think the fans are probably the best fans in the NBA. I think a lot of people don't know that because they haven't had the winning seasons in prior years, but just living in Sacramento, being from Los Angeles, it was close to home. But the fans made the experiment so memorable because they were really passionate. They understood the game of basketball. And, the purple and white was just out of sight. So I love Old Arco Arena, and those were some of my great times in the NBA.
Man, you played for some awesome coaches in your time. I think, Popovich, Jerry Sloan, George Karl, Rick Adelman was the guy I was going to ask about. The guy that just won the Hall of Fame last year. I know it's not like you were here for 10 years or something, but I'm sure you got the chance to know Adelman. What made him such a special coach?
Well, he was able to get his point across through. He wasn't like a real loud type of coach, so he was able to articulate in a manner where you understood. And I thought he was a fair coach, but he had the way of dealing with players, and everybody responded to it, but he did it with a calmness to him. And I think that's the way he coached is the way coaches coach today. More it's the calm, relaxed approach, and I think guys, you get more out of your guys that way.
And so you've been coaching the G League Ignite for over a year now. What's your favorite part about coaching, and what is your coaching style?
Well, my coaching style is to scream positive and whisper negative. I think a lot of times, young men, since the NBA is so young now, I think they don't want to be shown up. And so I think that the best way to get the most out of this young generation of players is just the constant encouragement, and then to save them from embarrassment, you can whisper that to them. And I think that would show respect. And, with that respect, they'll give you their all. And for me, the best part in coaching the Ignite team is taking some 18-year-olds and playing against grown men pros and watching them get physically beat up on the first time and then come back again next time and be able to master that part of the game. So that's the beauty of it for me.
Yeah, that's one thing. We talked so much draft over the last month, and the one thing I keep going back to for, some fans who may not know is these young guys in the G League Ignite, this experience to not only go up against guys who are either NBA caliber talent or guys who have been in the league, veterans, and then also play with guys who have been around, like Amir Johnson, right? Pujetter, even Kosta Koufis for a minute. I feel like that experience is so valuable for these young guys.
Well, that's why Raj Strickland and Sharif Abdul-Rahim created the team, is to give players who have NBA dreams and aspirations and who we feel can be NBA guys, try to pass up to college and just get all that experience and knowledge now, and then be able to make the trip to the NBA seamless. So they get constant learning, whether from me or their teammates. They're getting constant learning.
It's so cool to see it. We've been around the G League for a little bit now with broadcasting and everything. And I think it's so fun seeing that leadership shine through from some of the vets, but even with coaching, especially with the G League Ignite, it just seems like a different experience because you do have the 18-year-olds and then you do have the 35-plus-year-olds. What makes that so special? And I mean, what was your first year like coaching?
Well, the first year of coaching, it was a blessing. I had a great time. I think I took this job because obviously I was a college assistant. I was associate head coach at USC. So the way I continue to recruit for this program was just similar to what I did at the college game. You're going after 17-year-olds and you're getting to know them off the court. You're getting to know their do's, their don'ts, their parents. And so it made the transition for me seamless because I'm used to dealing with young men at this age. And the challenge was, can we get these guys up and going? Obviously, Jalen Green and Jonathan Kamunga set the program off, but now it's the challenge of keeping it going. And so, it's finding the right young men and family that want to, become good players, but do it the right way and listen and take coaching. And that's where it makes this experience really good for me in year one.
And you keep mentioning family, and what I love about that, because we've seen that again, getting so close to the G League, just even with someone like Scoot Henderson and his family, and just seeing his family and the way that they really want to be in it and they want to understand what's going on and understand how he can grow. How important has family been for these young guys within G League Ignite?
Well, when we sign them, we understand we're taking young men from their home and putting them in a pro environment. So when we do that, we're inviting the families as well. And when we say that, because we need their support, it's tough to take, a 17-year-old from his home where Scoot was and just say, here you go. Well, parents still have concerns. They still want to be around. So we invite that. We encourage that. And I think, we're turning, this is year 2 of a program, but we create a family atmosphere because that's what we want it to be. But we also need their support, and that's what keeps the program going.
Yeah, and of course, this draft night could be really special for the G League Ignite program. You could have like 5 guys get their name called on draft night. And the one that, of course, is getting there's many getting love right now, but Dyson Daniels is seemingly the guy that is likely to be picked in the top 10-ish in the NBA draft as you follow the mock drafts. He's intriguing. He's gotten taller. The one thing that jumped out to me just watching him was the fact that he just looks like he has control out there. He looks like he's a little older, right?
Yeah.
Like he's more mature, high basketball IQ. What growth did you see out of him from the start of the season and then to where he is now?
Yeah, Dyson took a huge jump. For one, it was a delicate situation because he was 18 years old coming from Australia.
Yeah.
And so in the month of August, when he flew in to LA, I went and met him once he, got to his hotel, went and watched him work out. And it was just for him to try to build with me. I didn't know Dyson. And so I wanted him to know that, I was somebody that he can build a relationship with. I wanted to see his dreams come true, obviously. And so it was just a trust factor with him coming in. Basketball-wise, man, when he first got started, he'd tell you in some of his, if you've been listening to some of his interviews, he struggled. And the struggle was good because it taught him I got to bounce back and fight. Had he went to college early, he'd probably be still sitting on the bench. And no disrespect to the college game, the Ignite program is for the young guys to go through struggles and get through them and keep playing and playing through those mistakes. And so this program is designed for the Dysons. Couldn't figure it out early, but have it later. And to see his name possibly top 10, top 8 pick is a true testament of his work ethic and his character, but also to our program and allowing our young men to grow.
It's so cool seeing that too, because it's so true. The right situations can put these guys in the best position, whether it's, once they're in the NBA, what organization they're with and how that organization wants to develop some of these young guys to how they prepare for that with, like G League Ignite. But with Dyson Daniels, what kind of impact do you think that he can actually make at the next level?
I think he can make a huge impact. Obviously, you said earlier, he grew since he came. When he was here August 2021, he was about 6'6", and now he's a little over 6'7.5". So his impact is he's a really, really good defender. He's an A-level defender with length. He has good anticipation. He likes to block shots from the guard position. And then since you're 19 years old, your offense will eventually catch up. But what he brings to a team is he will sacrifice. He's a good piece to a team, and he knows who he is early on in his life as a basketball player. And that's what the NBA teams have fell in love with.
It was interesting because I got to see you guys up close in a game in Stockton at the beginning of the season. Then later in the season, Dyson rolls through, and, he just controlled the game. He dominated that game. I don't know. Do you remember that game at all?
Yeah, the last game we played in Stockton, he had 20 points, 18 rebounds, and like 8 assists. And so when you're doing that at 19 years old, it's like, whoa. And so his name wasn't ringing bells then, but we knew as this process took off and the more film work and study was starting to show from these teams, we knew he would skyrocket up the draft board.
Yeah, and of course, all these players, all these young guys have to evolve and get better. That's part of getting drafted to the NBA for sure. But when you look at his game, like what are maybe some areas of improvement for him to reach his full potential at the NBA level?
Well, for one, it's just getting the NBA. You played in the G League, but now the NBA game is the same, but you got a higher level of talent. So you got to get used to that. It's another speed adjustment. And then also shooting. Shooting is with every player in the league, getting used to that three-point line, getting more comfortable, and then also getting there and keeping that chip on your shoulder. I think when you're young and you keep the chip on your shoulder, it allows you to get longevity because you never settle.
Looking at another guy, Marjon Beauchamp, and talk about the grinding he had to do to get where he is. Played JC ball, of course, with you guys last year. How did he evolve throughout the season?
Well, he was very talented. When I was an assistant coach at USC, he was getting recruited as a high-level high school player. And so he chose a different road, and it got bumpy. One thing he showed was resiliency. And so by the time he came here to us, he was ready. The fear was gone. The fear of not failure was never there. And he just played his game. And he played his way from not being on any draft boards to a first-round pick tonight to getting invited to the green room. And so just to be a part of his story, a part of his success, it's a great testament to him and his diligence of not giving up and, determined to see his dream come true. And so tomorrow when he gets in the green room, I'm going to be super excited because he rolled the dice on himself.
I
Yeah.
mean, that alone is just such an accomplishment. And I didn't actually get to read it yet before this interview, but just seeing that Mark Spears just did a piece on him as well, just saying, there was times when he was going to quit the game. And it just seems like with everything that the G League Ignite program has done for a lot of these guys too is, put them in the right mentality. Another guy with Jaden Hardy, who was one of the top prospects in the country when he first signed with G League Ignite. And then this year didn't go probably as planned for him. But how would you say that he benefited from this last season?
Well, for him, he it didn't go as well as he liked to, but he still have an opportunity to make his dreams come true.
Yep.
I think that our program is a total reflection of youth, and so he's still learning and adjusting to the pro game. But like we all said, he didn't have the year he probably wanted. He still averaged 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists at 18 years old. So it's just now the nitpick. Okay, he didn't do it this way, but it ain't like he came in and averaged 2. He averaged 19.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes when you're built up so high and it's not what they want to look like, they start to tear down. But he's still a really, really good basketball player.
Yeah, and you start thinking about a couple of things you're talking about, Beauchamp and even Jaden. It's when you get to this level, all these guys are talented.
Yes.
Right? They all have the mental component of going through the grind, the struggles. A lot of these guys probably haven't struggled a lot, right? Like in their playing lives in high school and stuff, because they're the best player on the floor. The mental component has got to be so vital, and to make sure that you have the belief in yourself and be surrounded by the right people.
And that's why when these young men come in, we meet them where they are at. We don't anticipate that they're 25-year-olds or move like 28-year-olds. All of these young men just coming from high school. They're just coming from living with their parents. So we understand that it's going to be struggle. We understand that it's going to be anxiety, and that's okay. We welcome all of that. Our goal is to hold your hand and walk you through that. So when you do get to the NBA, you're prepared for it. You've been through that part already. And that's why the Ignite program is a special place.
And before we get to the next guy, is it, when you see this too, is it just like, man, I wish we had something like this when I was getting drafted or when I was trying to get into the league?
Well, when I got drafted in 2000, you got to think back then, you had high school players getting drafted. So I wasn't good enough. I had to go to college. And I still believe in college. I still believe college is a great place to go and grow as a person and get your game better. This program is just for young men who are talented enough that they can bypass college and become pros early while getting a tutelage and learning about the NBA game before they embark on it.
Big Mike Foster, man. I saw that guy early, and I was like, he's got talent. And the one thing that's jumped out to me about seeing him in some of these workouts, I know he did work out in Sacramento with the Kings as well. He's been all over the place working out. He's worked on his body a lot. I mean, he's a bigger dude, just a thick guy, but I mean, he looks like he's in tremendous shape. Obviously, another young guy. What do you think of his game and how he has improved over the time you've spent with him?
So Michael Foster was an interesting case because he grew up playing the game. Like you said, he's so big, and so he grew up playing the guard position, right? He played guard, and so he had to transition into learning how to be a big, right? That was his position at the NBA. So he had the biggest adjustment because he went from playing guard in high school to a big man in the pros. I thought he did a very good job. He averaged 17 points and 8 rebounds and 2 blocks. And so I think that, to me, he's a sleeper. I think whatever team will get him will be very happy, but also they have a young talent who's willing to grow and get better at each day.
And then the other guy that could get drafted is Fanbo Zhang, and a guy who is a young guy who's raw, dealt with some injuries early on, but one of the hottest prospects coming from China in a while. Where is he at, and what did you learn about him from the start to now?
Well, he came, like you said, he came a little banged up from China. You know, he had like a little ankle injury, nothing serious. But I think he learned how to work, the physicality of the game, being able to take care of your body, and what it is to be a pro. I think a lot of times you don't know what it is to be a pro. So you get to be around those veterans that we have. You get to see our young guys compete day in and day out. And I think he started to get that as the season moved on. And he finished the season, on a high note. And hopefully a team see what we see and take a chance on it and draft this young man, because he probably is one of the better shooters in the entire draft. He just needed more experience and just more time.
Yeah, and just work on his body too, and it looks like he has done that. Again, another guy that's worked out in Sacramento.
Yeah.
The Kings have worked out a lot of like second-round talent, and he's projected to kind of be in that boat. And yeah, you see the flashes. It just didn't all come together at once for him at the G League level. But I mean, he's gone stronger. If he could shoot it, he's someone that I think if a team's patient with, you never know.
Yeah, and going off of that too, depending on what team for a lot of these guys and what the organization is like and how they develop guys, what's your biggest piece of advice for a lot of these guys? Because they get put into so many different situations where some it's like, hey, they need you now. You got to be, NBA ready, confidence, your mentality's got to be here. And then other guys, it's like, hey, you're not going to play much. Like, what do you tell all these guys?
I just tell them to be prepared for whatever situation. I think the one thing you can't do is worry about what you can't control. And so whether you play early or play later, you have to go be a professional. The moment you take somebody's money, you're a professional. And that's a certain way you have to conduct yourself. And that's what we try to teach these young men, that you're a pro now. And you have to carry yourself on and off the court that way. And whatever a team asks of you, that's your job because you're getting paid. So you really have no choice. You have to be a professional on and off.
You mentioned that you were nervous on your draft night. Do you get nervous for this draft at all? Just because it's like, and maybe not nervous, is maybe anxious just to see where your guys land?
Very anxious. I'm not even going to lie. I look at all these young men as younger brothers, right? And you want to see their dreams come true because I've watched them sacrifice, movies and high school football games or college football games and just certain things that normal 18, 19-year-olds do. These guys chose to put all their chips in and go for this dream. And you got to respect somebody when they have that much dedication to their craft, being that they're so young.
I think the other thing, too, is you are a great example of someone who went to college and then you got drafted late second round and you turned it into a long career in the NBA. So, it could be disappointing for some of these guys on draft night. There are going to be some guys who don't get drafted who feel like they should get drafted. But you can still make it.
Yep.
And, second-round picks, people look at it and go, I don't know. I mean, Jokic, two-time MVP, second-round pick. You can't let that get to you. You got to just keep grinding if you love it.
That's what this thing's about. The NBA, trying to become an NBA basketball player is one of the hardest jobs in the world. And when we say the world, the whole globe. And so just for you guys to be near and get drafted, if you don't get drafted, you're close to signing with a team, I think that's a testament. Now you just got to dig in and work your hardest and see where the chips may fall at the end of the day.
Well, Jason, we can't thank you enough for hanging out with us for a bit, man. Maybe we can catch up with you again because I'd love to dive deeper into your story at some point.
Yes.
But it's busy. It's draft time. Enjoy it, man. Soak it up. And congratulations, man. It's an accomplishment to you and a testament to you and your staff at the G League Ignite that you're potentially having 5 guys get drafted. That's a big deal.
Man, and it's an honor, too. And I want to thank you guys for having me on, even just to hear our story about our guys. Anytime somebody want to support our guys, I'm all in. So thank you guys for having me. I'm wishing the Kings luck tomorrow in the draft, and hopefully you guys get the player you guys want.
Shout out to Jason Hart, the head coach of the G League Ignites, for stopping by with us. Had a chance to talk with him yesterday. And yeah, there's some talent coming out of the G League Ignite. Dyson Daniels is the one that draws a lot of attention for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, for a lot of obvious reasons too, especially with the way that we talk about what he can do defensively. But you and I both, we called a game, a G League game, a few with him, but one of the last ones in Stockton when he just took off and just looked like everything people had been saying about him. So,
and he's a guy that if the Kings were to trade down, that could be a target. 6'8", he's like 6'7", 6'8", good size. The biggest thing for him is can the shooting come around? You know, that's the biggest question mark you have with him at this point. As someone in the chat, Joe is saying, where's Ignite located? So they're based out of Walnut Creek, California, but they played their games last year in Las Vegas, as well as bouncing around.
Yeah, they're a little bit everywhere, right? Oh, you have something?
It's the NBA draft. We're all thirsty for something. Well, there's been so much talk about Jaden Ivey. How would he feel about Sacramento? Shout out to our guy Greg over at the Kings Herald who put this out. Jaden Ivey was on ESPN. He was asked about not working out for Sacramento, said he let his agents handle it all. And whatever happens tonight, quote, I'm going to be happy and I'm going to be blessed to be here and I'm going to be ready.
That's what everyone wanted to hear right there. You got to hear it on ESPN today. So, although it's like, I didn't need to hear that. I felt that way anyway, but it is nice.
Well, I do think if Jaden comes to Sacramento, there will be a portion of the fan base who is rubbed the wrong way by him.
Sure.
By some of the reports that suggested he didn't want to be here. I think some would be rubbed the wrong way when he was asked about Sacramento, and he said, would it be the worst option? But those things go away fast. You know, that's something you tackle at the press conference, and like if he buys in, he buys in. Now, there's bigger questions about fitting everything together. But if it's true that the Kings front office has people in their front office that even like him as a third-ranked player in this draft, I imagine they're going to be taking him at number 4.
Yeah. Hearing that, obviously, when we were talking with Sean Cunningham, but then also, you know, you just hear the rave reviews about Jaden Ivey and how he is the... not best fit. What is it? Best
available.
Best available.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm like, where am I at with that? But best available. And so many people throughout time are like, you have to take the best available. You have to. He hasn't sold me on like, oh, he's for sure this best available right there, because I know I've seen and have said so many different things about Jaden Ivey. But there's a lot of people that have been doing a lot of homework that feel strongly about that. So
Morgan, we started this thing at 11 a.m.
Hell yeah, we did.
We are approaching the 3 o'clock hour, and at 3:15, the Athletics' Anthony Slater, I believe he is one of the best basketball writers on the planet. I think, for me, a guy who can not only cover the game, get interesting insight from players and coaches and execs, but also has a great understanding of the game, is a guy to talk to. He just wrote a piece about the Kings' decision at 4 between Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey. So we'll have him on. He's going to be joining us via phone because he's on his way to San Francisco. Excuse me. Because the Warriors, believe it or not, have a draft pick.
They do,
Imagine
huh?
the Warriors, how fast that is. Playoff Bam says, how long until the draft? We are 2 hours and 3 minutes away from NBA draft coverage on ESPN and ABC.
Hell yeah.
But it started at 11 with us. I need you guys to bring the energy. We're going to be on for probably another 7 hours. We're not stopping. We want some trades. We want to hear Adam Silver. And
We have a planned trade to announce.
or maybe from the grave.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
Rest in peace, David Stern.
There we go.
Let's get it going. You know, I almost feel like I need some sort of music, some sort of performance to really get the juices flowing again,
What's
Morgan.
happening?
And I know you can sing, so maybe you have a little ditty for us, huh?
Why don't you just show the video I did? I have to do it live?
If you guys in the chat, would you guys rather have Morgan in a pre-recorded thing she put on social media? Do you want me to play that? Or do you want her right here, right now, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, to perform in front of us right here, right now? If you do, give us a hell yeah. Well, wait, we'll see.
Wow, people are saying live. The sad part is I don't even remember the lyrics because I was just having fun singing around the house. Can I listen to it really quick?
Give me a hell yeah.
I'm so sorry.
The chat's saying live. They're saying hell yeah. Go in the other room and listen.
Okay,
Because I don't want it spoiled. We're ready. This is a big moment. We need it going. The NBA draft is tonight. Oh, I'm juiced. We got Anthony Slater in a few minutes. Coming up at 4 o'clock hour, Brian West from the Kings Herald. He'll be with us throughout the draft, talking about the draft picks. And Adrian Wojnarowski's estranged brother Adam will be with us right here, right now. But Morgan is ready.
It's NBA draft day. Why can't they just say who they're gonna pick now? Oh, I fucked that up at the end.
Nope. Is that it?
Yeah, that's all. That's only what I did on Instagram.
I'm
I
sorry.
was just like singing like Lady Gaga's song. I don't even know the name of the song.
If you guys
Shallow.
If you guys want an encore performance of that from Morgan Reagan, where she doesn't just totally rush through it, give us a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
One more time.
See, someone knew the song.
One more time.
Oh wait, I like this.
One
Brittany
more time.
Reagan in the chat saying Deuce needs to sing now. We should. That is a great idea. Brittany.
I don't have a song.
No, you have to do the same song.
What were your lyrics?
Exactly. It's NBA draft day. Why can't they just say who they're gonna pick now?
It's NBA draft day.
Why can't they just say?
Why can't they just say
who they're gonna pick now?
Who they're gonna pick now?
Yes! Oh my God! Thank you for doing that. Yeah.
Can you just one more time do your whole thing again? And don't stand up. Just sit down, relax.
Okay.
The people want. I felt it. I'm trying to get juiced up. The kids.
It's NBA draft day. Why can't they just say who they're gonna pick now? Thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The
Thank you,
crowd is absolutely buzzing.
Wow.
The meeting has ended after. Oh no.
Oh.
No. I think you had started again.
Oh, thank God.
Zoom closed on us for a second. Got me a
Okay.
little spooked.
Who did it better, Deuce or Mo?
I mean, it's not even. Here's what I'll say right here, and this, Deuce Mason, not. I'm a humble guy.
Oh,
right? I'm a very humble guy.
Yeah.
But Morgan, I've said this for years about you. If you had like any vocal lessons, you could be a good singer.
That's really nice.
Like you're good right now. Like you are good enough, but like you could be special.
Okay, so compare my singing right now to an NBA draft prospect. That will give me a better idea of like
Jaden Ivey. You've got the flashes, the potential.
No!
There's some refinement that has to take place. You got to work on the floater and the mid-range of the defense, but you've got all the tools.
Yeah, okay. I would, yes, Lofton. I like it.
Scotty says you're decent. Mo is a first rounder. Mo equals Ivy for sure.
Wow. You people.
As we approach now, what is this? Wait, so 11, 12, 1, 2. This is the start of hour 4 of our draft coverage?
Yeah.
Shit.
Gone by
Hour
fast.
4 of our draft coverage, one thing that you could help us big time with. We need you to share this. If you're on social media, be like, hey, come watch this. Tell your friends. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. The last time I checked, we were 50 away from 7,000 subs.
Wow.
We are less than 40 away from 7,000 subs.
Thank you, party people. Seriously, truly amazing. This has been so much fun. And it's just getting started.
That's your next one, huh?
What?
It is getting started.
That was just
we also we're keeping our eye on to make sure there's nothing crazy happening. Woj said something last night on ESPN saying he believes that this NBA draft night has a potential to be very active when it comes to trades. And his point was that it could be more active than even NBA free agency. So I'm going to try to find the clip on it too, because I just thought that was a very interesting thing. We haven't seen anything crazy at this point. The Kings made a deal earlier tonight, this morning, and then the Lakers made a trade, but there's nothing significant.
no. Which, by the way, too, because if it is more active than free agency, we will be doing a show just like this for NBA free agency as well, assuming that there is going to be lots and lots of action. And if there's not, don't worry, because we're just going to have a grand old time. But yeah, if tonight's super active and dramatic, especially with all the Kyrie and Brooklyn news that's coming out with KD, you know, keeping his options open. Oh, God, I love that drama.
Kevin Durant to the Kings? Would you give up Barnes in that deal? We'll talk more about that in a bit. I do want to get to this. Jaden Ivey was on ESPN today, and this clip was him reading off a list of his goals, which he has as a screensaver on his phone. Let's take a listen. In just a second, we will take a listen. It'll be fantastic. Here's Jaden Ivey.
I love it.
All right. So definitely going to get drafted tonight. After that, I want to win the Summer League MVP.
Yes.
Okay. Want to win Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
Want to lead my team to the playoffs.
Okay.
Win multiple championships.
Okay.
Win MVP multiple times.
Okay.
Make the All-Star multiple times. Want to be top 15 in scoring, top 50 in assists, top 100 in rebounds, and become one of the greatest players of all time.
It would be more weird if he was like, if I could just be like a okay player and like have a 10-year career, and if I'm able to get some minutes, that's cool. But yeah, the guy has lofty goals. He says he wants it. Will he achieve those things? I mean, those are pretty wild goals, but having the mindset, cool.
Okay, here's my question for everyone, because I think it's so wrong to dump on anyone for having confidence in their game and what they want to accomplish. Like, I will not dump on it. My only thing is, when you are an NBA rookie, I do always feel like the goals should be very team oriented. That is just a very specific, dramatic way of looking at it.
He wants to lead his team to the playoffs.
And top 50 in assists. I was like looking, I was waiting for that too. And I was like, oh, okay. But I just thought, I'm just saying, like, I'm down, because I'm down to hear individual goals. I just think that sometimes, there just needs to be a lot more, I guess, of the team goals when you're starting off.
Wait, what would you say? Well, I'd like to have a number one defensive team. Like, what do you mean?
No,
he's asked about his individual goals that he has on his thing.
Okay. No, and that's why I feel bad for bringing it up. I'm just being transparent of how my first thoughts of hearing that clip. I was like,
Here's the thing, Morgan. If I was buying stock, your stock price when you sang that song was extremely high. Then you made comments because a guy's got goals and wants to achieve things. You were like
I stated beforehand that I don't think that anyone should dump on anyone for their individual goals. I'm just saying, for a young guy coming to a new team and just stating all of his individual goals.
Yeah, winning MVP, that means the Kings are probably pretty good.
The Kings, I love it. Okay, yeah. I shouldn't have said that then.
Chat, how do we feel about Morgan?
It's just a thought. And I don't want to take anything away from him, because I like Jaden Ivey. And I like his goals. I do.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how everything shakes out. Bobby Marks also said something. Bobby Marks from ESPN will be with us on tomorrow's podcast, and he said the team that will probably be most disappointed tonight, the New York Knicks. And it sounds like, just even talking to Sean, that the Knicks are a team that they're desperate to make some sort of splash. I'm sure they're desperate to get in the Kyrie Irving sweepstakes. We're looking at a list of teams that Kyrie would be cool with. If you're just joining us, by the way, that's kind of the drama today in the NBA. According to Woj, if Kyrie can't reach an agreement to stay in Brooklyn, he has a list of teams he'd like them to consider on signing trades. Lakers, Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Mavs, Sixers. None of those teams have cap space to sign him without the Nets' help.
Yeah, so when they say that too, what does that mean with the Nets? How would they help that situation?
Well, they'd have to
take on.
Yeah, they have to make a trade.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be making a lot of money, so they have to be able to take money back and be able to work it out. The Nets are going to have to be motivated to make a deal that makes sense. They're not just going to be like, yeah, we'll sign in. We're not just going to help Kyrie get to this next thing and take on your shit contracts. It has to make sense for us too.
Totally. And at the same time too, though, if you are the Nets and you're looking to obviously put Kyrie on his way. It's like teams are going to look at you, though, too, like, oh, they're a little bit desperate, too. Like, the Nets are a little bit desperate. They've got KD coming out saying he's keeping his options open. And then you got Ben Simmons, who just
That's
got
fine.
back surgery.
How are these teams signing Kyrie Irving then?
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't have money.
Yeah.
So it has to make sense, obviously. I mean, the other thing, too, looking at the list of teams, Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Mavs, Sixers, Lakers, not surprised by the Lakers and Clippers being the mix. The Knicks, I'm sure they want to make a splash. They can't get anything done. They haven't been able to get anything done in years trying to, hey, we're Madison Square Garden. We're the Knicks. We're going to do this. And they always swing and miss. I think the team that intrigues me most on this list for Kyrie is Miami. Because if he went to Miami,
there's only one way.
There's just one way. And it's you're buying into what we're doing. And if he's in that type of environment, I mean, what does that do? I mean, is he bought in? Is he on board?
Especially with an out-of-shape, aging Kyle Lowry.
I'm sure Kyle would be out.
Yeah. It's anytime you mention a player, any player with the Miami Heat, you know how it's going to shape them and help the rest of their career if they buy in, if they're willing to buy in and listen to, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and how everything needs to be done there. But if you're Kyrie and you're just going off to another team, who's to say that this isn't going to happen again? Track record.
It's just so scary with Kyrie.
It
You just don't really know what kind of person you're going to get in that situation, right? Like, how invested is he going to be on your team? And you talked about earlier with the track record. I mean, Cleveland, Boston,
yeah,
Brooklyn.
Yeah. You guys, and we were talking about this with Sean Cunningham about how talent is seen in the NBA and how it beats out everything. And I get that. That's what's so crazy about Kyrie Irving's situation is that he is so effing talented. Now, last season, he obviously was only a part-time player because he wasn't willing to get vaccinated. And this next season, that's not going to be a part of this next season. So what kind of player is he going to be if he is healthy and can play the entire season? Is he going to be the Kyrie that buys in, has a good attitude, isn't making excuses for other things off the court? Or are you just going to end up getting the same type of Kyrie as soon as something doesn't go his way?
I mean, I think the whole situation just sucks, and this is the risk you take when you're putting these teams together. But Sean Marks, obviously deserves credit for making all these moves happen in the first place. But now you're in a position where you may lose Kyrie Irving. And what does that mean for KD? Is Durant pissed off? Does he want out at that point? And then Ben Simmons coming off a back thing. It's a messy situation. And I think this is, to be honest, I understand the talent, and I agree that talent for teams outweighs a lot. I would not want to be in the Kyrie Irving business.
Thank you. And I probably wouldn't have said this even last year. I would have been I'll give it another chance or whatever year.
He is so good, but every one of his stops has ended poorly.
Yep. And that
he's good.
That
he's
alone,
awesome.
you guys, it's there's so many people that just say, but I can be the one that changes him. I can be the one that really, allows him to forget about everything else and just play basketball and have fun. That hasn't been the case with him. And it makes me so sad because I actually really like Kyrie Irving in a lot of ways on the court with just his talent alone, what he's done as a point guard, his ball handling skills. He's so talented. But his legacy in this league is just going to end up being very strange. He's just has a very strange reputation. There's a lot of times people say, yeah, but he gets along with his teammates, or he gets along with his teammates once he isn't on the team. We saw him, hug Jason Tatum throughout time, Jaylen Brown, but it's do they just get along because now they're not on the same team? They like him as a person.
Dante says people all react how they wanted. Kyrie still is the best point guard in the game. No, he does not shoot the ball like others. He is better in other ways. Yeah, I don't think
so good.
If you doubt Kyrie's like skill level, you're just mistaken. The guy is a joy to watch, and any criticism I have with him has nothing to do with how he plays the game.
Nothing.
Like the guy's special, and you know, he's just a different dude, and that doesn't mean he's a bad person either.
No.
It's just like, if you're betting on things, if you're an NBA GM and you're trying to make moves, you got to be pretty damn sure. Now, there are certain situations, situation matters too. Like, if you're the Kings, do you get in the Kyrie Irving business? One, it's not going to happen, but that's probably a chance you don't take, where Miami probably goes, look, we have a system. The Lakers, at least you have a situation where, like, LeBron knows him pretty well. Like, do you think Kyrie going to the Knicks is a good idea?
No.
No, it's not a good idea. Kyrie going to Miami? Okay. Kyrie going to the Clippers with Kawhi and PG? Okay, maybe. There could be certain situations where it does make sense.
Yeah, and that's why we talk about that so much with players situational. You just saw it with Andrew Wiggins being an NBA champion on the Golden State Warriors. You know, like, why weren't things working out in Minnesota? And then look, he comes to Golden State, and it's not only the system, it's also having these other pieces around that bought into the system that play at such an elite level, like Steph Curry, even like Draymond at certain stages within the season. But yeah, situation will matter in the end with Kyrie Irving. He'll still have those highlights. He'll still have some really nice moves, and man, are they sexy as hell sometimes. But is it going to translate your team into being a championship team with Kyrie on it? You couldn't say that right now.
Well, I told you Anthony Slater is going to join us on the phone. I did tell him we'd be calling him.
Okay.
And so you guys are usually, see, if we had like 18 producers, they would call him like, hey, he's ready. Okay, go ahead. You know what's so funny?
What?
I just realized I don't even have his number.
What have you been doing? Oh, you just been chatting with him on Twitter.
Oh my God. I'm an idiot and don't have your number because we've only.
Yep. Read it out loud. Let everyone know. Because we've only had him over Zoom. And then speak to him over Twitter. I'll give you a call. He's like, okay, give me a call, knowing that Deuce doesn't have his number.
Oh my God. I looked up Anthony Slater on my phone. I'm like, I just have his email.
Rob talking about the Kings, and imagine the Kings war room right now. I can see Monty sitting in a big chair smoking a cigar. Why would he be smoking a cigar at 3:16? He better be making lots and lots of things happen.
Here we go. He's here. He is live with us. Anthony Slater. I realized, I'm like, I got to call Anthony. And I went and looked at my phone. I'm like, I don't have his number because we've only talked on Twitter and on Zoom. What's up, Anthony? Oh, hold on. I don't know why it happened. Hold on one more sec. How you doing, Anthony?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I got you now. Yeah, I thought I had your number, and then I realized I didn't. I felt really stupid. But how you doing, man? Happy draft day.
I'm good. I'm halfway between Golden One and Chase Center, on the way towards Chase Center. How are you two doing? It's a bigger question. This is a much bigger night for the Sacramento fan base.
It's just like the Kings have been in the draft lottery a lot, so it's like almost expecting the worst, which is probably not the best thing.
It is expecting the worst, but at the same time, I keep telling Deuce too, like, I've had a weird confidence going into today because I feel like you really can't screw it up. I couldn't say that about like the past years with the Sacramento Kings, but I really feel like you can't really screw this one up.
What is a good night for you guys, in your opinion?
Well,
I would say personally, I'd say using 4 on a prospect. Like, don't trade down for a vet help and like a lower tier prospect. I just draft somebody, whoever you think is best at 4 would be, in my opinion, a good night for the Kings. What do you guys think?
Well, I've gone back and forth on this. I don't know who the player would be if they traded down that would make me interested. Like, I know some people have thrown out, like Pacers people, like fans have been like, hey, 4 for 6 in Duarte. I mean, that deal's fine, especially if you really love someone at 6. I like Benedict Mathurin a lot. I think he could be a good player in the league. But I think the Kings like Jaden Ivey, and I think if Jaden Ivey's, he's probably going to be there at 4. You take him and you figure it out. Like, I don't think Sacramento's in a position at this point to pass on someone if they feel like he's got star potential? And in addition to that, like, could you move Harrison Barnes or some other expirings to satisfy your need for another player like a John Collins?
By the way, if Jaden Ivey's not there at 4, that would really open up a potential opportunity. If doesn't seem like any of these top 3 are falling, but which do you like most? If one of them did somehow tumble.
Well, it's tough because let's just say Chet fell. I would be super happy with Chet. Now I know all the drama going on with some of the withholding of the medical records, or
there's some talk about that.
Some talk about it. Whatever. I'm not too concerned until I need to be concerned. But I feel like with him and just his not only being such a special, unique player, I think he can add so much next to someone like Sabonis and add a lot defensively for the Sacramento Kings. So that ultimately would make me happiest. But it's funny because even when you mentioned what you wouldn't want to see the Kings do when you're talking about getting like, an established NBA guy and trading down to do that and still having a pick, I would be down for that. But I don't know. That's just me right now.
I just don't know who that established guy would be if
Right.
they moved down. And that's part of the problem. I was intrigued for a moment if like they swapped 4 and 5 with Detroit and got Jeremy Grant somehow, maybe in a bigger deal, but obviously that can't happen now.
Yeah, I mean, and you probably have to basically lose Barnes just salary match wise in that deal, and like that's kind of an issue. I mean, like they're just in this such of a balance of a team you think should just like everything should be future, but then you're like, well, man, losing Harrison Barnes, like especially like a Barnes Grant swap. Are we sure Jeremy Grant adds much more to winning than Harrison Barnes? And I would ask the same thing about Collins. I know that's kind of the hot rumor of the day, but I mean, I don't know. John Collins hasn't exactly been tied to, I mean, he was good in their playoff run to the conference finals, but he to me overlaps a little bit more with Sabonis than Barnes does as far as positionally. So I don't know how much I love that.
Well, Anthony, you were around, obviously, Mike Brown a lot, and he's coming in as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Let's just say John Collins, needs a new situation, needs a new coach, needs to be taught basketball differently. He's still young enough. Like, does that intrigue you at all if that was still part of the situation?
Yeah, I mean, look, he shoots the 3 pretty well, and I guess, you're talking about a front court pairing of Collins and Sabonis. It's a little small. I mean, John Collins has some intriguing tools as far as, he's an athlete, somewhat multi-positional defensively, but not really a rim protector. It's the reason they have a Clint Capella behind him. And, but we're talking about an imperfect Kings roster where there's just not some like perfect solution out there to where suddenly you have this great backbone defense behind Sabonis and Fox. So I don't hate it, especially because Barnes is expiring. And do you guys know Collins' deal off the top of his head? I think he's still got like several years.
Yeah.
That's like,
It's several years, about $25 million, and that's a hefty price tag, right? Barnes making like 18 at this point. I think how I look, and I like HB a lot. Expiring deal, his age, and are you going to re-sign him? If those things, just thinking about that, if you're to swap those two, I think getting an athletic 4 next to Sabonis could be a good thing for Sacramento. And as far as the contract itself, I'm not in love with the number. At the same time, if you're Sacramento, like if John Collins is a free agent, that's probably what you'd have to pay for him. I mean, you'd probably have to pay that much to get him.
Yeah. So what's interesting about the Barnes situation, I mean, for a few years, right, he seemed like the prime candidate. Trade him, get future, picks, maybe get, 2 seasons ago, you could have traded him, got like a first and a couple expirings, and that made sense for a team in the situation like the Kings. But with him sitting at 18 and extension eligible this summer, let's say Barnes, who, but he's a wing that to me, like, is helpful for this current roster. And I think we all know that they are somewhat obsessed with winning with this core. What about an extension for Harrison Barnes? Like, is that such a bad idea compared to like what Collins is making? If suddenly, you just added a couple more reasonable years to Harrison Barnes. I mean, he's in his prime. He probably had his best season last season. 40% 3-point shooter, versatile defender. Really, he's Keegan Murray, if Keegan Murray was like in his full prime, would it be so bad to just extend Harrison Barnes? I don't know.
No, it wouldn't be. And I'm with you on that. And I think I think his game would change too, because he had a lot of pressure on him last year to really play that 4. And when he was playing more in the wing position, he wasn't being depended on to crash the boards every time. It's like he was more open and could do more offensively and cut. And he was great for them. But I think he would have to play dominantly that position. 2, I feel like he's still in that prime age of his career where he just needs the right fit of people too. And what that means, obviously, with this roster not being constructed fully the right way, maybe it's going to get better with the way that Mike Brown brings in his coaching staff and the defensive philosophy is going to change and everything. I don't see that as a bad thing, but wouldn't you have to pay a shit ton of money for Harrison Barnes here in Sacramento?
I mean, John Collins money, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would probably be, which maybe I'm in the minority here, but I like Barnes on this roster more than I like, Collins. Now, I like the security of Collins long term. But, did you guys notice, like, Mike Brown mentioned Harrison Barnes a couple times in his press conference?
He did.
Harrison Barnes is a Mike Brown type player. Obviously, both have a Warriors background, but just, kind of a winning type player, versatile defender, veteran, knows just like the league, professional in the locker room. Mike Brown mentions this idea of like creating, an environment of trust and accountability from all levels of all layers of a franchise. Well, to do that, and Mike Brown knows this better than anyone being around the Warriors, you need veteran leaders. You need guys who've been there. You need, they've had the Iguodala's, the Draymonds, obviously Steph, at the highest level of that, but internal leaders within a team. And I think he views Harrison Barnes like with that type of personality. I don't know too much about John Collins. I'm not saying he isn't that, but John Collins is younger and has, outside looking at, kind of been at the heart of some of like the issues with Young. I'm not. He would be,
You're cutting out a little bit, Anthony. I don't know if you're going through a bad spot. Let's see if we get him back. It's cutting out a little bit. We'll wait a second to see if it comes back. It slowly faded away. Is he going through a tunnel?
All right.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I think you're back. Give me a little test.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hopefully I stay back.
Yeah, I know. I hear that. I think, here's the challenge, because I'm with you. I like Harrison Barnes, and all the things you just mentioned are 100% accurate. The reality, though, is the Kings need more help. And, like, how do they achieve that via trade if they aren't open to moving a Harrison Barnes? Like, I don't know. Like, they're not flush with expiring contracts. People, like, mention, maybe they can move Rashawn Holmes. I just don't know around the league what Rashawn Holmes' value is. I have to imagine it's far lower than ever based on everything that went down with him last year. And, he makes 11, then 12, and then he's got a player option for 12.8. You do have Justin Holiday's expiring at 6.2. Mo Harkless, TD's expiring, Alex. But you know what I mean? Like, those aren't sexy names at all. And
they don't get you anything. They're not positive value on the trade market, where you're correct. I guess, and maybe I'm playing a little devil's advocate because I feel like the popular thing right now is to trade Barnes. But it's just, this is a roster to me that doesn't need front court help and it doesn't need point guard help. Like, that's what they're settled there. They need the middle guys, the wings, the 2, 3, 4s. And to me, like, Barnes is that more than John Collins is that. To me, like, just like a steady veteran rim protector behind, that could shoot a little bit. Those are hard to find. But I don't know. To me, this roster needs more Harrison Barnes, not less. Which I don't know. I mean, it's difficult because, again, it's, there aren't perfect solutions to this situation because it's imperfect roster in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it needs a lot of help. And that's why, too, you look at tonight's draft, and even if the Kings were to go, let's just say Jaden Ivey's there, they go with Jaden Ivey, they're not even trading it, it's Jaden Ivey. Obviously, it's not fixing all your problems, and you're just adding more guards to your squad. But does that do anything for you because it's Jaden Ivey and the potential he has?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could concoct situations in my mind where I could see like Jaden Ivey, catching it off a De'Aaron Fox drive, and it's like the second side slash into the lane. He's not a bad catch and shoot 3-point shooter. I think he was in like the 35-ish% last season. But at the same time, he does not fit as cleanly into next season's roster. And again, it gets back to just like, what are your priorities right now? Is it the long term, or is it the play-in bracket next season? Because if it's long term, I would agree with anybody that believes Ivy has the highest upside. But I mean, it's Keegan Murray helped them win games the next 2 seasons than Jaden Ivey, who you're probably saying if Jaden Ivey's going to be developed correctly, you're okay with him shooting 39% on 14, 15 shots per game next season. Just same as Shaedon Sharpe. I mean, it's what Houston did with Jalen Green last year, right? It was like just shoot all you can shoot in the first half of the season, and it'll get you better. And it did. Jalen Green had a much better second half. But where the concern for the Kings lies is the Houston was completely comfortable stinking last season. The Kings are not. It's why we mentioned Chet Holmgren, and like if he goes to Oklahoma City, perfect for him, right? He can get thrown around the paint, get strong, learn lessons, get better, be good by year 2, year 3 when they want to win. Problem for the Kings is somehow Chet Holmgren fell to them. What if he's just not helping them win early next season? Do you just bench Chet Holmgren? I mean, it's what the Warriors did this season with Kuminga, but that's rare.
So basically, what Anthony is saying is that the Kings fans are screwed.
Yeah. Oh, okay, got it.
Because I don't know how they make this team better.
Yeah.
I think some of it obviously is like you hope the guy you draft at 4 maybe has a bigger impact in year 1 than maybe you think. If that's Jaden Ivey, you think, okay, hopefully he's better than we think. Maybe over the last few months he has really worked on that mid-range in-between game, the floater, the ball control issues are fixed, and Mike Brown can help guide him, and his staff can help him defensively. Maybe Fox, has an awesome year. I feel like they're betting somewhat on internal growth a little bit too, and I think a lot of it starts with De'Aaron Fox.
Well, let me ask you, what does drafting Jaden Ivey tonight say to De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, I mean, it's
because that matters.
Yeah, no, I wonder how Fox would take it. I mean, it's tough. It's
year after year.
Well, it's like it would be the 3rd straight year you draft a guard.
Yeah.
And it's like, not to go to extreme here, but you think about Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, and it's like they draft, Jordan Love in the 1st round, and he's going, what the hell? I need some help. And Fox clearly was a different guy pre-Halliburton trade.
Sure.
I don't know if it was the frustration, things going on. There was stuff going on that just, and then Halliburton gets moved, and then Fox, Sabonis, they clicked. It looked pretty good for 14, 15 games, at least offensively. So, no, it's a tough one. It really is a tough one. And I just don't know that at 4, if you're Sacramento, if you truly believe Jaden Ivey has star potential, you just can't care. You gotta draft that guy and figure it out later.
No doubt, but I mean, these are the challenges of timeline crunches in the NBA, and the fact that, I mean, we know Monty McNair's contract situation, like next season urgency, but also like you brought in Mike Brown, who's already trying to develop a really good relationship with De'Aaron Fox quite clearly, and he's talking about unlocking Fox back to basically all-star form, and but then if Jaden Ivey gets picked tonight, what do you think all the stories are going to be out in the next couple of days? Be like Jaden Ivey is coming, which means De'Aaron Fox is probably expendable essentially. Like he's coming in to take over the team essentially from De'Aaron Fox. Whereas if they drafted Keegan Murray tonight, that hey, they got a piece that fits perfectly next to Fox and Sabonis. So where it would, if Jaden Ivey is going to be the best player in 3 to 4 seasons, it's best for the Kings franchise if he is picked tonight. But if you are part of the Kings franchise that is trying to win next season, Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, that core of those players, which, they want the Kings to succeed, but they want the Kings to succeed with this core, right? They probably, Keegan Murray makes more sense, right? I mean, or that type of player. They need wings. They need guys, second side scorers that don't need the ball in their hands, shooters, floor spacers, versatile defenders. That doesn't describe Jaden Ivey, but doesn't describe Luka Doncic either. I mean, I'm not trying to open up wounds here, but this is why there's always a natural friction between front office and coach. Why there's always a natural friction, when timelines are mismatched, when at times front offices want to win next season, where sometimes next season shouldn't be the top priority.
Man,
I know
it's complicated, and I don't know how much it has to do with just like, making sure, keeping Fox in the loop, communicating. But at the same time, like I think on the other side, people would say, well, who cares about that with De'Aaron? Because ultimately, you've lost with him for 5 years, and this isn't a team that's even a playoff team. This is a team that, in the best year with Fox, won 39 games. You can't really give a shit if he's not going to like it. If you're the GM in the final year of your deal, you probably want to go with what you feel is best going forward. I don't know. It's
well, so this is, and this is the most extreme example of it, but Monte Ellis was unhappy that the Warriors drafted Steph Curry.
Yep.
And I am not saying Jaden Ivey's going to become that. And some of the argument for Murray that I could hear is like, Jaden Ivey's not some sure thing. If he was, he would be in the top 3.
I agree.
So, you could concoct an argument. To me, the best result for the Kings is they went with Murray, and 2 to 3 years from now, it's like Murray's like a really awesome like wing, and Jaden Ivey's just, he becomes a better prospect in the future. And now, to me, that's the best result of tonight, but we're not going to know that tonight.
No, and that's the thing. That's why there's going to be so many people, and it's going to be comical because especially, with a lot of the national media, people just like to shit on the Kings, which is totally fair. Like, they deserve a lot of it. But even on a night like this, people will find a way, if they didn't draft Jaden Ivey, to be like, wow, they're idiots, they're morons, all these things. Wow, but you're just not going to know if you won this draft for years to come. But that's why, too, Anthony, whenever you mention Keegan Murray and the fit, and I'm not the type of person, I'm like best available. I am best available. But I have not had that same pure confidence in Jaden Ivey like so many others have. And that's why as we keep having this conversation, us three, I'm just like, it sounds like the best thing to do is to just keep building your roster. And by doing that, getting those established pieces and still getting a draft prospect in this draft, because there's value there, but there's also value to start building your team and not just like banking on, hey, Jaden Ivey's going to be good in 2 years. Oh, and you have De'Aaron Fox on your squad.
Yeah, if Jaden Ivey was some like can't miss prospect, like why Jabari Smith doesn't like scream top 3 normal prospect to me. He's like almost kind of reminds me of Keegan Murray. To be honest, when I watch both their tapes, so I don't know. I see the upside with Ivy, but when the Bagley over Luka decision, it was like Luka was like EuroLeague MVP, and like a lot of people were like, "This can't miss." Like, and it's not just the Kings. Like, Ayton even going ahead of him was, in retrospect, a questionable decision. So I don't like if to me, you're right is like the storyline tonight. It's going to be one or two things. Let's say they take Ivy, it's going to be like, De'Aaron Fox, look out, like he's coming for your team essentially, which is not good for the internal dynamics of the Kings. Or the other way around, if they draft Murray, yes, draft pundits, so they went, fit over talent. But the way the Kings cannot get laughed at is by becoming a winner. And they just need to do whatever tonight make them believe they're going to, get them closer to being a winner.
Yeah. And I like Keegan Murray too. I think he would be more likely to help the Kings year one than Jaden Ivey. I don't know about his ceiling. I don't think it's nearly as high, but I think Keegan's going to be a good player in the league. I just think you could make the case that trading down makes sense. However, you have to have someone willing to play ball with you to move down. And there's a part of me that thinks Detroit's like, hey, we're cool with whoever's there at 5. We're not moving. Like, if it's Ivy, we'll be ecstatic. If it's Murray, we'll be cool with that too. So I think they're kind of in a tough spot with moving down if they wanted Murray.
It doesn't seem like that Shaedon Sharp's in the picture, and it seems like maybe his stock has tumbled a little bit. But like, we sure he isn't like the highest ceiling, like wing score. Like, what if that name just randomly got called at 4th?
I'd be floored that Monty McNair in the last year of his deal takes a guy who didn't play in college. I'd be shocked by it. We had someone on today, Bobby Gerould, who has a website called HoopObsession.com, and he does like a big board every year. And he actually has Sharp as his third-ranked player. He loves Shaedon Sharp. I think there's obviously some mystery surrounding him because he didn't play last year, but I also think it's a misconception that teams haven't seen his stuff. Like his EYBL stuff is available for all the teams to watch. You know, he had the chance to practice in front of NBA evaluators at Kentucky. They're not going in completely blind with him.
No, he just intrigues me. There are some people I respect who are like, this guy might be the best player in the draft, like 5 years from now. Now, what you're correct about is like, you know, he'd be good by the time that Monty McNair might not be here. So like, you know, that is again like why my guess is Keegan Murray. And again, guess. I emphasize the word guess, but my guess is Keegan Murray just because of the way they're, you know, not only building the roster, but to me signaling out how important next season is to just everybody that makes decisions in this franchise. Like Mike Brown doesn't take this job if he's not told they're committed to winning now. You know, he's not coming in to be Mark Dagnall, you know, with the Thunder, who was like, I'm gonna come in and build all these young guys while we tank for the next 2 seasons. Like next season matters. De'Aaron Fox, as reported by Chris Haynes, I know you all saw this, like De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis taking Keegan Murray out to lunch. Like to me, that's not smoke signal. That's like, you know, they're trying to get to know if this core might, you know, personality wise fit together. So maybe I made smoke screen season. I know they didn't even bring Davion Mitchell in last year and then draft him, so that could happen tonight with Ivy. But you know, an hour, 2 hours out from the pick, I'm guessing.
It's what?
I guess my question would be, do you think it would be Keegan at 4?
I think they certainly could be. Now, you know, and I know this is what always happens leading up to the draft is you take it all the way down to the clock because, you know, maybe they are hoping if Detroit really wants to get up and get Ivy, maybe they would give like a protected first next season, and then you flip back to 5 and you still get Murray at 5 or something like that. But if you were just quizzing me who they're leaving the night with, I would say Keegan Murray, and it might be at 4. You know, if you trust that to be the pick, and because I could see it being at 4, and you know, take the criticism. If you really believe that that's the right pick, you need to believe that you can take the criticism.
It's not going to be popular with the fan base if Keegan's drafted at 4, I think, overall. But like, I think what you just said is right. Like, you can't, it's not, to me, it's not about winning the headline the day after the draft or getting a good draft grade. It's about winning headlines by winning games.
And you guys, by winning games too, because let's say they did walk away with Keegan Murray. We look at next year and we go, okay, best fit, great. They can build off of this. You look at the Western Conference. First of all, we have all the Kyrie drama going on. You know, who the hell knows if he's going to land even somewhere in the West or whatever. But then you have the Portland Trailblazers, who just got a little bit better yesterday with Jeremy Grant. And I'm just seeing these teams get better as the Kings are just trying to build a damn culture, you know? So it's like I don't think no matter what happens tonight is going to translate into a lot more wins in that column. But I do believe that the style of basketball and the product will be much better. And obviously maybe an identity and a culture could start to be built. But we haven't even started that. So I think that's where a lot of people need to be patient with whatever the hell happens tonight, even if it is Keegan.
I think the other thing, Anthony, that is, and again, you don't know what the hell to believe this time of year because shit, just agents are talking teams. You'd have no idea what to believe. But there was that report the other day that like the Spurs may want, and even the Pacers had interest in going up to 4 for Keegan. And I go, God, if the Spurs are interested in Keegan, well, like maybe the Kings should be.
I like him.
Yeah,
I do. You know, he's not just like stiff, only going to shoot threes and guard a couple positions and like be, you know, a 6th, 7th, 8th man long term. You know, we'll see. I mean, again, like I think you're probably somewhat in the same boat, but especially because I was just covering a finals round. It's like, you know, I started watching Keegan Murray tape like 4 days ago. You know, the people making these decisions have been watching him for years, like attended games. So I don't want to come off like I'm thinking I'm some kind of expert that could break down every, you know, aspect of Keegan Murray's game, but just, you know, from what I've watched, a lot of different ways to score. Seems like he kind of just knows how to do winning things now. Now, and floor ceiling becomes the conversation with a lot of this, but he does seem kind of like a type of player that, Mike Brown would like, to be honest with you. And all coaches would like. Isn't he? Do I have this wrong? But like, is his dad a coach? I know his twin brothers on Iowa, right?
Yeah, and his dad played college ball at Iowa too. And yeah, there's a lot about Keegan. I like his story. It's not like he was some. He wasn't some like hot prospect, right? Like this guy like had to grind a little bit, and he gets the opportunity last year, gets some playing time, was kind of the hustle guy off the bench, and then this year just comes out and explodes. And I'm watching some of his stuff with Mike Schmitz, and it was just interesting hearing him talk about the game because I watched games of his too. I went back and watched a few games, and then seeing his interview, he loves the game. Like he's watching video and going, "Oh yeah, here's my thought process on this mistake I made. I should have known that this guy was a 40% 3-point." Like he's rattling off percentages. He's rattling off guys' tendencies of random ass games he played in, and like a random mistake he made in the first half in a December 15th game. It's pretty.
He
I
understands
love that about him.
and studies the game. He's like a student of the game, and that's what gives me. I love that about players. Like, sure, he might not be the most athletic guy in this draft, but when you have a guy that understands the game at a high level and you just think about being put into the right situation or the right system that may work for them, they can only, grow and get better.
Yeah. Next season, they're trying to establish a defensive identity that isn't rooted in like extreme athleticism or like the type of length and versatility that Boston had. They want their defense to be at least league average because every single game they bring a scouting report to them. They tell them who to sag off. They tell them, what pick and roll coverage they're going to use. Mike Brown this season implemented zone defense a ton with the Warriors. It really helped in the West Finals against Dallas when he kept switching to a 1-2-2 and they did a box and one. Like, to execute those type of schemes, you need smart, committed players that read scouting reports, that gobble up film, that listen to coverages, that are alert during the game to look over the sideline. Okay, we're doing that coverage. So, that's where I see Murray fitting this team. Now, again, and this is like the existential question of the Kings. It's like, so we're talking about building around a Fox bonus score. Like, is that the correct decision? Yeah. But it feels like they're already down that road, and that's to me like Murray makes sense.
And I think you might have just cut out at the end. Are you still there? Let's see. You're still
there. I'm here.
Okay, good. So you said your guess is Keegan, but what do you think they should do?
Gosh, I mean, I like Ivy. I think Ivy will be the best player if I again, like having crunch film this week essentially and watch some Purdue games like in the tournament. So the most translatable skill I see in like the Kings area of the draft is just like Ivy speed and burst to the rim. But if I was to pick Ivy, I would want to know as management, I would want to know I have years ahead of me to like reconfigure a roster around the idea, because like rosters are built with 3, 4, 5 year plans in mind. And maybe it remains being underplayed, but like this is a 1 year plan right now. It feels like, because if you really ask me what should be done, it's like, well, Barnes should have been traded for picks 2 years ago. And probably wouldn't have made the Halliburton trade. I would have had a more patient rebuild, and you would have questioned Fox as a guy to build around. But like they've already made those decisions, in my opinion. So I might just take Murray.
I love it.
Conflicted like a lot of people. Anthony, what are the Warriors doing tonight? What they have a pick, right?
Yeah, well, they're just waking up from their parade hangover. I think they're going to go. I mean, they're 28, so and they do want to add somebody to kind of their young, up and coming like relayered core underneath the dynasty era. But I know they want to kind of like to add a big point guard this summer at some point. That might be free agency. Maybe it's tonight. The guy I had in our like beat writer mock draft at 28 was Nemhart from Gonzaga.
Yeah.
6'5", smart player, veteran, can kind of run a second unit. I mean, that's about as I say that's about as good as you're looking for at 28. They got Jordan Poole at 28 a couple years ago, but you don't know who's going to be there. 28 is such an obscure part of the draft pick with not a great hit rate. But I think they'll use 28. They have 51 and 55. I think they'll probably use one of those guys on a two-way, maybe sell another pick and head to Summer League where they're actually, by the way, Warriors, Kings, and Chase Center. I believe you're probably going to see maybe Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, this rookie that they draft today. So that could be a potentially spectacular Summer League game.
Damn, that would be
That does sound fun.
Yeah, damn. Are you going to Vegas too?
Yeah, I'm going to do the California Classic down here, and I'll go to Vegas for the first, 4 or 5 days. I cannot do the full Vegas.
Yeah, we'll be there for a few days too. It'll be fun. Well, dude, thank you so much for spending this much time with us, breaking down this wild situation for the Kings. It's going to be interesting to see how everything plays out tonight.
I enjoy it. You're helping me pass time. I'm sitting in like bumper to bumper on the Bay Bridge right now. So it'll be interesting. I will be monitoring that Kings pick from Chase Center today. It does feel this is the biggest pick since the Bagley pick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Ugh, God, it's just everywhere, and it's everywhere. I feel like ESPN's putting up.
Oh, dude, I saw a graphic today that ESPN put up. Those assholes. It says one pick away from greatness, and it showed 2018. They chose Bagley. Next pick, Luka. Then they go to 2012. Number 5, they picked Thomas Robinson. Next pick was Lillard. Then they go to 2011. Jimmer Fredette picked at 10. The next pick was Klay Thompson.
Can't run from your history.
Oh, God.
No, but here's what I would say to Kings fans. Monty looks like he's been pretty good in the draft the first 2 years.
Yeah.
His first 2 drafts in the first round, Davion and Tyrese, look like he did all right.
Tyrese is a great pick. I mean, got used to bonus, and even if it didn't, then you just stuck with Halliburton. I mean, him at 12, great.
Yeah,
that's insane. Because if I remember right, the Warriors had interest in him in that draft.
Well, they were at 2, so they liked Halliburton, but it was like you couldn't really take him at 2.
Yeah.
In that draft, and they liked Davion. The head coach loved Davion. Kerr did. But at 7, they went higher upside with Kuminga, and that looks like it's worked out too. But those were 2 good picks for the Kings. I think Monty McNair, like you said, I think he does have a good draft track record.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult task to try to jolt this team back to playoff life so quickly.
Yeah, and I have confidence in his ability to choose what direction to go in, but I think he just needs to say F all the outside noise and his contract and everything. Like, you just can't look at those. Well, you can, but hopefully he's not looking at any of that, and he's just going, okay, this is what I'm doing to build this winning team, and understanding that basketball is not, you can't just build a winning team overnight. Like, it's going to take Mike Brown an entire year just to help this defense become not laughable in this league anymore. So,
by the way, I trust him to make whatever decision he thinks, regardless of criticism, because I mean the Sabonis Halliburton trade was not exactly screaming, popularity when he made it, and I think he would have known going in that it wasn't going to be extremely popular, but he did it, and that's why it signals to me like the pick tonight will kind of be about next season a little bit, even if it should or shouldn't be. So.
It's going to be wild. Well, Anthony, thanks so much for the time, man. And good luck tonight. And we'll see you at Summer League.
All right. See y'all.
Bye.
That's the one and only Anthony Slater.
So
dude,
nice.
He's such a great dude.
I love him.
I'm telling you, I'm not just saying this. If you guys subscribe to The Athletic, check out his shit. Like,
He's fantastic.
Covers the NBA and then the Golden State Warriors. Does some great stuff. Just wrote a piece on the Sacramento Kings actually the other day.
Ooh.
Talking about their draft situation, Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray. Kings NBA draft decisions, anything but simple. And I think you got that perfectly clear by talking to him.
Yeah. No, that's what was so fun when you asked him, like, so what are you doing then? And it was the amount that he talks about Jaden Ivey, just like everyone else, but then turns the corner and goes, well, but it's Keegan Murray for this situation. It's not even, I think so many people get afraid of the term best fit. Like, even us earlier, we were saying F the fit.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't just go with the fit. You got to go with best player available. Sometimes the best player available is the situation that you're in too makes sense for your scenario. You know what I mean? It's like, because Jaden Ivey isn't, in my eyes, this Luka Doncic or tier one type of player where you're just like, yes, no shit, that's who you go with. It's just, I'm not there. It's not clear to me.
Let's get to people in the chat, and shout out to everyone watching us live for our NBA draft coverage. If you're here and you're ready for the draft, give me a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
If you're here and you're ready for the draft, hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Let me do a refresh because I believe we are less than 30 away from 7,000 subs on YouTube. I want to give some love to the Twitch people. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button or use your free Prime subscription to subscribe to our channel. The draft is not even here yet. We've been going since 11 a.m. We're going to 4. We're going to 5. We're probably going to 4 a.m.
I thought you were going to go to 6 and then, like, you have to LeBron James it a little bit, you know?
Yeah. So we're going to have a lot of fun. Shout out to Kessie, who just resubscribed on Twitch.
Give me a hell yeah.
Blake, really quick, wants to know, Mo, would you put Luka and Ja in the same conversation? No, but close. I think Ja has more work to do, where Luka obviously still has to work on his body and so many other things, but there's so much confidence in him being that generational piece, right? Where Ja Morant is just like a really good player and is going to just keep getting better, and I love Ja Morant.
I love Ja. He's got to get better defensively. And I'm going to be honest. He's still young. I do look at Ja a little bit. I look at him a little funny because his team has been really, really good without him.
Yeah, but I think sometimes you can look too much into that too, because I don't think, not only is he the type of guy on the floor with his ability to get to the rim, that explosive step and fly in the air like he does, but his personality and his leadership and his mentality, like that all, I factor all that in.
Let's get to some more love. Shout out to BV50, who became a new member on YouTube, or returning, whatever, supporting us. Shout out to Damn Cam, who subscribed for 2 months in a row. Hey, thanks, Daniel, for the sub. Appreciate that. Let's get to a donation. Donovan Metcalf donates $5 and says, let's effing go Keegan.
Ooh.
Interesting. Someone in the chat asking this.
Okay.
Who should the Pistons take? I think the Pistons are in a great spot. You know, getting Cade last year, I really like Sadiq Bey. They've cleared the cap space. Just who's there at 5? If it's Jaden, take Jaden. If it's Keegan, take him. I think you have some great options. I mean, for them, I like Benedict Mathurin too. So like that's another guy I really. Oh my God. You see who we just got a donation from.
I missed this guy.
Someone that we haven't seen in forever.
Carlos
from Mexico City says, just got off work, been watching all day. Love you all. Kings will trade down.
Give me a hell yeah.
We missed you, Carlos. Appreciate the donation. We just miss you so much.
Yeah,
so.
about time you show up. Damn.
Deuce was literally talking about you off air one time, like,
what happened?
What happened to Carlos?
Yeah.
But now we know you are still there.
I have to pee before we get to the 4
Tinkle
o'clock
time for you.
hour.
Get out of here. You guys can keep asking away in the chat. 1 more hour, 1 hour, 4 minutes left. Carlos has been here. Amazing. I love to hear it. Let's see. You know, going back to the Pistons really quick too, because obviously you hear what they're trying to do with possibly DeAndre Ayton. And if they get DeAndre Ayton on their squad, great. In my eyes, that's awesome. But it's really strange because we did see, I believe it was Zach Harper in his piece about DeAndre Ayton and Sacramento being linked. And why or how the hell that way, I don't understand any of that. But I think sometimes too, people are like, well, what would you get rid of Sabonis? Not necessarily. And what I tried fighting Deuce on too is that like people act like, oh, you can't play with all these bigs. But look what the Celtics did with Al Horford and obviously
Robert Williams.
Big
Rob Williams.
Thank you.
Time Lord.
With Rob Williams and They stretched out Al Horford, right, and allowed Rob Williams to do his thing, especially on the defensive end, be that rim protector, that shot blocker. And it didn't crowd things too much for Jason Tatum to do anything. But one, Jason Tatum wasn't doing enough in the finals, at least. But I'm just really talking about throughout the season and everything as well. So, yeah, like it's something that is doable.
What are you guys talking about?
No, I was just saying the scenario. First I was talking about DeAndre Ayton with the Pistons, and I was like, yeah, and then he was linked to Sacramento, and then I was talking about that fit and how like the fit, you make the fit work, but yes, at the end of the day, that's not going to effing happen.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me at all.
Which
Zero
is totally
fit.
fine.
I mean, if you trade Sabonis, sure.
No, I disagree with that, but
That's you
But
can
this is
disagree
something-
all day you want, but I'm
you can disagree all you want. This, but again, this isn't even going to happen. So,
shout out to Patrick for acknowledging greatness. Hair is looking great, Deuce. Thank you.
ooh, did you leave? God damn it!
Oh, close the door then. Let's read the Twitch chat. Shmerkio says, I'm smoking a blunt as soon as we pick Ivy. Okay.
There you go.
I would say you can do that before, too. You can...
Anytime you want.
Let's read some more comments. By the way, coming up in this hour, we will have Bryant West later on toward the end of the hour. He's the NBA draft analyst from thekingsherald.com. He will be with us throughout the draft. And Adam Wojnarowski, apparently Adrian Wojnarowski's estranged brother.
Yeah. Hey.
So I don't know. I guess they're not cool. But he will be joining us. He's got information he claims.
Yeah. I'm
find
down
out.
for his breaking news. He's been talking to us for about a week now, 2 weeks now, about like what he can add. And he says he can add more than his brother. So we'll see if he can.
So based on all of the conversations we've had today, we started at 11 a.m. with a 16-year-old draft guru, future NBA GM perennial. We talked to HoopObsession.com's Bobby Gerould. We talked to Sean Cunningham. We had Jason Hart on that we recorded yesterday. Just finished talking to Anthony Slater. Jam-packed show. Plus, you're sitting next to the basketball mind. With all of that knowledge that has seeped through your pores, how are you feeling? Where are you? Let me just put you on the spot right now.
Ooh.
They say, okay, Jabari Smith 1. Chet 2.
Okay.
3. Paolo. And then you get to 4. The Sacramento Kings should select.
Who I want or who they are going to?
Who do you want?
I guess I would go Keegan. I would go Keegan.
You would go Keegan at 4?
I would.
You would
but
not be trying to trade down to get him.
Okay. So, yeah, if I had this opportunity, of course, I would prefer, just like I said to Anthony Slater in the beginning, I would prefer to trade down. Like, let's say it was to 6 and you get an established NBA piece, whatever. We'll have to see what that even means. And then you still have to draft someone at 6. And if that is Ben Mathurin,
don't get me excited about Big Ben Mathurin.
I know. I think you get a little bit too excited where I'm more like, you need a dog. And he's a dog. And I love his mentality. I love the physicality he plays with.
Wouldn't it be kind of funny, though, if you trade, let's just say in that deal, let's just play this out, right? Fantasyland where you traded down to 6. How funny would it be if the Pacers moved up to 4 and they didn't draft Jay and Ivy? They get Keegan, then Ivy goes 5 to Detroit, and then Mathurin. It'd be kind of ironic that people are like, you can't draft Keegan at 4, and then he goes 4 somewhere else.
That's the thing too, you guys. If the Kings don't draft Jaden Ivey tonight, everyone's gonna shit on them.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna shit on them.
I do want to read this. Shout out to Matt Wells, who donated $5.
Give me a hell yeah.
Thank you.
He says, Shea and 12 for 4. Future protected first, Barnes and Holiday. OKC gets Ivy in a big. Kings get a win now, 23-year-old, and a guy like Sohan or Eason at 12. Okay.
You're not getting SGA.
If you could get SGA, yeah, I'm doing that deal.
Anyone's doing it.
And get Sohan or Eason, yeah, I don't think OKC does that deal.
No. I also really quick thought what Anthony Slater had to say about Harrison Barnes was interesting because when we talk to a lot of Sacramento people, always feels like, oh, people are just like done with Harrison Barnes just because they're like, do you really want to sign an extension with him and everything? I understand. But what Slater had to say about his ability to play this game and just being the value at a wing, I agree with that on so many different levels. Oh, what do we have?
Oh my God, is that might be an atom bomb? Let me just take a look here. Is this? Oh, what are we doing? We're.
Oh, wait. Oh my God, Adam.
Is this
Adam Wojnarowski?
This is Adrian Wojnarowski's estranged brother, Adam. Hi, Adam. So you're not cool with your brother?
Oh.
2022 NBA draft. In my opinion, this is a 3-player draft. Every team tonight is looking for their next answer, trying to win that next championship. But tonight, I'd just like to focus on the NBA draft, if that's all right with you.
So no questions about Adrian.
I think Adrian is very busy. I'm very busy today. As you can see, we've kind of been mano y mano on Twitter. I've had some insight. He's had a little bit of insight, but I'm here to drop an atom bomb on you all right now.
Whoa. Not a Woj bomb, an atom bomb right here? What do you have at this hour?
What we have right now is, as I've said before, this is a 3-player draft. Okay. Number 1 at the top, Jabari Smith. Moving up in the rankings, Jaden Ivey, followed by Chet Holmgren at 3. Banchero is falling rapidly. Some say out of the draft.
Wait. I'm sorry. Out of the draft.
That's right, Deuce. If you've been watching enough film, you'll notice that there's been a lot of uncertainty. We're hearing a lot of rumors. I've spoken to agents and different people around the organizations and the NBA who have qualified to me and communicated to me that Banchero, there's a lot of uncertainty there. They're not sure if he's worth the pick. Now, what could happen, what we could see happen, we get to the 3rd pick. Ivy's name is called. We get to 4. What happens with the Kings? Banchero's available, but what do the first 3 teams know that the Kings don't know? We've seen it happen before. And once we get to the Kings, let's say they take Keegan Murray. What happens with the Pistons? Why didn't the Kings draft Banchero? Maybe they skip on him as well, and he falls all the way out of the draft. We saw it happen a few years ago with Luka Doncic. The Suns passed on him, then the Kings passed on him. Now, the Mavericks did take him in the end, but who knows how much further he could have fallen.
That's actually a
this
point.
adds up. It adds up. So, Adam, just to be clear, you will be with us throughout the night with your insights and breaking news.
Absolutely. I will be with you the entire night. Now, there are a lot of other shows and programs that I need to be a part of, but I would love to be back on Deuce and Mo podcast, breaking down everything to you. We will have some insight as we get closer to that 4 o'clock, that magical 5 o'clock hour. Excuse me. I'm a little mixed up with my time zones because I'm currently at my brother's house. So we're not quite in the right time zone of the NBA draft. But so there's going to be a lot of activity happening. I'll be here and I'll be ready to drop another atom bomb.
All right. We'll check in with Adam throughout the night. Wow.
That was a flip phone we saw, right?
Was that
I think we saw a flip phone.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank you, Adam. That was some great breaking news.
I'm just interested that he doesn't want to talk about his brother at all. So
No.
Because Shams and Woj don't like each other.
So now Woj and Woj don't like each other?
Okay. Well, so his intel is he is suggesting Paulos drops out of the draft completely, because if he doesn't go 3rd and doesn't go 4th, then obviously these teams are going to realize that everyone's passing on. Just don't take him.
He has some intel that I don't think anyone else has. It's incredible. And I saw him. He's obviously on Twitter too, breaking news. So you guys can catch him there as well. Breaking news all evening long.
Oh my God. I haven't even looked at his Twitter yet. Let's see his latest updates. This is okay. Adam says that the Thunder have decided they will draft a player tonight.
Oh, that's
just moments ago.
Oh, good. Okay.
Speaking with a top executive earlier, they said How did you get this number? I didn't know Adrian had a brother. Do not call me again or I will call the police. Tensions are high in NBA land, according to Adam Wojnarowski. Okay. Well, this is insight you're just not going to get anywhere else.
No. I'm really glad he's on our show today. Oh my God. Thank you.
I mean, you've got to be on top of things. Oh, he's got some King stuff. I didn't even notice this about Sasha, the guy they traded for. He brings a lot to the team they are lacking. Tall, European, left-handed. So, again, Adam will be with us throughout the night, checking in on our exclusive draft party.
Holy shit. Okay. Well, a little different than Anthony Slater. Okay.
Oh, Morgan.
Yeah.
Mr. X says Adam Wojnarowski is fake Goldberg.
Great pick. Great pick.
Oh my God.
Adam's in his own world. Maybe.
So you would.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the Keegan talk.
Okay.
Because I think you're starting to convince yourself about Keegan Murray, maybe trading down, getting additional piece, and still getting Keegan. I just don't. Here's the problem I see that Sacramento's in right now. Jaden Ivey, if they like him as much as people think, Sean told us earlier that some within the Kings front office have him ranked number 3 overall.
Okay.
Above Paulo Banchero. Then he's a guy. But if there is like concern about, hey, you know what? We need more help. We know that we want to add to this team, and this is one way to help our team is to move on from 4. We don't love them. We got blown away. How far down the draft can you move? And even if you move down a couple of spots, you may not get the guy you want.
Yeah.
I mean, what if Keegan's their next guy and they can't get him?
You guys, it's so tough too, because again, going fresh off of what we were just talking about with Anthony Slater, and at 28th, Jordan Poole was picked. Now, he had to develop. He had to, obviously, there was a lot of time and patience you could give him. He's in a very elite culture. Great situation for a player like that, because we talked about that earlier. There's some players that you look at around the league, and if they started their careers in Sacramento, what would it really be like for them? What type of player would they actually be? Now, I do believe in Mike Brown and his coaching staff being able to take some of these young guys and this squad right now, this roster right now, just to another level of understanding of team basketball, because I feel like that is something that has lacked in Sacramento for quite some time now. There's been times where we're like, I remember last season, in the beginning of the season on NBC, I was like being asked how many games are the Kings going to win, and I said, it was over under 36.5, and I said under. Everyone was so livid. They won far under 36, okay? And my point wasn't just because of well, one, it was because of, obviously, if you look at the Western Conference and
and they're just
the
not good
talent,
enough.
and they just weren't good enough. But the individual, I felt like there was individual good players on the Sacramento Kings. Doesn't mean you know how to play basketball together as a team.
Yeah, the team has obviously changed since the time. Sabonis is now on the squad. You have Fox.
Well,
but,
I wasn't saying that.
Okay, settle down. Jesus.
Were you just
See, now we're into the 4 o'clock hour. Me and Morgan have been doing this for 5 hours, and we're both kind of like snappy at each other. In fact, before we started today, we're like, hey, let's make sure not to get too irritated with each other at times today. And we finally reached the first moment of the day, which I got to be honest, at 5 hours in is pretty good.
I wasn't. I promise I wasn't even being. I was just saying, like, I wasn't acting like that. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same situation now. No, it's a different roster. Obviously.
I just don't know what a deal would be for 4 that would blow me away. That would make sense for them to not get a guy that they seemingly like there at Jay and Ivy. And this is where if you try to shortcut shit, it doesn't always work out.
No.
Like, you can tell me, like, could Keegan Ivey, this is Bobby Gerould did that earlier. I've done this before. Keegan Murray, do I think he could help the Kings more than Jaden Ivey next season? Yes, I do. I think Keegan Murray would be a great fit next year with the Kings. But if you're going forward and it's Fox, Keegan, and Sabonis, like, again, what's the ceiling? You know, I think when you're a team that doesn't have star talent, at 4, if you believe that guy can be and Jay and Ivy be a star, then you take the potential star. Now, I don't know, maybe Monty McNair's pushback if they end up drafting Keegan tonight is we actually disagree with the whole ceiling thing on him, and he has shown improvement, and we don't care about his age. We actually think he is going to be we think he can be a star.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll see. I mean, we'll definitely see. I think if there's anything about Monty that I've realized in the first couple of years is he doesn't seem to give a shit about consensus or anything like this, because like Anthony Slater said, if you would have proposed to Kings fans, hey, Monty McNair has this deal on the table right now. It's Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield for Sabonis and Justin Holiday and Jeremy Lamb, and you put that on social media, I would say 80+% of people, Kings fans, would say hell no to that deal because they loved Halliburton that much. He made that deal because he felt like it was best for the team. We don't know how it's going to pan out. Halliburton could turn into an absolute star, and it looks really bad down the road. But you're not winning a headline with that deal. You're not. Davion Mitchell last year, I mean, we're sitting here on draft night last year at this time. Actually happened to be last July. Looking back and going, all right, where are the Kings going to go? Oh, I think Moody's still there. Book Knight's still there. We did not have Davion Mitchell on our fucking radar.
No, we did not.
That wasn't even that was bad. I was like, what? They drafted a guard? And I'm not draft guru guy. I probably spent way more time on this year's draft compared to last year's.
Absolutely.
But, you know, Davion, and who knows, the verdict's still out. Like, what can Davion be totally? But there are flashes. But at the time, we're like, drafted a point guard? They've got Halliburton. They've got Fox.
We were convinced that Fox was going to be out.
Yeah. So my point is, tonight, if he thinks Keegan's the best guy and has the most ceiling, I think he'll do it. But if he thinks Jay and Ivy's got star potential, he's not going to care about fit. That's how I look. So I don't.
That's why it's so difficult.
Here's the wild card here.
What's the wild card?
The wild card. He's entering the final year of his contract with playoff pressure on him right now.
Which is so weird because you guys, unless a miracle happens, they're not going to make the play. Now, I just say this confidently because I'm realistic. Like, they're not going to make the playoffs. Now, can they make a play in? I think yes, there is a chance that they can be in a play-in game. Absolutely. There is a chance because now you're in this league where it seems like more than half the league gets that opportunity to even get there. And you have a guy in Mike Brown who's coming from a championship team and just truly, in my eyes, understands what it takes to coach a team together, understands the trust and the soul that goes into building the right team. I think you have the right guys here in Sacramento too. When I say the right guys, I mean with the right mentalities. De'Aaron Fox, again, after the season, talking about what type of coach he wants, he just really wanted structure, right? This was a guy that you had not seen really with a team that had this full identity for an entire season ever that throughout his years of being here in Sacramento. And now De'Aaron not only is saying that he wants structure, you're hearing all these other things of how he wants to work, and then you're hearing about him working, and then you're hearing about him, you know, wanting to work out, making sure he's working out on his honeymoon as well, shooting around with Sabonis, whatever. You're hearing all these things. I do believe that he has a different chip on his shoulder this season because I think he's seeing like, I got to also take my game to the next level if I want to continue my reputation in this league at a different level.
Well, you mentioned that. I want to play that clip. Some people may not have seen it. I share on social media. It was interesting. The Kings did a season ticket holder Q&A, and it was a public Q&A. It was publicly shared on YouTube, and now they made the video private. But I clipped a part of it because it was very interesting. Here was Mike Brown talking about De'Aaron Fox with Kyle Draper, the Kings television voice.
I may get in trouble by De'Aaron for putting this out there, but this is how committed he is. Luke's been working with him down in San Diego since my hired. my hiring, because Luke and Jordy were my two first hires. He asked if we could send Luke and the performance guy, strength coach with him, on his honeymoon. So I see some of the ladies going,
right?
Turning and looking at their husband. But that, you love, and it wasn't us suggesting, because we would not impose that upon anybody.
Right.
Right. So it was him. It'd be interesting to see if he does get married because of it, but it's a good thing for all of us right now.
Right.
And just to be clear, De'Aaron Fox's future wife, baller, played college ball at Cal.
Yeah, she's dope.
This is interesting. Sam Amick wrote a piece about this in The Athletic, where he was discussing how Mike Brown knows De'Aaron's fiance a bit, and she actually worked with an internship. The Warriors at the time had a partnership with Cal Athletics, and she interned a bit, and so she got to know Luke Laux a little bit too, the new Kings assistant coach. So, yeah, I think every time we talk about the Kings at this point, about what their ceiling is as a team and how they can get better and all this, we can talk so much about Monty's got to make this move or draft this guy. But to me, it comes down to De'Aaron Fox. I think De'Aaron Fox, I'm still bullish on him. I still believe he can be I think he's a good player now. I think he has a potential to go to another level. I thought that was going to be last year. I was wrong. And I tend to agree with Morgan. I think you're going to see a different De'Aaron this year. I think he understands what is at stake for him as an NBA player. I mean, he makes a lot of money. Dude's made it. But for him to establish himself as a legit foundational piece in the NBA, he's got to have a significant year next year, and that means improving his game in all aspects.
And you have a head coach who has not only talked about the potential of De'Aaron Fox's defense, we've all seen those flashes and the potential of his defense. This is also a head coach that was with the Golden State Warriors, who made some individuals better defenders. Now, whenever we talk about the Golden State Warriors defense, it's obviously they have established elite defenders, in Draymond, Clay, just I know coming back from injury wasn't the same, but still just his IQ and everything. But then Wiggins always being questionable defensively and then being able to pick it up to a different level. Sure, it helps when you have those elite defenders on your squad in the team defense situations, but how many times against Jason Tatum or whoever it was him digging? It was him with these different defensive fundamental moves that were happening out there that you're like, you didn't have that before. Did Mike Brown bring that out of him? Did Andrew Wiggins just buy in and change the way that he was going to play the game? Whatever it was, I hope we can see that same type of thing happen in Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox and his defense.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the talent. Now it's about getting it to a point where you're consistent with it, because last year, and part of it, I think Mark Jones had tweeted out that, De'Aaron has put on 15 pounds. And I think we all assumed, oh my God, he's ripped then. He's putting on. I don't think that was good weight. And as the season went on, he lost weight just like most players do who put on muscle or gain weight.
You're running.
Yeah. I mean, I saw him at Mike Brown's press conference. I noticed a different looking De'Aaron Fox. And I'm not saying I wasn't like, hey, De'Aaron, take off your clothes, man. Let's see it. Let's see what it looks like. But just from afar.
Really glad you didn't do that.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't look like he did at the start of last year, right? You saw bulk or whatever you want to call it. His face looked bigger. He looked skinnier this time. And I'm not going to say skinny because I feel like I hate when people tell me I'm fucking skinny. I get so pissed. Don't call me skinny. Oh, you're so skinny. And it's a compliment. Oh, really? What if I just came to you and you said you're so fat? Would you like that?
It's just so funny because society, it's the way that society prefers everyone to be skinny in this very unhealthy societal norms. But yeah, just don't call people either one, just your opinion doesn't matter. Except when it comes to NBA players and we talk about their slenderness or their fatness or they need to lose weight, whatever it is. And with De'Aaron Fox, he looked good. He looked in shape at the press conference. And so hopefully just going into this season, that's his vibe again, right? It's that explosive first step, being athletic, finishing at the rim. I know there was times where he struggled with that. It got better toward the end of the season last year. And this is the other thing the point I wanted to make was there's the pressure on him to be better in so many ways for his reputation as an individual, all that thing. But I also feel like because now a two-time All-Star in Sabonis is on the squad, there's less pressure in that sense. Like, hey, you don't have to be the hero and save everyone and be the number one guy. You can be that 1-2 punch. I think so many people expected De'Aaron Fox to be this superstar. Like, he's going to be our next LeBron James. And every year that he's not, we're going to shit on him. And it's like, no, he doesn't need to be the superstar on the team. He just needs to.
He's making a lot of money. He's got to be.
Anyone's
really
going to make a lot of money though in Sacramento, and that's just how it is too.
But again, this is where I understand what you're saying. He may not be a number one. He's got to prove to be a number
but
one.
But he's getting paid like a number one.
Yeah,
I get
but
that
too. He's got to be at least a number two.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
In that he's going to have more ability to do that. What?
This is from David Aldridge. Shout out to Elmir. This is nothing big, I don't think, but this is from David Aldridge. He tweeted this about 20 minutes ago. So around 4 o'clock, he said there was nothing imminent cooking with the Wizards on the move up to forefront. They've been one of the teams that have been talked about moving up, trying to get Sacramento's 4th pick. The asking price has been too prohibitive for them, as it's been for other teams looking to acquire Sacramento's pick.
Ooh.
Again, you guys can clip this shit later and make fun of me later. But this is the type of stuff I read and I go, they don't want to give up Jaden Ivey. They want Jaden Ivey. They know a lot of teams want Jaden Ivey. There's many teams who want to move up. They're willing to trade it, but they're trying to dominate another team if they do it. They're trying to win the deal big time.
Which I love. So, good. Dangle it.
That's my read on it. My read on it is Jaden Ivey's the guy, and if you want him, you better come with a legit offer. And
come with fire.
Kyle Kuzma and Denny Avdia is probably not going to get it done.
Well, I like the aggressive nature. I like that this is such a valuable pick in so many eyes across the league, because it just gives the Kings leverage for once, and the Kings don't have that often. And that's something, again, as I've mentioned before, we were talking about with Anthony Slater, even with Harrison Barnes, how it felt like 2 years ago, a year ago, or whatever it was with Harrison, it's like you could have traded him and gotten even more. But now that expiring contract can also be something that's really attractive to some teams as well.
Shout out to everyone watching us live. We've been on since 11 a.m. We're going to keep this shit rolling. I need everyone who's here who hasn't yet to hit the thumbs up button in the YouTube chat. I need everyone here who hasn't hit the subscribe button to do it. It doesn't cost you anything to subscribe on YouTube. All this is help our channel grow. If you like what we're giving you today, bring it. Hit the thumbs up. Get it. We're trying to get this well over 1,000 today. We want a shit ton of people seeing this. Let's make it happen. Appreciate everyone being here.
Give me a hell yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Someone in the chat says you will announce every player. Yeah, pretty much. First round for sure. I mean, we'll see how the night's going, but we will definitely be announcing the players and keeping you up to date on everything that happens. If Adam Silver comes to the podium,
We have a planned trade to announce.
we will do it. If David Stern pops on,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
we will be covering it right here.
Also, not only will we be covering it, but we will also have our draft analyst, correspondent, however you want to put it, Bryant West from the Kings Herald, who will be on after every single pick to give us his little player profile, break it down.
Break it down. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yep, just like that.
Ryan wants to know, how are we watching it?
YouTube TV.
Yes, we will have YouTube TV on. And we'll look, here's the other thing, and I'll warn people again as we get closer. The draft starts at 5 o'clock. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens. If past years are any indication, Adrian Wojnarowski and Shams and all the elite NBA insiders will be breaking the picks ahead of time. In previous years, what we have done is we have, as we find out information on Twitter, we say it to you guys. Out of respect to all of you, what we will do tonight once the draft starts is we will play this That means a pick has been reported, and we are going to talk about it live. If you don't want to hear it, spoiler, turn us down for a little bit. But just understand, if we did it with YouTube TV, then you guys are going to be ahead of us because YouTube TV is delayed. The other thing we will do is once the pick is official and Silver comes to the stage, we'll try our best to turn it up so you can hear Adam Silver here.
Yeah. Pretty much we're trying to just cover it all and make this easy
Because
for all of you.
I know so many people are like, oh, please don't
spoil it.
Let's see. Interesting that foul language has become so much a part of the podcast since I was okay. Sorry, man. Every once in a while we cuss. It's my bad. I mean,
No, you don't need to apologize. I mean, cuss.
it's not like we're doing it every other time.
And we're not
right?
doing it at you, so fuck yeah, the NBA drafts tonight.
Okay, that was a force.
That
was
was.
force. So Pathfinder, it's all good, man. Anyway, so we'll make sure. And I've been conflicted on the whole like, do we say the picks when Woj puts it out? We're doing a show online. People are on Twitter, and if we don't do it that way, people are going to be in the chat dropping it. So we might as well just react live. So we will play the when a spoiler alert is coming.
Deal.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Okay, so we are a half hour away from the actual start of the NBA draft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my! Do you want to see what?
Yes.
Let's look at some of the fits tonight.
Thank you.
Paolo Banchero. Let's talk about his fit.
Let's talk about it.
This is a
Ooh.
fit that years from now we're gonna be like, what was he doing?
You know what? I want to see the details, but are those pearls that are attached to
Those
it?
are, believe it or not, Kings logos.
Wait, I need to look that up. Paolo Banchero. I want to know who he's wearing. Draft suit.
Okay, who is he wearing? Get out.
I'm
Morgan.
curious. Why is that a big deal?
What do you honestly think about the suit?
One, that photo was a little bit blurry.
Fine. Here we go.
Oh,
Here's a
yes.
video that the NBA put out.
Okay, this is my jam, Deuce. I love this type
Is this
of suit.
I'm getting drafted number 1?
No, this is I'm getting drafted top 3.
What about Chet? What is he?
Ooh, let me see.
Chet is such a nerd. Is he doing that?
Be nice.
Hey, doesn't Vivek do that?
Ooh.
Maybe that's a sign he is going to Sacramento.
You know, the only thing I don't like about Paolo's outfit is the giant chain that just like kind of
takes away from the suit.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith. I mean, that's a safe suit.
Oh, I want to see his tie. Is it like
That's
a little bit? Oh,
There's Chet. Look at Chet. I'm big on betting on myself.
Wow.
Chet's got swag.
I would be cool with like the chain. I don't like everyone with the big
Here's
emblem.
Here's Jabari.
Aw, he looks
He looks a lot like his dad.
really
former King.
solid. Nice. Ooh, I like that.
There's AJ Griffin from Duke. I'm trying to see if let's see what future King Jaden Ivey is sporting tonight.
You know what's funny? With Jaden Ivey, I get these like Jalen Green, you have swagger kind of vibes. You know? It's like he's cool. He's dope.
Okay.
Yeah. I like the chain. I like the bow tie, the velvet. I think there was velvet in there.
Where's
the
my guy
different
Benedict?
textures.
Where's my guy Benedict Mathurin? There's
Oh,
Dyson Daniels. Okay.
Not
Dyson.
my style, but
Look at him get off the bus.
that one looked nice.
Is that the best suit?
maroon?
Anything?
Ooh, I
Oh,
like that
okay,
one.
good.
I like there was like a salmon color, peach color. I don't even know what the hell that is. Ooh, yes,
Damn,
green.
Who's that? Who's
Ooh.
that?
I like the purple.
No, you don't.
I do.
It's okay. We don't.
And I'm not even a fan of that color purple either.
Chat, do you approve of what Banchero is wearing tonight?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Let's get to some more of the chat. Just chillax. Unless it's a major reach, I don't know if I'll be too upset no matter who we pick. There's upside for every single player in our range. That's a very optimistic way of looking at it.
It is. Okay, here's my question. I want to know this answer on the chat. Is there a player or a decision that you would leave this draft and not be happy with? For you too.
I feel like, look, We're not going to know until years from now anyway.
I know.
I would be
Just
really
tonight.
disappointed if they moved into the middle of the draft from 4 and got a play. Like, because I just don't know. Like, here's one.
Who's the okay?
If they were like, you know what, we really want John Collins. They're not buckling. Let's give up the 4. Let's get John Collins. They're 16. Their 16th pick and another pick next year. I would be a little disappointed with that because I just think for John Collins, I like John Collins. I think he could help the Kings. I wouldn't give up the 4 to do it. I don't think he's worth the 4th pick, especially with how much money he makes too.
Wow. Mark says drafting Ivy.
Wow, Mark with a C negative.
I'd be disappointed if the Celtics don't move into the first. Let's see. Is Shaden Sharp the most Kangs outcome at 4? So no,
Yes.
if what Kangs?
Yes. If Shane Sharp got drafted at 4, people would say, oh my God.
Oh, well, yeah, but I was going to say not if you're Bobby Gerould. You'd be
Yeah.
super surprised and happy because just from everything he's watched on him, he just really believes in Sharp and his ability at the next level. Still, there's that question mark, but believes in his potential as well.
Shout out to Vic Sharma. Says, biggest Kings fan in London.
Ooh.
Shout out London.
Give me a hell yeah.
Shout out London.
I saw someone from Australia too.
Shout out Australia. What's better, London or Australia? UK
I haven't been to Australia.
I haven't either.
Okay.
Been to London?
Yeah, I have.
What you know about London? You been on the eye?
I have.
You been in the tube? On the tube?
Yeah,
Is
I
it
have.
On the tube? Or in the
No,
tube?
it's like I forget how you say it. Like, mind the gap. Mind the gap. That's
mind
one.
the gap.
Yeah, mind
You
the gap.
definitely mind the gap.
Yeah, gotta mind the gap.
Dilla says, shout out Sacramento. Yes.
Give me a hell yeah.
Here's my question.
Okay,
What?
what's your question?
What?
Well, because
What?
you know how I asked. What would you guys be disappointed in?
Yeah, my question was beta. We'll get to yours.
Wait,
in a
no,
second.
but
This
then
is stupid.
I was gonna say what I truly really want. The Kings need so much, Deuce. I wouldn't mind if they traded down, and because they're dangling that number 4 pick as Jaden Ivey or whoever it is in one of these teams, like we're like, okay, we'll buy in, we'll give you all this plus this. I like.
It's very specific. I'm glad you got that
But
one
I
in.
said traded
Glad you got
no
that.
because I wanted to talk about it about how I just for this King squad and this roster, I just want so much more. There's so many needs, and I feel like they don't get these opportunities much. They don't get to dangle things in front of teams.
Yeah, but they also don't get to pick a player at 4 much. That doesn't happen very often. That's the other thing.
I mean, yeah, they're in the lottery every year, but yes, not at number 4.
I want to do a roll call because I see the shout outs happening right now. If you're in the chat, I need to know where you're watching from right now. Bring it. I want to know where you're watching. Apollo says newly unsubscribed. Bye-bye. All right. See ya, man.
Hi, Apollo. Thanks for being here when you were, though.
Yeah, you're dead to us. Nesto says he's currently at Doco. Shout out Vacaville. Okay, Cedar Rapids, Iowa in the house. Perth, Australia. Chico, San Jose. Las Vegas. The Philippines.
Wow.
Oh my God, you guys are everywhere. Serbia in the house.
Ohio, Indiana.
I wish we had area codes playing. I've got hoes. I've got hoes.
No.
916. Vallejo. Reading in the house. Reno.
San
Diego. You're not watching from North Korea. Stop it. Everywhere. Shout out Missouri. Panama City. Panama in the house. Mountain View. New York. Detroit. Dixon. Romania, stand up.
Give me a hell yeah.
Dude, Ireland?
Get out. Someone's watching us in Ireland right now. Argentina? We are international. It's the NBA draft. This is the world's game. The basketball universe is here because they all want to see what happens when the draft starts at 4. Will the Kings draft Jaden Ivey? Will they draft Keegan Murray? Will they trade the pick? The basketball universe will shift tonight. Lives are going to change. Teams are going to change.
Yeah, every year.
I've got a question. Are you ready for the hundreds watching us live and the millions who will be watching us later?
Okay.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Let's get ready to draft some players.
Hell yeah.
Not bad. Yeah, no, I figured that was his like way of going to do something. It's tinkle time o'clock for Deuce. Oh, cool. In your car while door dashing. Well, thanks for listening to us. Wow. Paolo is in play to be picked at number 1. Why are you saying that? Because of his suit game? Dude, I'm into that suit. I'm into that. I'm not usually into that type of purple. I love textures, though. You give me some feathers. You give me some beads. You give me some velvet. All the textures. In my mom's basement. Awesome. Good job. I'm glad she has Wi-Fi. Oak Park. Hell yeah. Oh, I love it. You guys are still just chiming in on. Oh, no. Hey, Lee, don't bring up Luka. That's our goal today. Because ESPN has already been bringing it up like 100 billion times, talking about how the Kings pick every single draft. We're just trying not to add the 2022 draft into that same category of shit drafts. So,
Man, shout out to this huge audience here with us tonight. Let's hope it keeps getting bigger. We're going to get to over 1,000 viewers easy tonight, I feel like. And I believe we are just 10 subscriptions away.
Ooh.
10 subs away from the 7,000 mark. Are you bleeping me?
Thank you, everyone. That's so nice of you. Also, can I just say, too, I feel so much better being here all day with all of you because I did wake up a little bit anxious, and then it turned into confidence, and then talking to each person that we've talked to throughout the days, throughout these hours, it's been like on and off. But right now, I feel really good going into the draft. And when I say good, I'm not like, oh, I feel really good about the pick. It's like, no, I just feel good as a Kings fan. I'm good.
Let's see here. Tom says, can't believe you guys started. You guys have been on 5 hours and draft hasn't started. 1:40 a.m. here. Been on since you came on. Best Kings podcast for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed says, would you take the Pacers 6 pick, Brogdon, Cavs protected first round next year, and 31 and 58 for Kings 4 and for the Kings 4th pick in Holmes? I mean, that's a lot. You got to be more specific about that Cavs pick. You're talking about next year.
I would, because I like Brogdon and
part-time Brogdon. You like him? Cool.
I like Brogdon, and just moving down 2 spots for, what else is there in this draft. I'm confident.
Shout out to Sack Pin Player, donated $10. Shout out Carmichael. Thanks, Deuce and Mo.
Thank you.
Deuce Mason grew up in Carmichael. I did wash my hands, believe it or not.
But you forgot to shut the door.
Who cares? Let's see here. Just making sure. There was some other one I wanted to read. Can't remember. Someone saying Adam's brother tweeted.
Ooh, that Adrian guy?
All right, this is from Woj. I don't even know what it is yet. I'm just gonna do this. Wow. As Woj just reported on the NBA Draft Show on ESPN, Paolo Banchero has joined Jabari Smith under serious consideration to be the franchise's #1 overall pick. There's a real chance draft boards could get blown up at the top of the lottery.
Give me a hell yeah.
Wow.
This is why we're here. This is why we came on at 11. For moments like this, the Vegas odds said earlier that Paulo could go #1. Deuce Mason's a Paulo guy. Our insider, Adam Wojnarowski, says that Banchero could drop out of the draft. His brothers, his brother's saying otherwise.
His brother's saying he's gonna go #1, as our Adam Wojnarowski says he could be just falling completely out of the draft. I like this scenario better. I think this.
But okay, let's take a deep breath for a second.
Okay.
Houston traded Christian Wood. There's a lot of talk that they love Banchero and want him at 3. Is it as simple as this? If Banchero goes 1, 2 is 2 Chet, and then 3
Jabari,
or is it
Jaden Ivey at 2?
I mean, there's no way like the 3 is gonna like fall apart where all of a sudden like one of those guys is available. Does Jaden Ivey move up to the top 3?
Well, you know what's funny?
Woj is on fire.
You even said, too, oh, does he have another?
The Magic have kept their final decision tight, but Banchero has emerged as a significant possibility to be drafted number 1 overall.
What does he mean have kept their final decision tight? Like, no.
What do you mean? They're not telling people. They're keeping
That's
it
what
tight.
I was
They're
making
holding it
sure
tight.
that's what it meant. I didn't know if it was
what
like.
the hell does it mean? What do you mean? What does it mean?
So again, I was thinking that. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I was just wondering if it meant like they were tight onto just one
They're
pick.
keeping it tight, man. We're not telling people. We like Jabari, maybe Paul. What happens? They go Chet.
Just making sure.
Chet.
What?
All right, let's read the reaction from the chat. The chat. Let's see here. Blow it up. Boo says his brother is fake. Okay. Bunch of BS smoke. I don't buy any of it, says Dilla. Yeah. The Wojnarowski beef is heating up. Yeah, let's check in on Wojnarowski's brother's Twitter.
Adam.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I shouldn't disrespect him at this hour.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't. Oh, that's a good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. This is our draft guy who's here tonight, Adam Wojnarowski. I have draft profiles for every player. I worked really hard on them, unlike my brother.
So stupid. Oh my god.
Where is the closest Domino's pizza?
Good shit.
About to dominate tonight.
I love that you're just tweeting live. Amazing.
Oh man. So seriously though, this is interesting. I mean, I watching Banchero, he's been one of my favorite players in the draft. I just look at him as a guy who's got the size, the scoring ability. He, to me, looks like an NBA player today that could help a team. He looks like he can be pretty damn good.
And that's what it sounded like, too, with a lot of people's mock drafts and just their breakdown of Paolo Banchero was just that he has the most all-around game that is NBA ready, that can help a team especially manage the offensive side right away in the NBA. You know, just mature, composed, understands the game at a high level. So, yeah, Deuce, you've been part of the Paolo fan club since
I love the guy.
The start. And like the one game that I saw of him, his presence out there, it was just like, you get the game at a high level. Wow. I get why people are talking about you. So, I guess it wouldn't be that surprising. The only reason why it'd be surprising is because it's all happening, unraveling 15 minutes before the draft actually starts.
Water's running through me right now.
You're going to the bathroom again? Okay, bye. Six Letter says, I don't get the Adam Woj joke. So it's not a joke. It's Adrian Wojnarowski's estranged brother, Adam Wojnarowski, decided to come on the show with us and give us some breaking news whenever he has it. He hasn't been very good, though. Not like, he's getting better. He's trying to beat his brother. He has a flip phone, for God's sakes. My best guess is that the Knicks have the most to offer. Kings be ready to pull the trigger and make some moves. I think from what we're hearing is like the Knicks don't and aren't going to be as busy as some were saying they were going to be. And I think too, with everything that happened with that Kyrie Irving drama early on in the day, that's one of the teams that's on his list, and that could possibly try and go for someone like Kyrie Irving. That's a whole nother situation that we got into earlier about just like how many times do you pick skill over the track record of all the other bullshit that's come along with Kyrie Irving. Yeah. Deuce has some problems. I know, everyone. He does. Sham bomb about Kyrie again. I have to look at that. Oh,
I'll tell you what, I saw one thing. I saw that Deuce and Mo reach 7,000 subs. Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wait, this doesn't match that. Oh my. Yeah, stand up. Show this. What? Wait. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Wait, stand right there. Right here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, good. I'm getting flipped off right now.
Are you ready for the draft? I'll stump a mud hole in your ass. Give me a hell yeah! 7,000 subs!
Give me a hell yeah.
Oh, we got to 7,000. Is that why you did it? Is that why you did this?
You're damn right.
Okay.
Because 2316 says, I'm ready for the draft.
Oh, no. I hope you're not going to leave on the bald cap the whole time, that we could have something historic happen for the Sacramento Kings.
Can I be honest for a second?
Yeah, what?
My actual chest and body look better than this.
You should show everyone.
No, it's
no,
not.
no, you should show us all then.
It's not OnlyFans.
Okay.
Looks like spiked up. What?
Wait, and someone said that, let's see if he was actually right. He said that Shams broke something else about
It's
Kyrie.
a video. I'm not.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Shams, you post a video. I'm only responding to
I need
tweets.
text, man. I need text. Put it in some text. That's what Woj did. He's like, as I just reported on NBA Live or whatever.
Feel free to screenshot this and share it because I'm ready to go.
Screenshot it and share it. Actually, please, I will.
Dude, this vest is dope.
Are you gonna do your middle fingers?
You know, I even have the knee pads too.
Oh, and you have the whatever's on your wrists.
Talking about the wristbands, because I'm ready.
Ow! No, we're not physically harming
Just
anyone.
take a stunner. Just take a stunner.
That actually hurt. Oh my God. Okay.
All right, I should take off this.
Yeah, but hey, congrats to 7,000. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, shout out to you guys for making it happen.
Dude, thank you guys. Was not expecting a. When did you get this?
I ordered 2 days ago.
Oh.
Got delivered to. I thought Amazon said it was going to be here at like 10 tonight. It came early, so.
Oh, thank God. So glad it worked out like this.
Are you cool with me wearing this for the draft?
Yeah, I don't care. Oh my God, I got the best screenshot.
Oh no.
The draft party's going great.
We are just 10 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft. You know, I don't know. Should I wear this the rest of the time or should I?
No, well, I say who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? No one cares.
But just for the record, if I'm like legitimately breaking down the draft wearing a Stone Cold costume, is that weird?
I mean, we've been breaking it down for but then again, we are going to break down different angles as we figure out which players go where. Is it a one suit?
No.
Oh.
These are shorts that came with it.
Oh, well.
That's supposed to look like jean shorts.
I see, but you're like naked underneath. Ooh.
What do you mean? I'm not naked. I've got
shirtless, shirt underneath.
Well, I mean, what does that matter?
So then you can take it on and off?
Once it's off, it's off. Steve Hansen said, "You seem so scared and nervous for this pick, Deuce." I don't know about that.
Ooh, scared and nervous. Yes, insane cookies. We already talked about Paolo could get drafted number 1. God, you know what's funny too is that you literally were like, "Oh, he's dressed like he's going to be the number 1 pick."
Did I not say that? He kind of has that like. Well, I think I said I asked if he is.
I am so curious what he's wearing. I really am.
Our guy.
It is just a.
Did not mean to play the draft audio yet. Brian West actually texted us and said, "Hey, I hear the ESPN broadcast is down in Sacramento. Are you guys good?" Yeah, we are actually good. We have it on in front of us.
Yeah.
We will be ready to go.
Hell yeah, we are.
Am I drinking an IPA? No, I'm drinking a little 21st Amendment. We are so excited. You know what I need to do right now because the draft is about to start?
What?
I need to tweet out links.
Okay, you tweet out links, even though I wanted to grab a beer and a LaCroix.
You go do that.
Can I?
We are just 8 minutes away from the start of the NBA. Morgan, you have your headphones on.
Oh, God.
Morgan's trying to walk out of the room with her headphones on. Are you kidding? Oh, my God. Come join us for the draft tonight. It's going to be wild. All right. Let's see here. Morgan, you're back?
And she's back. And she's back. Okay.
All right. So as we start getting settled in for all the action tonight, it's going to be so much fun for the 2022 NBA Draft. How nervous are you right now, Morgan Reagan? You still feel good?
I feel good. I feel good. I got a little, when you said that I got some butterflies, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, we're getting so close.
Before we totally dive into things, what lies ahead tonight, we're going to have a lot of fun, but we're super excited for someone who will be joining us throughout the draft tonight, and he's probably regretting it after he saw what I just did. You know him from he's not Adam Wojnarowski. Let's change it. It is Brian West. Brian West, of course, NBA draft analyst. You read his amazing work on the Kings Herald. He is going to be with us tonight for the NBA draft. So when a pick is made, we'll get his insights throughout the night too. Man, how are you feeling?
I'm good. Today's my Christmas. It's the best sports day of the year for me. I'm still optimistic. I'm ready for the Sacramento Kings to add somebody who's going to help this team now and for the future. So I'm fully optimistic. I'm a ray of sunshine. Let's go.
Wow. Wait. If it's like Christmas, then are you usually let down like every Christmas then?
It is kind of funny that I am always optimistic every time the draft rolls around, because I have definitely had my fair share of surprises and disappointments, but 365 days apart, just long enough for me to forget the pessimism and get right back on to just expecting the best things. So let's go. Monty McNair's going to reshape the franchise today.
Ooh, the optimism.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I like it. I like
Brian
it.
West, let's talk about the news that we just read moments ago from Adrian Wojnarowski, not Adam. Adrian is reporting that there is a chance that Paolo Banchero goes number 1 to Orlando. What do you think about that potential? And then do you think it shifts anything crazy in the top 3 that maybe the Kings are going to have an interesting choice at 4?
Well, first, this would be my pick for Orlando. Lord knows I love Jabari Smith Jr. and I love Chet Holmgren, but I have long said that Paolo Banchero is the most complete offensive player in this class. He's the most likely to be a leading scorer and leading playmaker. And that's what Orlando needs. I thought that, Jabari Smith Jr. would be great on a team that already had a primary initiator in place. But I do worry that if he goes to Orlando, he may be hailed as this offensive savior that I don't think he's really equipped to. So,
whoa, Brian, we just got another update from Woj. We have another update from Woj. As the Orlando Magic move closer to getting on the clock, Paolo Banchero is now looming as the front runner to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. As I mentioned, for those that are just joining in, when you hear this draft sound, that indicates there's some news that if you don't want it spoiled, you better turn us down, because we're gonna react live. We'll also hear Adam Silver make the pick when it's actually happening. But yes, Woj is suggesting that just by that language, and if you go by Woj's language in the past with tweets, it sounds like Banchero is the front runner to be drafted number 1 overall. Wow. And in all fairness, Orlando's been they've kept this really quiet. I think most people in mock drafts have just assumed it's going to be Jabari, and they haven't really denied it. They've worked out Jabari, they've worked out Paulo, they've worked out Jay and Ivy. So I guess it shouldn't be much of a surprise, but mock drafts, I think most of them had Jabari going number 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how this changes things for OKC, but especially Houston, because I think Houston's the team that's really been counting on Paolo Banchero falling to them. I don't know that it'll change anything. I don't necessarily know that it'll lead any team to selecting Jaden Ivey. So I'm betting the Kings still have the same choice when they're up on the clock. But hey, I love this pick for Orlando. Orlando's going to get their leading initiator, best scorer. Like I said, this would be the pick I would make if I was them.
And it's this is what makes the draft intriguing, is we spend hours and hours reading big boards. Brian just did one for the Kings Herald that was outstanding. You check it out, the Kings Herald. He did his big board. You have mock drafts, and you know what? Then the draft happens, and just like last year, I think most people had the first 3 right. After that, it seemed like complete chaos with mock drafts, and now at the very tip top of the draft, it's a little bit of a change.
And so you're thinking now, I mean, I guess what, Chet 2, Jabari 3? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I have no idea what OKC's board is, if they were going to take Chet because Jabari wasn't going to be there, or if they'll just take Jabari. But what the real question to me is what this does for Houston. Is Houston going to take Jabari Smith Jr.? Is there any chance they're going to take Jaden Ivey? So, and like you guys said, it's really cool to see the top of the draft shooken up, because it otherwise could have been kind of boring, and those top 3 picks was just going to leave Sacramento as the first team of actual choice here. But we're already getting a change. So
before the draft starts, it's scheduled to start in the next minute, the broadcast. So your gut going into tonight, who do you think the Kings are picking at number 4?
Well, assuming those top 3 stay the top 3 in some order, I'm still thinking it's Jaden Ivey. I think that after all is said and done, Monty McNair is a guy who takes talent over everything else. I think that Jaden Ivey is a better player than anybody else on the board, and that includes Keegan Murray. So I don't think, unless the Kings have a trade back, I'm betting that Monty McNair goes with Jaden Ivey at this point.
Well, we'll have Brian on throughout the night. Appreciate you checking in for the first time. He's going to be on standby, ready to go when we go to him throughout the early portion of the draft. So, Brian, thanks so much for being here tonight. We're excited to have you.
I'm thrilled to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hell yes. Appreciate him so much for being here, because he spent a lot of time breaking this down. I do want to check out and see what people on our YouTube and Twitch are saying about what's happening right now. Are you guys surprised at all by this, about Paolo maybe going number 1?
I guess the only reason why I am is because I got stuck, because I'm not this college basketball draft guru. I just got stuck with, Jabari Smith is going number 1. Like, that's what's happening. Okay, I'm not going to think anything else of it, whatever. Who knows where Paolo and Chet goes. And then you're hearing a lot of the Jaden Ivey buzz. That to me was going to be the only surprise up there if anything were to happen. But that's why I guess I sit here a little bit more surprised that Paolo is going number 1. But I think he's good enough to go number 1 in this draft.
I'm very eager. Maybe, I don't know if Adam's going to be ready to go at some point when we go to him, because I would love to get Adam Wojnarowski's thoughts on this this craziness that we're seeing, because he reported, believe it or not, he reported that Banchero could fall out of the draft tonight.
Mm-hmm.
His brother says he could go number 1. So let's bring him back in, and it looks like I'm all messed up here. So let me try this again. Okay. I have some things to work out on Zoom. Okay, this is great. Adam Wojnarowski is here with us again. Woj's brother. Explain yourself. Woj, your brother, is saying that Banchero's going 1. You say he's falling out of the draft.
Deuce and Morgan, first of all, congratulations on 7,000 subscribers. What a feat. My hat's off to you. Secondly, there are a lot of conflicting reports. I'm talking to an Orlando Magic insider at the stadium right now who is saying that Banchero is not going 1. He's going after 1. Obviously, if he's not going 1, he'd be picked after 1, or as I reported earlier, not at all. If you're asking me, am I willing to stake my entire reputation on it in a career I've worked tirelessly my entire life, my entire adult life of 49 years? Would I risk my reputation on that? Yes, I would. I do not think Banchero's going 1.
Wait. Are you just going against your brother, Adrian, or are you?
He doesn't like talking about his brother, as you
forgot.
know.
Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about my. Hold on. Can I take this?
Is that that's a flip phone?
Yeah. Hold on 1 sec.
Okay.
Hi, Adrian. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Bye. Love you. What? Okay.
Well, what was that?
That was a phone. That was some league insider. I need to. Looks like Banchero's going 1. And if that doesn't happen, he's probably getting drafted in the top 3.
There we go. There's Adam Wojnarowski
Thank you so much,
with a
Adam.
significant update. We'll get through to him throughout the night here. Oh my God.
He's really good at his job.
Hey, you know what? He's not afraid to stake his entire reputation to something.
Yeah.
And you got to give him credit for that.
Yeah. I loved his ringtone too. That was just absolutely. The details are just incredible.
Man. All right, chat. I need to know right here, right now. How are you guys feeling? If you're a Kings fan, sure, I want to know how you're feeling. If you're a fan of another team, the draft is getting ready to start. The ESPN broadcast is showing Chet Holmgren pointing with a 360 camera, looking as awkward as ever. Paulo looking smooth, knowing I'm going number 1. You don't wear that suit if you're going number 3. You only wear it if you're going number 1. Let's hear from the commissioner, Adam Silver.
Give me a hell yeah. The WNBA's New York Liberty. Speaking of the WNBA, let me take a moment to recognize that today is the 50th anniversary of the enactment of Title IX, a historic law that increased access to women's sports and in large part paved the way for the creation of that league.
I mean, I'm all for this, but definitely start the clock, Adam.
To both celebrate the progress we've seen over the past 50 years and acknowledge that there's still much more work to do to elevate women's sports at every level. To our NBA fans here in the arena and around the world, thank you for making this past season, our 75th anniversary, one of the most meaningful in our league's history.
Do you feel like Adam's talking too long here, Morgan? Just be real.
I would honestly wish. I love Adam Silver. Just speed it up just a little bit.
Congratulate the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, we know they won it. We don't need to congratulate the Warriors again, Silver. It just happened. Just because you weren't there.
Changed in our country and world in the 3 years since the Warriors were last.
This isn't about the Warriors. They got the 28th pick.
I love.
Team. That core was built through the draft.
I can't do this.
Okay. He should honestly though, it's like that's great. We all celebrated that. I'm excited. That was amazing. I'm ready for the NBA draft. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time now.
Yeah. And real fast, too. Shout out to everyone watching us live. If you are here, the biggest thing you could do is hit the thumbs up button. Spread the word that we are live for the NBA draft. Be with us the entire night as we talk about every one of these picks made. Well, most of them. We're obviously focused on what the Kings are doing at 4. A lot of people saying, hey, we want more Adam Wojnarowski. You will have Adam Wojnarowski throughout the night. And I realized my Zoom situation's not great. I'm going to have to figure that out.
Okay.
But
it looked better than you thought when you quickly cropped it.
Is Adam still talking?
Help bring together and create a much-needed sense of empathy and community around our game, whether in our arenas or virtually. And after 3 long seasons, we're finally back to our normal calendar.
I'm giving Adam, if I'm giving a draft day grade for Adam Silver, D- at this point. Start the clock. Let's make the picks.
I say like make it a show. Just go at it quick because
this is not a state of the NBA, okay? This is the draft.
We're about to find out.
Okay.
Let's do it.
The first pick in the 2022 NBA draft belongs to the Orlando Magic.
They're on the clock.
Who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
All right, 5 minutes on the clock for the Orlando Magic. And, of course, spoiler, Woj reporting that it looks like it is going to be Paolo Banchero. So we'll find out in just a little bit. Shout out to people watching us live, including this one person who says, first time hearing you guys live since 11:40.
What?
That was like 6 years ago, bro.
No, it was longer than 6 years ago. Well, thank you for being here now, but man, we've been here.
Yes.
Jump on board. The
Absolutely.
Deuce Bags and Morons. This is an amazing community.
Yes.
It's been so fun. So keep it growing. Let's go.
Let's see here. I need to figure out. Remove all pins. Okay. I'm figuring out the mute thing. All right, Morgan. So let's just talk about your thoughts on the fact that it looks like Orlando may be going this route with Banchero. Of course, they had last year's draft where they, made significant moves because they gutted their team. They traded Aaron Gordon. They traded Fournier. They traded Vucevic. They end up getting Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner. They've got Cole Anthony as a young guard. And now getting the number 1 pick. So many people thought they're going Jabari. Either way, they're getting a pretty significant talent here. I think Banchero, I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think even when we were talking to Bryant West and everybody else that we've talked to, and his offensive ability to contribute and make an impact right away is great. And you look at the Orlando Magic, this is going to be a really fun team. I had fun watching them last year whenever Jalen Suggs was playing as well.
The one update we have from Adam Wojnarowski is the Magic's pick is not in at this point.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Oh my God. You got it?
This is a spoiler.
What?
This is a spoiler.
This is a spoiler.
Remember the sound. But it is being reported by Shams after Woj that the Orlando Magic will select Paolo Banchero with the number 1 pick in the draft.
Okay.
Hey, I think there's a lot of people who someone's going to be really happy about getting Jabari Smith. But for me, Banchero has everything you could want in a player. I think there are questions about his defense at times.
Yeah.
I think if he's in the right conditioning and shape and everything, he's going to be just fine there.
He's more, he's not this super explosive athletic guy. It's more of like this fluid, athleticism. And for him, though, there's so many different things that he is capable of. And he's probably one of the best guys in this draft that can make some of those most difficult shots. And you translate that into the NBA with a hand in your face and the way you have to create and make your own shots and finish the shot. It's just, you can't go wrong with Paolo Banchero.
Let's see some of the chat. Banchero, big news. Let's go Banchero. I do believe Jaden Ivey might be a OKC Thunder. See, and that's where it gets interesting. You never know. I mean, it is Sam Presti. This will be a bit of a surprise, right, for most because of where the mock drafts had him. I think most people assumed tonight that Banchero was going 3rd to Houston.
Yeah, I did. Are we coming back?
Morgan, you're amped up. You're ready to go.
Yeah. I got excited. Adam's not coming out, Morgan. Calm down. Adam.
Yeah.
Adam Silver.
It is Adam. Yeah. You're getting confused. Adam Silver is coming to the stage. We will get
Adams.
his announcing the pick. That's
With
him.
The first pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero from Duke University.
Okay, so Paolo's the pick, but we also have another update. This is a spoiler alert. At this moment, Woj is reporting, Chris Haynes, our buddy Chris Haynes from Yahoo is reporting that the Oklahoma City Thunder are selecting Jabari Smith Jr. with the number 2 pick in the draft. That will be reported in just a little bit. While we wait for the official award, let's go to our NBA draft analyst for tonight. You read his work at the King's Herald. He is the one and only Bryant West. And Bryant, let me mute the broadcast for a second so I can actually hear you. Bryant, obviously we had talked about this just a few moments ago that there was a chance that Paolo could be going number 1 overall. Here he is going number 1 overall. What are your initial thoughts?
He is an excellent fit for that team and probably the best overall talent for a squad that absolutely needs somebody who can score at a high level and play make at a number 1 option level. It will be key to see how that team continues to develop around him, see how Suggs handles it, see how Franz Wagner handles it. But like you guys said, Orlando is a very fun team. They just took one of the most interesting players in this draft, and I'm excited to see how they continue.
Yeah.
Why do you think Paolo? Why do you think he got the edge over Jabari? Like, where do you see in Jabari versus Paolo?
Well, I think Paolo has the best case as an individual creator. Jabari Smith is absolutely the best shooter in this in any draft, but he's not a 3-level scorer. He was pretty raw when it came to getting to the basket. His driving ability isn't close to his deep shot. And neither is his playmaking, honestly. And as I watched Orlando last year, they have a whole bunch of really good secondary playmakers. But unless Jalen Suggs was ready to take a huge leap this year, I didn't know that they had a floor general. And I think that Paulo Banchero can be both of those things for an Orlando Magic team that I think absolutely needed a number one offensive player.
Man, it's surprising because the mock drafts had it wrong for the most part.
Yeah.
I wonder why they did. Like,
Yeah.
well, I wonder what was missing here.
You guys might want to check out Woj's tweets.
Ooh, let's see.
Okay, well, this is interesting, and this is the first controversy of the night, okay? Because we had just said moments ago that Chris Haynes was reporting it was going to be Jabari Smith at 1. Jabari Smith at 2, going to Oklahoma City. Woj is saying that Chet is going number 2.
Oh, which
and now so is Sham. So that, that's tough for Chris. I feel bad for him. But that tweet is now deleted from Chris Haynes.
That's what you got to do.
Chet's going number 2, and we would assume that number 3 would be Jabari. So the spoiler is we've got 2 of the premier NBA insiders, Woj and Shams, reporting Chet going number 2. Chris Haynes moments ago said it was Jabari. That tweet has been deleted. Wow. So how do you view that one, Bryant?
I think Chet Holmgren makes a lot of sense for Oklahoma City. As you guys have talked about endlessly, he is a fascinating prospect on both ends of the court. I think he is way too skilled and way too physical and way too competitive to be held back by his slight frame, which I know is the first thing anybody talks about. But I also honestly feel like Oklahoma City, we know that they're a patient organization. We know that they're not expecting to win in the playoffs next year. They're not going to be somebody who's going to be making Chet take on way too much, way too early. He's going to thrive on that team. I wouldn't be surprised if Chet Holmgren was the number 1 player on their big board. Because, I mean, honestly, it's not Jabari Smith Jr. at this point. So,
right.
Would you be surprised if next year they were better than they thought they were going to be? And I just feel like the timeline for SGA, like if you're him, of course you want to play some good basketball and you want to play some winning basketball, but at the same time too, OKC also has a different plan in mind.
OKC's kind of got that same stink that the Kings do, where nobody's going to give them credit until they're good. And honestly, they could be good pretty quick. They certainly have a lot of good young players, and they were a surprisingly solid defense last year. And they just added the best two-way player in this draft class, in my mind. I don't think that Chet Holmgren's going to be a top half center or top half big in the league right from the get-go. But I definitely think that with a patient organization, heck, this team could be surprising teams come February and March.
All right, we got much more with Brian coming up in just moments as this draft continues on. We will keep you updated on the very latest twists and turns to see what happens. And, it's right now you've got Chet going number 2. I don't know that it's actually official yet. Yes, the pick is in. So it's going to, yes, it is Chet Holmgren. It's been announced. So now what happens?
Wow.
You think Jabari's going 3. He thought maybe he's going 1. You assume he's going 3 to Houston, and then the Kings will be coming up shortly, which is just insane. Like, if now it's going to get very, very interesting.
Yeah, it is going to get interesting, assuming that Jabari Smith goes 3 to Houston, but still interesting.
So, yeah, Chet's officially announced. So Chet's officially announced going to Oklahoma City at number 2. And how about this? You get Chet, and you get Pokashevsky at a combined weight of 202 pounds.
That's not funny.
Thank you.
Get out of here with that.
Thank you.
Now.
Oh, man. Are you getting a little nervous now?
No, I'm still not nervous. Oh, and that too, they're showing on the screen Chet Holmgren. He was teammates with Jalen Suggs, and that whole angle with the Orlando Magic was just it was becoming a more and more interesting angle as time got closer. And then you read that fluff piece too that sold you a little bit more like, ooh, if Chet and Suggs could play together. But still, seeing who he would be with OKC, you got Josh Giddey who can drop some dimes. I mean,
you still have SGA?
Yeah, like again, we're talking about teams. I love talking about these teams and being like, I'm excited to see them play. Not only to see these new rookies, but also some of those pieces that we're trying to see from last year starting to develop. They're healthy. Jalen Suggs healthy and everything.
We are keeping up to date on everything going on, so we'll see if there's any major trades to announce, anything that happens. It could get interesting, even if it's announced that Jaden Ivey is getting picked at number 4 by Sacramento or Keegan Murray. Who the hell knows, because a trade could be in the works. So we're going to react live as it happens. Make sure if you're watching us live, number one, we appreciate you being here with us tonight on draft night. Hit the thumbs up button. Let's get it going. The night's still young. Let's have it explode in here. I need the thumbs up. We need subs. Let's keep it rolling.
Appreciate everybody. And just, interesting way to start this draft too, right? I mean, we came into it with a little bit of the chatter around Paolo Banchero, and then going in that direction was like, okay, but then Chet at 2 and Jabari not being picked at 2 is the next thing that I guess just has us the most surprised. Is number 4 going to surprise us the most? We'll see.
I do want one update. Shams is saying too, which is very interesting, I guess, about all of this, is that Orlando did not have a formal workout or meeting with Banchero pre-draft. We do have an update from Adrian Wojnarowski. Spoiler coming up. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, Jabari Smith is going to be atop Houston's draft board at number 3. And
okay.
Classic Woj, he's in his mind not spoiling it, but because he's getting creative with how he is saying it, that's what he is doing. He is telling us that Jabari Smith is going number 3, which means the Kings will have a chance to draft Jaden Ivey. A chance at Keegan Murray. A chance to make a trade. Chat, are you ready? Give me a hell yeah.
Give me a hell yeah.
Yes, I love it.
Oh, God. Well, this is another team, too, with the Houston Rockets, where it's just, it was fun. They had their flashes of fun last year with Jalen Green, the athleticism there. And then this season now, you got guys, obviously Kevin Porter Jr., who you saw was exciting at times as well. You add a guy in Jabari Smith who is put together and can make shots over guys that are sometimes unblockable, unguardable. Just another intriguing big player in this top 3 right here going to the Rockets. Deuce is tweeting something, obviously. Wow. I'm feeling a little bit more nervous now.
Why? Why are you nervous?
I don't know. I wasn't feeling this before. I didn't think I was going to get like this. I don't like this.
In the chat, they say, one person says, my body is not ready.
Yeah, I'm going to throw up. See someone, George, ugh, my stomach. Yeah. Am I going to throw up?
You're good. You're good. You're good. This is the anticipation. We know Jabari's going number 3 to Houston. Dude, I feel for Chris Haynes right now. Because he tweeted that.
Yeah, I wonder where he got it from. And I mean, he's dropping those.
That hurts though. That hurts.
It does.
It
does, but he'll be fine. Chris Haynes has been growing, doing great.
Oh no.
Oh, we got a tweet.
Okay, it's from Shams.
Okay.
Shams. Houston selects Jabari Smith at number 2. I'm sorry, number 3. Jesus, Deuce. Number 3 and that's confirmed by Woj too. So the Kings are on the clock.
Aww.
The ESPN broadcast currently showing Jabari Smith on the phone, probably getting word from the Houston Rockets. Oh, Morgan. Oh, Morgan. This is what we've been waiting for. We've waited for, a month now. Who can forget the passion I showed on draft lottery night when the Kings jumped up to number 4. And now here they are getting ready to be on the clock.
Crazy.
With a huge decision. What, Morgan?
Jabari Smith, he looked like Davion Mitchell last year.
He's probably, this is an emotional night. What do you expect? He probably thought he was going 1. He worked out with them, and now he's going, oh my God, I'm going to 3.
That's all I was saying. I was just saying it was just a body language, facial thing, and I was like, oh, okay.
Man.
So sorry.
Biggest moment in Kings history. Oh my God. Almac, Ivy for Ori. Riot. We need Ivy. Okay. Woof. What if we hear a trade going? What's your prediction right now?
My
Final
prediction, no matter what,
prediction.
Jaden Ivey's going to go right now,
Okay.
and whether that ends up in a trade, I guess.
42 seconds ago, Jake Fisher from Bleacher Report says Sacramento remains in active trade conversations regarding the number 4 pick.
Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, God. All right. Yeah. See, now is your heart beating a little faster?
A little bit.
With the third pick in the 2022 draft, the Houston Rockets select Jabari Smith Jr. from Auburn University.
Shout out Jabari. Shout out Jabari. And shout out to Jabari Smith, his dad. That's cool. Good for him. And I'm sure he's a little rattled right now. We're constantly checking Twitter to see if there's any... Oh, the Kings are on the clock. The Kings are on the clock. Oh, Morgan, this is when you just get nervous.
Yeah, no, I don't feel good. Why? Oh, I was feeling great. I was feeling great for like 7 hours, and now like
Just wait. If you hear that noise, you know what's coming.
It's not even about a noise. I'm just on Woj's page right now, and just like, oh god.
Well, I've got alerts ready. We are live. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan. It's a 2022 NBA draft. If you're in the chat, we appreciate you being here on this journey tonight. The night is young. We're going to be here to talk about it. Make sure you're subscribed like Tony Peckman or Dylan, who just followed us on Twitch. Please subscribe and hit that thumbs up button.
Appreciate the love, guys.
Okay, this is making me nervous that we haven't heard yet.
Right.
Everyone else's shit leaked early.
Right.
Everyone's. Oh no.
You guys
Spoiler
ready?
alert. This is from Shams.
Do it.
The Sacramento Kings and Woj are selecting Keegan Murray with the number 4 pick. And after months of speculation, the Kings will pick and not trade the pick. Keegan Murray from Iowa is the pick for the Sacramento Kings. And wow, I am very surprised that they aren't. And by the way, Woj is saying the Kings are focused on Iowa's Keegan Murray at number 4.
Are focused on Keegan
So,
Murray.
look, this is,
Woo.
I think a lot of people anticipated that if they drafted Keegan, he would be the guy if they moved down.
Yeah.
But they are picking him at number 4. A lot of people thought he could be a guy that goes 5th. And there was so much thought about Jaden Ivey and his potential. The Kings are going with a guy that some believe does not have the ceiling that Jaden Ivey has. We will get the official pick in just moments once it's announced on the ESPN broadcast. But your first reaction with Woj saying the Kings have no trade and plan to keep Keegan Murray, are you surprised by this a little bit?
Yeah, I am. Because, you know, I just thought no matter what, they were going to go with Jaden Ivey, and then we were going to see a trade. Thought for sure that's the direction it was going to go, even though Keegan Murray, I was someone who I've been excited about. I think the mindset, he's a student of the game, his ability to play defense, but then also recover on defense because he has a high basketball IQ. There's a lot of fun things about Keegan Murray. It's just so scary for so many because they're like, what? We thought Jaden Ivey was going to be there. Hey, you won't know if the Kings won or lost this for another good year or two.
Or it could be longer because who knows what Jaden Ivey turns out in the future. But
Absolutely.
it is clear that most NBA observers believe that Jaden Ivey has star upside. They don't necessarily feel the same way. Let's hear from Woj.
But Keegan Murray is their focus. And now suddenly Detroit perhaps has the opportunity to select Jaden Ivey or perhaps even trade down and somebody else maybe jumps up to number 5.
And remember, Jaden Ivey's a player who did not go to Sacramento and worked out. There were no medicals there. So when you look at from Sacramento's perspective, you know, certainly that does become a little bit of a concern, but they're looking at a guy that can come in right now and Keegan Murray that can play right away. And if Jaden Ivey is that guy for Detroit, maybe at 5, they've got a steal right there.
Okay, so we're going to hear the official announcement from from Adam Silver coming up. But I guess just based on the stuff we were hearing today, there was so much noise. And this goes to what I said. I said this morning, I'm like, I talked to someone yesterday who was like, oh, they're going to trade the pick. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We talked to Sean today who said some people within the Kings draft board actually had Jaden Ivey ranked number 3 overall ahead of Banchero. Well, it's clear the Kings, the decision maker, Monty McNair, decided to go with Keegan Murray. Adam Silver getting ready to announce it.
With the 4th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Keegan Murray from the University of Iowa.
I like his suit.
Keegan Murray becomes the highest drafted Iowa player in the common draft era.
So there we go.
All with his
The official announcement on ESPN from Adam Silver. Keegan Murray is now a member of the Sacramento Kings with the 4th pick, and it looks like Jaden Ivey will be landing with the Detroit Pistons. Let's get more reaction with this official pick. We will go to the guy who has spent so much time looking at the draft, doing big boards left and right. I know he likes Keegan Murray, but I'm curious what he has to say about the Kings deciding to take him number 4 overall. Bryant West, your initial reaction to this move by the Kings?
Well, the Kings just locked in one of the most versatile and composed players in this draft class. His production at Iowa, leading scorer, best defender on a Big Ten title team. That's just impossible to ignore. He's a great fit alongside of Fox and Sabonis. He'll be ready from the get-go. He'll get big minutes from day one. If he continues to improve as a shooter, continues to develop his ability to score off the dribble and attack the basket, he certainly could be the 3rd scorer that this team definitely needs. I think he has some clear limitations on both ends of the court, but as much as anybody in this class, he's a lock to be a two-way contributor who really can make this team better in a ton of ways.
Do you feel like the Kings went in the direction with more of the fit, or that they actually didn't believe in what Jaden Ivey could be?
Well, I think it's definitely more of a fit conversation, but at the same time, comparing these two was always difficult because, like, the argument for Keegan isn't just his fit with this team. It's that he is so strong a fit with this team and has so fewer swing skills than Ivy does, swing skills that are kind of limiting when you're building the squad, that it makes some sense for the Kings to look at Jaden Ivey and be like, hey, is Jaden Ivey going to be his best self if he's here next to De'Aaron Fox? Now, you guys all know what I would have done, but I could see Monty McNair looking at Keegan Murray, looking at his improvements as a shooter. Like, he almost shot 40% from 3 last year on really good clip, and thinking, man, as I scale down his offense into more of a secondary role next to Fox and Sabonis, he is definitely a more proven shooter than Jaden Ivey. He's definitely a better defender at this point. The pathway for Keegan to become the best player he can be, Sacramento has the opportunity for him, has the need for him to be so. And clearly he wants to be here. Like, he met with the Kings. He's already met with Sabonis and Fox. He's got to be as locked in as anybody who would want to come to Sacramento. So I'm excited to see where this young man can take us.
So with that, I mean, you sound pretty optimistic about his talent level. And let's be clear, it's not as if it's a reach that the Kings took him. He probably goes 5, or if not soon after that, if the Kings don't pick him. But most observers, including yourself, other people who have followed this closely, believe that Jaden Ivey's got a star ceiling. What do you look at Keegan? Do you think his ceiling, can he reach a star level in your mind?
Well, I never want to risk saying what a smart player can and can't do, because he's already made such improvements last year from his freshman to sophomore year. There's no reason to say that he can't be a fantastic player on this team. Now, I definitely have some concerns. I definitely think there are some limitations to his game on both ends of the court. I struggle to envision how he's going to create offense for himself, particularly as a driver. He did that a lot in Iowa, a lot of perimeter drives at the basket that I don't think are going to be as open for him at this level once he's facing NBA speed. He doesn't have a great first step. Now, he certainly could improve at that. The big swing skill for me, if he works on his pull-up jump shot, if he can become a knockdown off the dribble guy, like the ceiling, just blow the ceiling off, because he's already a great catch and shoot guy. And a lot of his highlight reels start with off the dribble stuff. It just wasn't at the volume that I would have expected for a guy who needs it as his go-to option at the next level.
You know, the last couple of drafts, the Kings have drafted guards. And are you getting the vibe that maybe they're finally telling De'Aaron Fox that we trust you, we trust where we're going with you and Sabonis on this one?
I don't necessarily know how to take this from Monty McNair. I honestly think that Monty McNair would have taken the guy who he thought was the best player available. So, I mean, there certainly could be something to it if he honestly looked at Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray and said, hey, they're equal players. You know, at that point, you probably consider fit with your established team. But if I'm going to read anything from the tea leaves of how Monty McNair has handled his job up to this point, I don't think that he overly gets in his head about fit when it comes to the draft. I think he just takes whoever he honestly feels is the best player. And if he's taking Keegan Murray, I'm sure he's going to get up to the podium in a bit and say that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is not. I mean, look, it's social media, and you're going to get a mixed response anyway. I don't think, in general, this is going to be a super popular decision. I think you're going to see people go, yeah, he'll fit well, kind of like you said. But I think so many thought if you're at 4, you go with the guy that you believe has the star potential. And hey, maybe we look back at this 3 years and go, well, yeah, Ivy really hasn't improved that much. He's athletic, but man, this Keegan guy just knows how to play the right way. But yeah. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. We do have one update, spoiler. Ben Mathurin will land with the Indiana Pacers. This is after Jay and Ivy went 5 to the Detroit Pistons. I love Mathurin. He's going to end up at 6. But our focus right now is on what the Kings just did. Keegan Murray, the number 4 pick by the Sacramento Kings. Yeah, I'm very curious. And look, no GM's going to go up and be like, yeah, I don't think Monty McNair is going to say, yeah, we thought Jane was the best player available, but we went with fit. I think he's going to go up there and say that Keegan was, in his mind, in his front office's view, the best player available.
Yeah, I'd certainly expect that. And before anybody gets too up in their heads about this pick, Keegan Murray is a great player. Like, we're not talking about the Kings suddenly drafting somebody way down in the teens.
Like Papagiannis.
Yeah, no, this ain't no Papagiannis. This isn't even Marvin Bagley. Keegan Murray was next on my board after Jaden Ivey. He's a really good two-way player. He's going to make this team better from day one. So it will not take him very long, if at all, to become one of the fan favorites here in Sacramento. He is a composed, calm player. He goes out there and he does his work, and he does it on both ends of the court. For a guy who averaged 23.5 points for Iowa last year, was pretty much the only go-to scorer that they had. You don't see many guys who go out there and give that level of defensive effort. It just doesn't happen that often. And, 1.9 blocks and 1.5 steals per game, that indicates he was really working his butt off on defense.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he's going to be as effective a defender at the next level, but once again, I don't want to put any limitations on a smart player figuring out the best he can be.
What are your questions about him defensively at the next level? Like, what are some of your concerns with him?
It's not so much instinct. It's really just, does he have the foot speed to handle smaller wings, the traditional small forwards at this level? Because he was pretty good at staying with some guys, but there were times where he definitely got blown by. And not to the level that some of the other guys that the Kings could have taken at this spot were, but, I think that it's really easy to go look at some of his defensive highlights, look at those numbers that I just shared and think, boy, the Kings just got one of the best defenders in this class. I think he's a good defender. I don't think he's going to come in here and fix this defense from the first day. But the most important thing is that that's Mike Brown's job. Mike Brown has to get the rest of this team locked in on defense. He has to get the best out of De'Aaron Fox on defense, Domantas Sabonis on defense. Keegan Murray's going to help that cause.
And I feel like they're obviously just seeing what you're seeing on social media and through chat and everybody, you know, being like, no, how could this happen? It was Jaden Ivey. I think everyone's perspective of when you have a draft pick, especially when you're in the lottery almost every year, that it needs to be this star player. And I feel like because of what people are saying, what Jaden Ivey's potential could be, that scares a lot of Kings fans. Like, well, Keegan Murray, people aren't saying that same star potential, but I don't think people are understanding the value of a consistent, really solid player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's anything that the Sacramento Kings need, it's consistency. It's somebody who's going to come and give it every day. Like, there isn't a Sacramento King last year, except for Sabonis after he got here, that came up and showed up every single night. That was who Keegan Murray was. And just to play devil's advocate, Lord knows, I was a Jaden Ivey fan. He was the one I was hoping they were going to take, but he's not the safest guy. Like, he's not as good a shooter as Keegan Murray. He's nowhere near as good a defender as Keegan Murray. Now, I still probably I absolutely would have taken him over Keegan Murray and just figured out the positional complexities later. But it's not a absolute. This ain't anywhere near 2018. Not even close.
Where do you think about his fit next to Sabonis? Because he did like to do some stuff in the post. Obviously, Sabonis, you know what he does. How does he fit with Sabonis? And the Kings obviously did need help at that 4 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a good fit next to Sabonis. Gives them somewhat of a more rangy 4. And he is a pretty good weak side rim protector. I think that gets overstated a little bit. If you just look at the numbers, like 1.9 blocks a game might indicate that he's going to come in here and change their rim protection needs from the get-go. I don't think that's the case. I think he's going to be a good rim protector. But like I said, he's going to help this team on defense. I just don't think that the Kings suddenly drafted a guy who's going to go out there and suddenly be like, okay, you're our LeBron stopper. Go get him.
I guess, and this obviously with this pick, you would assume that John Collins is not happening, right? So now, as it stands, you've got Fox, you've got Keegan Murray, who I'd assume can start from day one. Barnes is still on the roster, Sabonis. So the 4 spot's been filled. And now it's like, how do you find some more shooting?
Yeah, well, Keegan Murray is a good step forward in getting great shooting. I mean, like 39.8% from 3 last year on over 5 attempts per game. He's a really good shooter, but I agree with you. The priority of this team needs to be to continue adding shooting and, two-way players. So we don't know how long Harrison Barnes is for this team. We don't know who's going to be starting at shooting guard next year. It's still a priority for the Sacramento Kings that they go out and get more wing talent.
Is Harrison Barnes someone, though, that now you would look at and go, should we look at signing him, re-signing him, and look at his future with the Sacramento Kings?
I don't necessarily think that. I wouldn't be upset with it. My complexity here is that Keegan and Harrison probably are both best defending the same kind of player. So the redundancy's there a little bit, but on offense, like, you're just adding 2 more. You just have 2 smart guys, 2 great shooters, 2 good rebounders for their size. And if eventually, Keegan Murray clearly supplants Harrison Barnes as the guy who needs to start, and I mean, not just start, but thrive next to Sabonis, then yeah, Harrison Barnes can be shopped, but he's expiring next year. So I don't necessarily know that changes anything for Monty's calculus. He was already going to have to figure out what to do with Barnes.
And one more thing before we go to the chat for a little bit. One person in the chat, I've seen this a couple of times. Can Keegan play the 3? My mind, I look at him more as a 4. How do you view him?
I definitely think he's a 4 who can moonlight at the 3 a little bit. I think the foot speed on defense is what I'm a little bit concerned about. On offense, like, you can do whatever you want. It just comes down to who are you going to defend at the next level. And I wouldn't want to see either Harrison Barnes or Keegan Murray going out there and guarding the most quick small forwards out there. That's my only concern.
Yeah, that would get ugly at times. Unless Mike Brown puts together some fantastic defensive philosophy for this squad, for this roster, and how it is right now going into this season. So we'll just have to see.
Well, Brian, we'll have more with you coming up. Thanks for the instant breakdown of this pick for the Sacramento Kings.
All right. See you guys in a minute.
Yep. We'll talk to him throughout the night. And yeah, I mean, I guess this is just interesting because I just thought if the Kings were going to make this pick, they were trying to move down. You try to figure out, okay, why didn't they move down to get Keegan?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know exactly, but this is just me speculating. One, they didn't feel like they could move down enough and Keegan still be on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where are you moving down? There's maybe a deal they don't like. Maybe Monty truly believes that Keegan is going to be better than Jaden Ivey. And that's not me agreeing with it. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I just know Jaden, from most basketball experts, who, by the way, can be wrong too, but from most pundits, most observers, most people who watch this a lot, see more upside in his game and thought, yeah, you can maybe trade down to get him. But, you know, if you wanted to trade back and you can't trade just to Detroit, then you go to Indiana. Can you still get your guy there? I don't know. But I think Keegan's going to be a good player. I mean, I think people are going to like Keegan Murray. I think Kings fans will like him. But the reality is this is similar to what we've said in the past. You're going to be keeping an eye on and seeing what Jaden Ivey's doing. And if 3 years from now, Jaden Ivey is crushing it in a backcourt with Cade Cunningham, and Sacramento has Keegan Murray, who's a nice player, and the Kings are winning 29, 30 games, we're going to remember this day as a mistake. Now, on the flip side, if Ivey doesn't reach his full potential and he's just another guy in the league and Keegan becomes better, then we're going to be like, well,
Monty was
good
right.
job,
Yeah.
Monty.
No, and that's why it's so funny to me when people act so confident with their take like, wow, the Kings are the Kangs and all this. I don't know. It's very interesting to me. But at the same time, that is why like fans are fans and fanatics, and I get it.
We are doing a watch party, so we're going to talk about the Kings and Keegan Murray throughout the night. We'll definitely talk with you guys as well. Our bio on YouTube has our Discord link. You can hop in there. We'll likely take some calls later tonight. We have an update from Woj, and how about this? Shaedon Sharpe is going to the Portland Trailblazers. The mystery man, so-called mystery man, the draft will be drafted 7th overall. So Keegan went 4 to Sacramento. 5, Jaden Ivey. 6, Benedict Mathurin goes to Indiana. And 7 will be Shaedon Sharpe going to the Portland Trailblazers. So
and if you're the Blazers, you're fans, you're probably scared right now going, oh God, there's a huge question mark. But
well, you know what's interesting about that is Mike Schmitz, former ESPNer, who just got hired on to be the assistant general manager of the Portland Trailblazers, was raving about Shaedon Sharpe on a podcast before he got the Blazers job. And that was something I would listen to. I'm like, I wonder if Portland might go that route. So they're going with the ultimate swing guy, who many people like. You look at the guy we talked to earlier, Bobby Gerould from HoopObsession.com. He had him ranked number 3 overall. And you talk about the ultimate swing. He didn't play last year. His high school stuff, the EYBL stuff, definitely some things that you go, oh, there's intriguing, the measurables. It may take a minute for him, but it's obviously something the Blazers felt like they couldn't pass up. I want to go to number 6 for a second. You know how I feel about Benedict Mathurin, but man, for the Indiana Pacers, all of a sudden you got a backcourt, and we'll see if Brogdon's on the move at some point.
Yeah.
But for the Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton, Benedict Mathurin, that's a fucking nice start for them.
Yeah. No, I like it. I mean, I really like what I like about Benedict Mathurin is just like what he brings with his intensity, right? He's a guy that will stay physical. He's a dog. You need one of those guys on every team. That's a reason why we were falling in love with his game so much. But it's not only that, it was the way that he had a nose for the ball and understood where to be in passing lanes, defensively. Just a guy that seemed like he wanted to be out there playing at all times, which is why he played so much. But yeah, so that one's interesting with the Pacers. I mean, not interesting. It's just, it is what it is. I'm still trying to wrap my head around so many people with a lot of negativity. I'm stunned because I knew that there was going to be like some around the Jaden Ivey if Jaden Ivey wasn't drafted at 4, but you said it. It's like you guys don't know right now. You just don't know. And like in 2 years from now, you could only hope that Monty got it right. But it's just so hard for me to be so black or white right now. Like, oh man, he's right or wrong.
I do want to give some love to the people watching us live right now. So awesome. Shout out to our guy, Kenneth.
Give me a hell yeah.
He donated $50 saying he called it. If you're in the chat, hit the thumbs up. We're almost to 1,000 thumbs up. Let's keep the subs going. We have surpassed the 7,020 mark. We're up like 140 today, something crazy like that. Let's keep that rolling tonight as we grow our channel. Also, a draft update.
What?
The Pelicans plan on selecting Dyson Daniels from the G League Ignite. I do want to go back to what you're saying. Look, you're getting mixed reaction for sure. I think, here's the thing. I think Kings fans have every right to question it, right? Because here's how I look at it. Remember when people were like, with the Luka back, they said, wait and see in a few years. Yeah, you could say that about any draft pick.
Yeah.
I guess my counter to this whole thing and how I view Jaden Ivey before the draft, I see what a lot of people see in Jaden Ivey from the athleticism, the explosiveness. Those are things you just can't teach.
No.
Okay? But I saw in the games I watched, defensively, just nowhere near where you need to be at an NBA level to have an impact. I didn't see that. The shooting, he has the ability to hit the three, and as was pointed out today by our 16-year-old draft insider, Pernille, he's shot some deep threes and connected.
NBA level 3s.
The in-between games has to be game has to be better.
Yeah.
The ball control has to be better. Now, those are all things that can get better throughout time. I don't view Jaden Ivey as a can't-miss guy. I've been really consistent on that. I think Jaden Ivey's got great upside. I just don't necessarily – I'm not like, oh, my God, he's the guy 100%. But if there was any shred of belief in the Kings front office that he could be a star, then yes, you take him.
Yes, 100%.
Now, if they don't believe that, then – that's on them, and they will live with whatever transpires after that. Because if they're wrong, that shit stays with you forever, just like the Luka one did. But this is not Luka Bagley to me at all.
Oh,
like Luka was
not.
a EuroLeague MVP, a prodigy, professional, did it at a high level in the EuroLeague. There was no doubt to me he was going to be a good player in the NBA. I didn't know if he'd be great, but I knew he was going to be good. Jaden Ivey has a ways to go, and that's okay. If the Kings would have picked him, I would have been like, yeah, I see it. They must believe he's going to be a star. They went with Keegan Murray, and if they are sitting here, if they drafted Keegan because of fit, that's the wrong idea. Now, Monty's not going to sit here after the draft and go, he's the best. We just drafted him for fit. Of course, he's not going to say that. Like, there's no way he can say that.
And not only is he not going to say that, it's just. It's like we've kept saying, like, that's especially when you have been a shit team for so long, like the Sacramento Kings. You don't get that option of being like best fit. It's like, no, best available. Like, I get that. With this too, maybe what the Kings feel and see the potential in De'Aaron Fox and what he's going to be able to do in his growth. Like, I feel like they have a lot of confidence in that with Sabonis or something too, because in my opinion, what they were telling him by not picking another guard too was like, hey, we trust you and your ability and what you're going to do, because we've drafted guards the last couple of years.
Sure. The pushback I have on that right now is like, you don't make the move because like De'Aaron Fox, who's not like, he would make him unhappy.
I wasn't saying, I was saying it's their mental belief in what De'Aaron Fox is going to do in this league. Just like it is for so many other people out there. There's like the De'Aaron Fox haters, and then there's the De'Aaron Fox believers, right? And then there's nobody really in between. But we've always seen the in between. We've always seen the inconsistency. And I feel like what we're seeing is that this front office is seeing the belief in what he can do with his game at the next level, not only with Sabonis by his side, but with a new head coach in Mike Brown. And this coaching staff that can hopefully help develop some of these guys and teach them how to play team basketball the right way.
I don't think you're ever going to look back at the Keegan Murray pick and go, oh, that guy's a bust. But what you can do from years from now is go, he's a good player.
Yeah, that could be it.
They could have had Jaden Ivey.
And if Jaden Ivey ends up being that star and you're like, shit, how'd you pass on that? And you just got this player who's consistent, just like Bryant West was saying, like he's consistent, he's composed, he does a lot of things good, but nothing elite, where Jaden Ivey has elite speed, elite explosive first step. You know, like there's so many things, his shot, the way that it just got better and better.
Yeah.
You know, the growth is always nice to see. But yeah, again, defensively, the Kings, they're shit defensively, and so now they've added someone who can hopefully help make an impact defensively this first year.
I'm telling you, he's going to help them next year.
Yeah.
Like, I have zero doubt that that Keegan Murray is going to be good for them next year. This is all about the future, in my opinion.
No, I was just reading text.
I know. I just saw the name of it, and I was interested.
Yeah.
I was interested. Just for those two, as we continue to wait on NBA draft coverage, for those who missed it, Chris Haynes did an interview with Keegan Murray this week where he definitely talked about the Kings in it. He said, set the record straight for me. I've got you down as working out for Detroit, Orlando, Indiana. He said, I've also been to Sacramento. He said it was a meeting. Chris Haynes also reported that Keegan Murray had dinner with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
So that's, obviously of some significance there because they actually met together. Some of the other things that he had talked about was talking about his growth, his upside potential. He pushed back on that. Keegan Murray said, in my high school, I was under 6 foot my sophomore year, and then I had a growth spurt to my senior year of high school. So I've been a late bloomer in that respect. I grew a half inch from last season to now. But for me, once you get in between those lines, measurements, age, and intangibles all go out the window because what matters is, can you compete? And no one cares about how old you are when you're playing basketball. It's just a matter of what you can do on the court. That's what you think about. Chris Haynes said, you're projected as a prospect that can go as high as 3, as low as 10. Do you have a gut feeling where you might land? He says, anywhere on the lottery for me. I don't care how high I go. I just want to be in the right place where I can build a career out of it. I want to be in one spot my whole career and give spirit to that team. So for me, it's fit over pick. He believes he can contribute right away, too.
Yeah.
He says, especially because teams pretty much have stars they're trying to build it around. I don't have to have the ball in my hands to be successful. I can do different things, but if you need me to score, I can put the ball in the basket. I feel like I can guard multiple positions and be at different places on offense. I definitely think that'll help me from day one. He says the one guy he's watched a lot, Chris Middleton, because of his path. He's also asked, do you think defense will be how you make your name in the league? He says, I think I can be the guy that can dip in the pot both ways, offensively, defensively. I know defense is a big thing that I've been working on because you see defense is taking over the game a little bit. It's not about how much you could put the ball in the basket, but how you can defend the other team. Defense is a big focus of mine right now. I feel like I could be an all-around player. So that's a little insight on him. That's a little insight on Keegan Murray. We do have one draft update. See, we're on fire here. It's the NBA draft. Shit is flying everywhere. That sound indicates a spoiler alert. We have one from San Antonio, and this talk about a Spurs player.
What?
At the 9th pick, the San Antonio Spurs are drafting a guy the Kings did work out, Baylor's Jeremy Sohan.
Okay. So
that's a pop player. Right
yeah.
there. That's a guy who's going to come in and defend his ass off.
I was going to say they believe in his defense and maybe the way that they can develop the other part of his game. Yeah. And that's a team too who we heard the rumblings of wanted to move up for someone like for Keegan Murray. And that gave me, I didn't know if that was just smoke or what they were trying to do there. But at the same time, I'm like, if the Spurs want Keegan Murray, then I'm liking Keegan Murray. But going back to what Chris Haynes had to say, or in his sit down with Keegan Murray, the whole age thing,
yeah,
I think is so bizarre to me. It's like, he's still very young. Just because you're an older rookie, what does that mean? Like, you're on the Kings now.
Yeah.
You're not 32 years old. You're on the Kings right now, and so many people are like, but what about the future when he is older? And then it's like, I don't give a shit. I just want things to happen now for the Kings. So if you have a more developed, mature player and he's an older rookie, great. Can he play the game at a very high level, at an elite level? Let's do this.
Let's get to more reaction from our YouTube chat as we're going to be here all night. Where's the trays, Woj? Give me some Woj bombs. David says, would have loved Sohan. Draft some big man and shooters for F's sake. Pop. Okay, Spurs fan in here. If Keegan ceiling is Middleton, I'm okay with the pick. I think they're different players. Like, to me, they're not very similar. Let's see here. Michelle says, I'm already over Ivy. Not going to change now. Murray is our guy. Welcome to Sacramento. Time to prove everyone wrong. Well, here's the one thing. We said this before the draft. Monty McNair has not been the type to go with what necessarily people love. I mean, last year he drafted Davion Mitchell, an undersized guard when he had De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. A few years back when he drafted Halliburton, I think some fans were, we'll see, then they traded him. That was not popular.
Oh.
So there's just, this is not one where it's not a popularity contest. And he's going to be judged on this, of course, right away. But really, it's how does it look going forward? And it's not just about Keegan Murray. It's about what Jaden Ivey looks like years from now. It's about other guys in the draft. What does Shaedon Sharpe look like? What if Benedict Mathurin looks like an absolute stud? It's the same shit we said last year when they passed on Şengün and Moses Moody. Like, these are conversations we're gonna be watching this all next year and the years to come.
Yeah, it's I think the main thing that some people are still feeling, and obviously not Michelle, but some people are still feeling like, well, if Ivy turns out to be something special, it's just going on that list, that graphic that we saw that ESPN put up that showed every single draft that they effed it up by one pick. So yeah, I feel, what's funny? I feel like not drained, but I wasn't expecting everyone to be super excited, but I also wasn't expecting so many people to just like not be just very unrealistic, right? Like when you can be so confident and shit on this and say that's not Jaden Ivey right now, I go, well, what are you backing this up with? Just what other people say? What you?
Yeah, but in all fairness, there are actually people who pay attention to this stuff.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. So like just going off of the people, because
Morgan, are we really asking this? The people are fans. They're fanatics.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, oh, I love Keegan Murray. There's some people out there who love it. I tweeted out, how are we feeling tonight? I've gone, love the pick. I've gone, can't believe it. I want to jump off a bridge. This is what draft night's about. It's about overreaction sometimes. It's about getting crazy happy. You know what? In Portland back in the day when they drafted Greg Oden #1, they were pretty jacked up. Oh, got the guy from Ohio State. Well, next pick was Kevin Durant. Yeah, I mean, yes. Let's get to some donations, including our guy Ben from Australia. He donated $14.99. Keegan has arrived. Trade back would have been nice. Keegan is a guy, and Sac is the ideal spot. You've got Fox, Dante DiVincenzo, Barnes, Murray, Sabonis is nice. Still moves to be made with all of our picks and expiring. So that's an optimistic viewpoint. Kings fan Chris, shout out to him for being a member yet again on YouTube.
Give me a hell yeah.
And I saw something interesting from one of our guys. Where was it? Edward. Talking about an asset is an asset. Ivy was the asset. The Kings have a lot more options by drafting him, trade him later for more assets. It's fair. That's definitely something that I thought of throughout this whole process, was just like, you want as many assets as you can. And I love the fact that they had that fourth pick, dangling it in front of everyone. And then you're not even hearing anything from Woj, and you're hearing, but they're still looking to trade the pick. So did they try making some deals happen and then it just didn't work out? It wasn't enough? We don't know. Maybe we'll find out though later.
We're going to go to Bryant West in a moment. I want to get to Sam Vecini's breakdown. He has his top 100 he puts out via The Athletic. He does a ton of work watching all these guys and does an incredible draft breakdown. He has Keegan Murray ranked 8th on his big board. Here's a summary of him. I buy Murray being an impactful NBA player and probably a starter who puts up numbers as a scorer. He's going to knock down shots, attack closeouts, and take advantage of any leverage-based mismatch he gets. I brought up Tobias Harris earlier, and he's ultimately the guy I see most when I watch Keegan Murray. He's the best when keeping things simple with no frills. He's going to push the ball in transition, catch and shoot, make the occasional mid-post self-created bucket, and hit opposing guards on post mismatches. I also buy him as a shooter from all over the court in a variety of situations, meaning coaches will be able to move him around. Ultimately, it all comes down to whether you buy him as a switch guy on defense who can at least hold up at the point of attack, even if it's not truly impactful. I think I buy him holding up enough not to be a liability, which when combined with his offense provides a pretty safe prospect to project. I don't think he's a guy you have to take out of a game because he's getting crushed in switches. He's skilled, he's strong, and he's fundamentally sound. I wouldn't be blown away with Murray as a top 5 pick, and it's not going to be the sexiest upside play, but he's going to be a good NBA player.
Okay. So, yeah, there you go. Not sexy, solid. That's what you got. And you have some breaking news?
I just want to also update people on the fact that the Wizards will be taking Johnny Davis with their pick. Let's go back now and check in with our guy, Bryant West, who has been hanging out watching the draft. He is our draft analyst tonight, and we're obviously excited to have him. Bryant, we've had some other picks made. You see Jay and Ivy go 5th. You see Mathurin go 6th, 7th. We had Shaedon Sharpe going to the Blazers, 8th Dyson Daniels, and then 9th Jeremy Sohan to the Spurs, 10th Johnny Davis. So as that roundup, anything jump out to you so far after Keegan Murray goes to the Kings?
I think Mathurin to the Pacers is a really good fit there. I think he's going to be, he could end up being their primary scorer. I know they're going to be rebuilding for a couple of years, but it'll be a lot of fun to watch him and Tyrese Halliburton get comfortable playing with each other. I'd like to more in pointing out that Mike Schmitz is in Portland, and he was, just hired a couple of weeks ago. So he may have had some kind words for Shaedon Sharpe there. Does seem a little bit odd to me that Portland, of all places, is going to take, a project player, a big risk, but heck, he definitely has a strong case as a top 7 player here. And like you guys said, Sohan is a very Spurs player. I think he's the most Spurs player probably in this class, really going to help them on defense, give them a lot of range, going to be a all-around solid player if he ever develops his shot. Like, that's just their type to a T, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, it just seems like the perfect Spurs player. I know you're probably on social media too tonight. I feel like when I put out how you feeling, Kings fans, it is very mixed reaction from Kings fans. There's some people who love it. Oh, great, perfect fit, 6'8", exactly what you need. And there's the other people who are just like, I can't believe they passed on Jay and Ivy. What are you seeing with people out there?
Yeah, I definitely see a lot of Kings fans feeling really strongly one way or another. Me personally, like, I've been watching Keegan Murray since January. I thought he would have been a great fit for Sacramento at 7. At 4, it's a bit of a different conversation in terms of asset management, but it doesn't change the fact that he is a great player and a good fit here. And, at the end of the day, I think you said it best a couple of minutes ago. We're not going to look back and think, oh, the Kings messed up because Keegan Murray is not a good player. He's a really good player. He's as safe as anybody in this class to be a starter for 10 plus years. The only consternation comes if, Jaden Ivey or somebody else that people want to pretend was in the conversation in a couple of years becomes a superstar. And, like Sam Vecini said there, it's not a sexy pick, but it's a good foundational pick. And, when Monty McNair stands up in a bit, he's going to have a strong case for why this was the right selection for Sacramento.
Well, Bryant, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Appreciate the insight, man.
Of course.
Bryant West, man, bringing it tonight. How do you think Adam Wojnarowski is feeling right now?
I have no idea.
I mean, I can't imagine I mean, he was completely wrong, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, his brother was right. He tried to backtrack off everything. We go live now.
It's blurry.
Yeah, it's.
We can't read it because it's blurry. What does the folder say?
Hold on.
I can't find it, Mom.
Oh.
Adam,
Adrian's notes. I have them right here, but it's not in here, Mom.
Adam, you're
Find
live.
Adrian's other notes.
He doesn't realize he's on. He doesn't
You're
realize
live, Adam.
He isn't. You're live, Adam.
Sorry, guys. Hi, Deuce and Mo.
are
Sorry,
you-
we're just over here keeping up with the draft. They're coming in very fast, and my team here is just having a tough time. If we could go through, maybe you guys could go through who just went in the last 5 picks. If we could just rattle those off.
I'm so. You're not? Are you not watching the draft?
Well, I have it up on I have 3 TVs, and I have the draft up on 3 different TVs, and I have the audio on all 3 TVs. So maybe that's the mistake. Then maybe we could turn off my TVs, Mom.
So you're with your mom.
I'm at it. As I said, I'm at my brother Adrian's house. This is where I'm. Yes, we live a family.
Okay.
Yes, we all live.
All right.
I want to get to a player profile.
He's got. We have a Adam Wojnarowski player profile.
I want to hear the player profile. Your breakdown of Keegan Murray.
Oh, whoa.
Well, absolutely. Keegan Murray. I had him going a little bit later in my mock draft, but this seems to be about right where he went. He's a high floor with a low ceiling. In fact, the ceiling's so low that the floor and the ceiling are almost touching in some cases. He shot well at times and not well at other times, Morgan. But in terms of NBA comps, I think of him somewhere as a cross between a Draymond Green, Patrick Beverly, Robin Lopez, and perhaps a little bit of Paul George thrown in there for good measure. The question is for Keegan Murray, should they have drafted for best fit? Should they have drafted for best available? In this case, the Kings chose neither. I love the pick for the squad moving further, even though there are questions. There's no doubt that Keegan Murray can play. The only question is, can he play?
I think I got it. That's Adam Wojnarowski checking. We'll definitely check in with you later. I know you're busy with
your mom.
Oh.
Oh,
well, you're still live. You're still
live,
live.
Adam.
You're still live. Okay. All right. We'll check in with Adam in just a little bit here. Wow. Okay. So. Interesting draft profile on Keegan there.
Yeah, whatever he said, just don't listen to.
Okay,
don't listen to.
All right.
Oh, thanks for stopping by. You got another one?
Well, we do have the Knicks are making a trade. They are drafting a player. They're drafting Ousmane Dieng, and they are trading the pick. Wait. We have our first in-draft trade of the night?
Hell yeah.
What?
No other details yet?
We have a planned trade to announce.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
Okay, thank you. We can report this at this hour. The Knicks. The Thunder will send multiple first-round picks to the Knicks in exchange for Ousmane. Let me make sure I'm saying his name right. Dieng. Yes, Ousmane Dieng. I have the pronunciation. I like to get it right. So the Thunder will be sending multiple first-round picks for Ousmane Dieng.
Ousmane Dieng.
Wow.
Okay.
The Thunder obviously have a shit ton of picks to give up. So, that was interesting. We knew they've been trying to move up. Actually, I want to go back to Brian if he's around. I'm interested if he's got any nuggets on Ousmane. We'll go check in with him in just a minute as I get everything lined up on my end. As you can see, I'm struggling with we'll do this in a second. What?
Don't you just do it in the view?
How do I unpin someone on? Remove all pins.
There you go.
Remove all pins. All right, let's go back to our draft analyst. Bryant West. Bryant, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I'm the draft expert, not the Zoom expert.
Yes. Yeah. Not good.
This is kind of a surprising pick for me, but not once it became clear that the Knicks were trading it for Oklahoma City. Now, it's kind of weird that Oklahoma City's giving up multiple first-round picks to move up one spot, but Yang, is another kind of long-term upside play that could pay dividends for them down the road. Had a bit of a slow start, played down in the NBL for New Zealand last year, but really capped it off with a strong finish. Averaged 13 points and 4 rebounds on 48% shooting in the final 14 games. Like it's not hard to see where they're going for here. He's a good defender. He has some promise as a shooter, needs to improve there. A good playmaker, and he's like 6'10". At that size, it's a very Thunder pick, I think.
I was about to say that's exactly what it sounds like. Is that's definitely like a Sam Presti OKC pick. Is like you have all these picks. The Knicks are in a weird spot because they're, they were trying to move up. There's so much talk of them trying to move up to 4 with Sacramento. Apparently, Sacramento didn't like what they were offering, and now they acquire some first-round picks. Maybe they can use that ammunition to land some sort of big fish. I don't know if that Kyrie Irving thing ends up transpiring, but maybe that's the thing. And I would say OKC first-round picks are still going to be valuable. Like, even if you like Chet Holmgren and even if you like Usman, like, it's still going to take them a minute, I would assume, to be a really competitive team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we talked about earlier, they'll be good before anybody's ready for them to be good. But this just is another pick that speaks to me of a longer term process, maybe one more year doing this. So it is kind of interesting. I reread Woj's tweets. He didn't say anything about 12 being included in here. So the Thunder might be up right now too.
Wow. So, yeah, that's very interesting. We'll see if Woj has any more updates, and Brian will check in with you again in a bit. Yeah, I mean, that's the Thunder will send multiple first-round picks, but there is no indication on if that is indeed going to be the 12th pick. So we'll keep everyone posted on all of that. Let's give some shout-outs to people watching us live. We got over 1,000 thumbs up today.
Aww.
We've got 700-plus people watching us. More than that with Twitch. I love it.
Give me a hell yeah.
The biggest thing you can do right now is hit the thumbs up button. Let's continue to get this going. Let's continue to subscribe. That would help us. Kings fan Krish, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. It's same with Richard, who becomes a member. Shout out to Curse of the Valley, who just subscribed on Twitch.
Give me a hell yeah.
And you know what? While we wait for more to come into the draft, I'm very curious to get the feedback from some of the fans out there about this pick. Morgan, I can't tell you how mixed the reaction is just on my Twitter feed. Look, it's not. I'm not trying to act like that represents everyone on social media, but showing it, I said, "Hey, how are we feeling, Kings fans?"
Yeah, let's get to it.
Good. Wish it was Mathurin, but Murray was my number 2 choice. Don't overreact just because Keegan has a lower ceiling for Ivy. Keegan is still a very good player. Let's see here. I feel like Mick Foley after I quit match with the Rock.
Okay.
Robe says, I like your first name, Deuce.
Oh.
Rob A says, I'm going to throw up, Deuce.
Oh.
How long do you think McNair has? Terrified, but okay. Horrible and disappointed. I don't know yet. Yay, we suck again. Feeling that Keegan Murray is a very good basketball player. Fine with the pick. Underwhelmed. I like Murray and think hope he will kill with the Kings. Just wish we could have gotten Murray and an asset in a trade down. So that's just a glimpse of kind of the mixed reaction. Out there.
That take is the one that we've obviously hit on a few times, is like, man, I just wish you could have gotten Keegan Murray not at 4, right? Like you could have traded down and made it into even more. That's what we all expected. And that's why too, when people are like, well, why didn't you just draft Jaden Ivey and dangle that in front of people? Who knows? Maybe there's more to the story that, Sam Amick or whoever else is going to report on and give us more from the behind the scenes of draft night. But until then, this is all we know.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to hear Monty McNair after draft night. And by the way, the night's still young. We could still get some trades. Can we get some more trades? Can we get some action? I'm just curious what the Kings potentially have up their sleeves tonight. Are they eager to make a deal? We heard so much noise about John Collins.
Yeah.
That deal does not seem like it's going to happen. Maybe it does. I don't know. I just can't imagine. I just personally don't view Keegan Murray as a full-time 3. I agree with Brian. I think there are sometimes, depending on the lineup, he could be okay at the 3. I look at him more as a 4. And that's a nice fit next to Sabonis. I mean, if you traded a Barnes for Collins, I don't think that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would make as much sense, especially because, Deuce, you still have Rashawn Holmes on this team as well. Like, there's just a lot to figure out about how the roster is constructed right now. So hopefully, because people obviously see Harrison Barnes, a solid wing in this league, as an asset, there's something more that the Kings can do there. But at the same time, going back to what we were saying with Bryant West, was that, well, you need a solid wing on your team. And what do you have if you don't have Harrison Barnes? So
yeah,
it's just, again, this situation, it's not like this just happened and like now all of this is coming up. This is something the Kings were going to be in this season, whether Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray were going to be on the squad.
We should note an update from Adrian Wojnarowski. Oklahoma City did not include the number 12 pick to move up to 11, right? They traded some future picks to get the 11th pick from the New York Knicks, but they are still going to be picking at 12 for the time being. Go ahead, Morgan.
I just want to tell you, because don't go off on Dennis, but Dennis says Mathurin is a beast and Deuce and Mo never gave him credit. Trash.
I'm not going to go off because, I mean,
we literally were in love with
for the
Ben
last
Mathurin.
week. I've been talking about Ben Mathurin. I think was I late to it? Yeah, because I don't have time to watch college basketball during the NBA season when I'm doing G League games, Kings, doing night chats on the King. Like, I don't have time. I'm all NBA all the time. I love Ben Mathurin. I spoke about it tonight. I think Mathurin, Halliburton in Indiana, that's a nice foundation backcourt. Like, Mathurin to me has so much upside.
Yeah.
I love his athleticism. I don't think he gets enough credit for his defensive ability. He's a dog. He gets after it. He chirps a little bit.
Hands in the passing lane. They're up.
He could shoot it.
Yep.
So now they have a backcourt who could shoot the ball. Like, they could shoot it. And I think that's a great thing for the Indiana Pacers. I would have loved Mathurin on the Kings.
Another thing in the chat, Mitch says, in all caps, no one has proof Ivy was the best available.
No, and that's completely fair. I would say that's more coming from, the so-called experts who, by the way, can be wrong too.
Sure.
There was enough noise about teams moving up to 4 for Ivy that you knew like there were teams interested in him. We did hear some rumors about Indiana and San Antonio trying to move up to get Keegan Murray at 4.
Yeah.
I don't think. Look, tonight there's going to be a portion of Kings fans who are beyond pissed they didn't draft Jaden Ivey for sure, and let them be pissed. They could be right, and the guy could be turn out to be a star.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to take him time. I don't think he's not John Morant.
Yeah.
John Morant can do things that Jaden Ivey can't. John Morant's a playmaker. He's a good passer. All right. It's different. Now, can Jaden Ivey, does he have upside to be a star? Yeah, but there's going to be things he has to get better on to reach those levels.
And I hope he can.
And can you be a bad defensive player and still have success in the NBA? Absolutely. John Morant's not a great defensive player. Trae Young's not a great defensive player. Steph Curry has not been. He has turned into being a solid defensive player. You can get away with it. But Jaden Ivey was not good at all defensively at Purdue. I mean, I watched multiple games, including big games, and I'm not just being a prisoner of the moment. I'm talking about significant games as I look outside and see Carlin chewing on a TV remote. My dog. Shit. So he's got a ways to go. And if he's able to become a better defensive player, if he's able to shoot the ball effectively, then the Kings will be regretting things. But I don't view Jaden Ivey as a can't-miss prospect. He's a guy that's got definite upside. I do think that Kings fans are going to love Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray's going to be a good player. I think worst-case scenario, he's a good player. Does his ceiling as high as Jaden Ivey's? I don't think so. I don't look at Keegan as a star. And that's probably the biggest thing, I think, if you're going to be critical of the pick at 4 is when you're at 4, don't you try to go for someone who can be a star? That's how I would look at it. And maybe Monty and Wes Wilcox, their staff, believes that, yeah, we do think he can be a star. We actually disagree with most basketball observers. We think he can be a star. I don't totally see that. But every time I watched Keegan, I thought, oh, this guy can play. This guy's going to come in day one and help a team. There's a reason some of these good teams were interested in him because he does a lot of good things on the floor. The good news for Sacramento, they got a guy with some size who could shoot the three. He's a smart player. I think he has great study habits. He's got high basketball IQ. He's not perfect, but I do think the Kings, at least next year, got better because they drafted Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And that's I think I can say that pretty confidently as well. It's going to be one of those years too, like Monty's screwed if De'Aaron doesn't take his game to another level.
Dude.
Like even that alone, it's like De'Aaron's reputation in this league is a little screwed if he doesn't take his game to the next level as well. It's really a do or die situation for him next season, I think, for a lot of people and how they view De'Aaron as a player and what tier of player he's going to land in, especially when he's getting paid the amount of money that he is getting paid. So hoping that his game takes a leap with his shooting. Defensively, can Mike Brown take another side out of him?
Yeah.
And then having a guy in Keegan Murray who is a smart player and can play some defense, is that going to help them right there alone on the defensive end? I'm not even mentioning DiVincenzo and Davion and other perimeter defense.
We do have an update. Charlotte at 13 will be drafting Jalen Duren from Memphis. So that's that's a guy that I know a lot of people like. Super athletic, but Charlotte's needed a big guy. And you go, oh, how does that impact things? It's interesting because they just drafted Kai Jones last year in the draft, and now they go with another big guy, supreme athlete, defensive flashes. I like him. And so many people thought, oh, maybe that's a destination for Rashawn Holmes. I would say you could take that off the table at this point. Other guys have dropped at this point. Someone mentioning this, Ian mentioning that surprise Griffin has fallen so far. Yeah, there's questions about his the knees. He's obviously a good shooter, but someone's going to take a chance on him pretty soon. We do have a trade.
Let's go.
Well, I just said the Hornets are going to take Jalen Duren. I should learn how to say his name properly because I feel like I'm butchering it right now. Let me just double check. Jalen Duren. Jalen Duren. The Hornets are trading the pick.
We have a planned trade to announce.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report a trade.
The Detroit Pistons are getting him.
Okay.
We'll wait on final details momentarily. Wow, here we go.
All right, Pistons.
Here we go. Here we go. I love trades. Let's make it happen. Let's see here.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's interesting. We're
What?
getting conflicting reports thanks to Bryant West that Shams was saying the Knicks are getting him, but Woj says the Hornets. So we will wait to see what happens. Here is the screenshot.
Okay.
Who do we believe at this hour?
I love when there's drama with who's right and who's wrong. I do.
That's scary,
There's just
man.
something
That is
about
scary.
it.
That is scary.
I would never want to report on breaking news. No,
Man.
No.
Who is winning this one? Who is winning this one? We will find out momentarily. Shout out to Praneel, our 16-year-old draft insider, who is in the chat right now. Let's see here. Kings fan Jay says, if Monty picks up another pick in the first round, I will calm the F down about Milk Toast Murray. Come on, man. I do think Kings fans are going to like Murray. I do.
Oh, I do too. I think, again, what Bryant has been telling us too, or what we were talking about with him, just about, players in Sacramento, and if players want to be here in Sacramento, how that does go such a long way. I don't want that to be the only thing and the only reason why we like him. I want what happens on the floor is the reason why we like him. And I feel like he's the type of player capable of making that happen without having super sexy highlights, right? Like, he's going to have his moments, but all in all, he's going to add to team basketball. And that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, and his journey's been tough, man. It's not as if he was some highly recruited guy coming out of high school, right? He had to go a different route, went to a basketball academy, ends up getting an opportunity to play at Iowa with his twin brother, and his first year was, a bench guy, kind of a hustle guy for that team. Then he gets a chance this year and just absolutely exploded. So good for him. Good for him to working hard and seeing if he can get to the next level. That's a challenge. That's a challenge.
Yeah. Wow.
We are still waiting on any updates from Woj at this time.
So, and Monty's not speaking till later?
What do we have here? Wow. Monty's not going to be talking. Monty McNair is not talking until 10 o'clock tonight. Will Morgan make it till 10 o'clock tonight?
Well, I was going to say after the draft, why don't we take a break, eat food for once, and then...
Deuce Mason doesn't take breaks. You can take a break. You can take a powder. You can sip a little water. You could eat a little food. You know what I'm feasting on tonight? I'm feasting on the NBA draft. I'm feasting on trade rumors. I'm feasting on, can we get a splash? McNair, let's make a trade. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
We have an update. Who was Woj wrong? Shams is reporting the Knicks acquired Jalen Duren and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. This is getting really fucking confusing. So Charlotte Kings are trading Kemba Walker to Detroit. Knicks acquired Jalen Duren and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. Am I missing something here? Is this all too confusing? Morgan, what's going on?
Eating plastic. Oh, there we go.
Okay. We got one dog eating plastic here. I'm just trying to follow along here.
Stop eating plastic. Okay. Yeah, what the hell?
I'm just going to show this on the screen.
Okay.
So Jalen Duren, who was drafted by the Hornets, but the Knicks acquired him and then moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. So we're just having crazy movement? I don't... Help me, chat!
Well, good for... If that's happening with Detroit, then that's an upgrade from Corey Joseph as your point guard.
Someone's saying so loud. What is so loud? Was I fire the audio? Did it go loud? I don't know why it would do that for a second. My bad, guys. I don't know. It should be good now. Are we good?
Yeah. Wow. Let's see.
Someone's saying loud.